What is up, everybody? So, chat, for our first test with Kuku here, we unfortunately have to put up with not being 10-10-10, right? We got 8-10-10, right? There's a little off, right? A little unoptimal there. Only NP1, right? And when you've got a unit that, you know, maybe it's someone's favorite unit in chat, or you're putting on your support list, right? And you want it to be as good as possible, right? You want like that optimal, you know, cooldowns, you know, because you don't want to show the character off in a bad light, right? You wouldn't want to do that, chat. And unfortunately, right now we're gonna have to have 8-10-10, which is just, I mean, it's just awful, chat. And I normally wouldn't want to do that to you. And only NP1, and for an AoE character, you know, NP1 always feels really bad. And chat, I don't know what you're so upset about right now. I don't know where you all think this might be going that would cause such distaste for chat there. But you know what, chat? The good news is, even with all that, you know, 8-10-10 nonsense, we at least have a good craft essence for the character, right? We got golden sumo, so you know, at least we have something proper on the character, right? It's not all bad. There's at least some degree of salvage going on here, chat.
You're not that guy, right. You're not that guy.
To die, Green. Chat, y'all wouldn't show off your favorite characters with a suboptimal craft essence. You wouldn't do that. Alright, let's see how we do here. Damage. And of course, we're fighting Lobo. Now, Mr. Icet has a much better Kuku than this, but Mr. Icet is dead, so we don't have access to that. Alright, let's see. Now, we could NP turn 1 if we do this, but we wouldn't get... Right, doesn't she give herself sure hit if she does the 10 stars, which is quite good for this. However, it's also good just NPing immediately right off the bat and casting everything, but yeah, I killed Ice to take his Kuku, clearly. Okay, so I could do this, go to 60, go to that, go to 70, would not be enough to NP next turn. That's tricky. I kind of want to just cast this right now, even though it sucks to not have the extra stars. Oh wait, you know what? We can do this. Normally I wouldn't use it that way, but I think that's totally worth it here. Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh right, I didn't even think of that. She can give the battery to somebody else. I did not even think of that. So she can be like attack up for a teammate and then another battery, so she's kind of a pseudo support there. I don't know why that never dawned on me until now. Oh, you've got one lost? Okay, we can... I'm sure yours is stronger than 8-10-10 NP1, so... Okay. Yeah, I'll do this too. Well, I have a 70% crit with only 10 stars, though. Pretty tricky. So I know I'm casting this. I know I'm doing this. I guess I do the... We miss out on what? 30% attack up? You don't drain the stars? That's a lot. Yeah, fuck it. I'll take the stars. Who needs to crit anyway? I guess we do this. No, we're not gonna do that one. We're not that crazy. So we'll taunt. Although maybe I should have saved that for the boss, but whatever. Alright, let's do the damage. NP1 life. Gonna be pretty bad, I have a feeling. You know, I didn't really like the third ascension animations. They're kind of whatever. I'm gonna guess like 40k damage. Okay, now a little bit better than that. 65, oh, 73, okay. Not too bad for NP1. Although we do have a lot of buffs. Okay. Do this. So she can survive Lobo's MP with her third skill if she needs to. But, don't think I'll use it that way. We'll wait until the next MP, though. Still has sure hit. Honestly, that was pretty solid damage, though, for an NP1 AoE. I was expecting it to be worse than that. $91. Come on, Lobo, hit me. No, that's Chandong. Fuck. Well, Han's time. Okay, NP 52k seems about right. Now I might save the third skill, because we're probably going to break anyway without the Buster up. We got Buster here, so we don't have sure hit anymore. So that's awkward. Do that. Yeah, I predicted she was going to use those green suns as well. Because they're called like green scale suns or whatever, so it's kind of obvious. Break, break. Okay, so far so good. For AoE, that's not bad. 4 turns, pretty good. Okay. I actually like her NP in the regular stages more, just because it's more green. Now, the CGI is a little meh, where it looks better in the third stage for sure. And, you know, dropping ORT's heart on people is kind of funny, but, not enough green. Okay, has defense up. I have a pretty one-track mind when it comes to the color green, so should not surprise anyone. Okay, I think this last 3 turns, the Buster up, NP up. Yeah, it does. That would really suck if it didn't. Oh, my taunt came back. Huh. Well, I could taunt her, and that's great value if insta-death doesn't proc. But if it does proc, it's absolutely horrible. I mean, just get light. What's her death rate? Let me look this up. I think Lobo's chance to insta-death is like 40% or 50% or something like that. Okay, her death rate is only 5%. That's so low. Let's see, Lobo's insta-kill rate. Like, that's crazy low. Lobo's death chance, he's not gonna have the upgraded NP, it's 60%. So he'd have to roll a 60%, and then he'd have to roll a fucking 5%. The odds of that are so low. I'm totally risking this, but I swear to God if this blows up in my face, Lobo be the luckiest bastard in the game. Alright. Although it'd be even luckier if he did it on BB, because she's like just under like 1% or something like that. Missed the attack up, fantastic. That's a good start for us, right? Now get the bad luck out of the way. Destructo Disc. Probably the best animation. Okay, still alive, feels good. But she's 0.5%. Yeah, you have to be pretty unlucky to... I will say though, if you're doing, so like in the King of Son fight back in the day, I had seen BB get insta-death there a few times, because if the fight goes on turn after turn after turn after turn, you know, 0.5% is not that rare. Like, obviously it's not likely to happen quickly, but if you're getting, because King of Son could insta-death anytime he attacked, and he'd NP fairly often, and his NP had a really high death rate. So if he's just attacking BB turn after turn after turn after turn, it can absolutely happen. But yeah, it's still not like super likely. Oh, she's 0.6. Okay, so it's a little over 0.5%, but still. Alright, 45 stars, only got one thing. We definitely do this. Save the battery. Do that, I suppose. So far, she's doing pretty well, actually. Definitely better than I thought. I thought at NP1 she would kind of suck here, but this isn't too bad. I really wish she was single target though. Too much fucking AoE in this game, man. Part of why she's doing really well here though is her second skill is really good on this stage. Like, no question. She is so close to being able to NP right now. Okay, well, she's safe this turn. Yeah, actually, this is pretty impressive. Nice surprise. If she was ST, she'd actually be a monster of a unit. She's probably still good though for farming. Not, I mean, what isn't good for farming these days, but because she could probably clear a wave, right? Because she's AoE, so she could clear one of the weaker waves. Or if it's a Berserker wave, she'll do really well. And then she can give someone else the battery, and then everyone's getting the attack up and stuff. So actually kind of an interesting support for farming, where she clears a wave and then still giving a pretty significant amount of help to somebody else. Yeah, that really is good, actually, when I think about it. Alrighty, we do this number. I guess we don't Hans NP here just so we can do the triple. This might kill, I should slow-mo in case we do. Have more time to reset. I don't think it'll kill because we don't have our crit buff. Yeah, we really haven't gotten a lot of single target stuff. I actually want to check that. Because, you know, Plushy Mistress made that rant video about how everything's AoE and it's stupid, which I agree with, but I do kind of want to look at how each class, like how long has it been since they had a single target, is that single target even remotely relevant, because sometimes we add something at single target, but it's like nothing, right? Like it's literally nothing. We'll probably live here. Close though, very, very close. Honestly, with her being a bit scuffed, this is actually really impressive. Normally, like, some of the AoEs take like 17 turns, 15 turns, stuff like that to beat it. Normally like 12 turns I'm pretty impressed with. But she could have won by 9, right? Obviously we're probably going to win at 10 here. But we could have won by 9. And for 8, 10, 10, NP1, oh yeah, we have crits here. Still have sure hit. Yeah, he's dead. That's pretty good. That is shockingly good. I don't even know why it's that good. I guess she does just have a lot of damage up, and the sure hit's a big part of it, though, for real. Most people, because we intentionally don't give them sure hit command codes and stuff, and for a lot of people, that slows them down a lot, where she had a lot of uptime on that, so it wasn't a big deal. Because it's not just sure for 1 turn, it's 3 turns, so that's a big part of it. So the thing is though, that is part, you know, sure hit is something that's supposed to make you a better unit, so she's supposed to get paid for it. But it does mean it's a stage that's like more up her alley than some of the other ones. So without the sure hit thing, you'd probably look into more at like 11 turns, 12 turns, which is still decently quick. But if she didn't have sure hit, she'd have something else, right? So is Lobo her niche though? Because doesn't she have like anti-earth or something? Let me look, because if he is, that would explain why we went a bit faster than I was thinking. Yeah, she does do bonus damage to Earth with her NP. Okay, that's the shtick right there, because I was wondering why our NP was hitting that hard at NP 1, because that basically makes us like NP 2.5 or something like that. So that is kind of a good way to show though what she'd be like if she was NP 2 or 3 or so. All right, Lost. What do you got? We could go like solo Richard. Actually, I don't think Richard has a. No, he does have an element, doesn't he? Let me see here. Big boy dragons. Let's see. So, where the fuck? Attribute, bad guys. Come on, work with me. The wiki's just going so slow right now. I'm losing my mind. Okay, where are dragons? They are Earth. God damn it. I mean, it's funny and it's good for her, but I would like to see her on something that's not Earth. Alright, let's see me get on my main account. Kama's worthless, generally speaking. Like, it's a fun stage to do just for fun, but she's worthless for this kind of thing because you have like that crazy mystic code that just changes everything, right? It's really no way to check a unit out. Yeah, we could go to CCC in a minute. Well, we should do Richard anyway, though. It's tradition. Alright. Why am I always... It's interlude. I don't know why I'm always forgetting that. Oh good, we got a interlude down thing right now. That's nice. Yeah, we'll do ORT today. I did all the fights before it. Chat, okay, so the fight with Daybit, right, and the Shadow Servants is crazy hard if you bring 6 servants, but if you don't, it's really not that bad. But I was shocked. I beat it with, okay, you have to bring Mash and you have to bring Ogla, right? So I only brought one other character. I just brought Achilles. So the preset team is, you know, Mash, Ogla. You have no control over that. So all I did was bring Achilles. And it worked, and rather smoothly. And like, you know, Achilles is good, obviously, right? But he's not like anything special there because he's a rider, right? That's nothing about rider that's particularly good about fighting foreigners or anything like that. But yeah, just Achilles with the force units was enough to beat it. But yeah, that stage, if you only bring 3 units, is ultimately not that hard. But yeah, it's such a dumb stage, because if you bring a full team, it's just outrageously difficult. And it's like not reasonable, you know, it's bullshit. But if you bring 3 characters, it's not even a real fight anymore, right? That's kind of a joke battle. That fight and then the water stun lock bullshit, those 2 fights are both like that. And you're not really a fan. Okay, Lost, what do you got? Are we in all slot? Yeah, okay. Well, look at this Lost though, using aerial drive. Please, what if we have to extra attack? You know, how is this going to help us if we're extra attacking, chat? Although she really is one of the better characters with aerial drive because she has a triple buster deck. But still, I'm just saying, you know, you're going to have, because the aerial drive has NP up as part of it, but you're not going to NP every turn, right? So that's going to waste. Actually, it would be interesting to see. You'd have to do it so many times over because you have low high roll, crits, not critting, you know, there's so much RNG that happens. But if you could have 2 runs that played out exactly the same, and then one you've got a level 100 aerial drive, and then one that's got a level 100 golden sumo, what would win? And I think golden sumo would. I think people really overestimate, because aerial drive technically adds a little bit more on your NP, and like the way buff stacking works and all that, but I really think people overestimate like how much that actually helps you compared to like your extra attack just doing more damage every single time that you do it, right? So I am actually pretty confident Golden Sumo would win here. The kind of unit though where aerial drive might beat Golden Sumo is if they're Buster and they've got like, I mean, some serious loop ability. Now that's rare for Buster units if they're not working with like Beach or something, but there are some units that can loop. Like, I don't know, Reshigal, right? Like a Reshigal can loop very easily. Like over and over and over again.
Are you hallucinating?
Okay, what do we use for her? Now, she is a goddamn foreigner, so that's the thing with the golems at the start. And we put a Rosh on the team so we don't have any RNG nonsense. Chat, I need to grail my Spartacus 70. That needs to happen. And like Kojiro. I was going to use Kojiro in the ORT video, but the fight ended before I thought it was going to, so I never got around to it, which kind of sucks, actually. Yeah, I actually wish there were a few more ORT raids. I guess this is good for her because her skills are all really strong, and the boss does do Buster down, so... So, chat, I have seen so many bad takes on Reddit. Like, now, that's, I mean, really, I don't need to say any more. That doesn't have to be FGO specific, really. That's kind of a done deal sentence there. But anyway, the amount of, like, dumb shit I have seen around ORT and Kuku and everything else, like, it's crazy. Like, it's absolutely, like, people saying Morgan can beat ORT, and it's just like, okay, yep. We have absolutely jumped the shark here. Alright, let me do this number. What do I do here? I guess just make what little MP I can. I do not remember what that command code does, but I have a feeling it's not super useful here. Am I crazy? First off, Kuku did not beat ORT. That did not happen. I swear, people have just lost the plot with everything. Like, people have no... It's like, you could have, like, an anime villain, right? And he fights, like, the entire cast, and then loses, and then whoever got the killing blow, they're like, yeah, they beat him. Never mind those other 30 dudes, right? It's like, how fucking stupid are people, right? It's like, yeah, you know, never mind the part where, you know, he fought Bat Guy for like a millennia, he's lost his heart, he fights the main character for like, you know, 3 hours, he fights the Bull of Heaven, Reshigal, Protein Shake, what's her, Benny, and then all the dinosaurs, Dinosaur Shiki, you know, again, just so many servants from the main character, MASH, you know, all this stuff, Nemo, Da Vinci, Veach, he's fighting all these fuckers, right? But no, Kuku got him, guys. Kuku got that. Like, Jesus Christ. So actually, from what I understand, ORT did not keep the concept of death. Now, it's kind of confusing, and I've seen parts of it translated, but I haven't seen like the whole thing in context, so it's a little confusing. But basically, Benny does give him the concept of death, like, you know, he gave to Tiamat, and the dinos, like, use it up. They, like, take a life from him, but I don't know what that means. He's not Herc, so I'm kind of confused. But I looked at some of the text, and I had some people translate it, and that's what it says. Something along those lines, where he, like, lost a life. I don't know if that's... The language thing might be a little off, or more, I don't know exactly what they mean by that. But anyway, but then he gets rid of it. Like, he adapts, like, or evolves, or whatever, and he doesn't have it anymore, from what I understand. Like, basically, he got the concept of death on him, he got Shiki'd, and then he didn't have the concept of death anymore. Which, I don't get it. Whatever. But the thing is, the community fundamentally does not understand what the concept of death is. They just don't get it. They think it means if you don't have a concept of death, you're just like completely undefeatable and like you're just like unkillable completely. That's not what it means. Normally it's things that aren't like normal. They're not really alive like a human is. You know, they're very strange, you know, like machines and stuff, and like how you know, Tiamat is in beast form is more like a system instead of actually Tiamat. But things without a concept of death get defeated all of the time. It's just you don't kill them through like conventional means. They don't have like a, you know, oh, you know, like a human or something similar to a human, you kill their heart and they die. That, you know, Ort lost his heart and he didn't die, right? It doesn't work that way. You can't use, you know, eyes of death on things without a concept of death. You know, Bolg isn't going to do, like, you know, the hitting in the heart thing is not going to automatically kill them, right? Shit like that. But if you like evaporate them like a Dragon Ball Z villain where every cell of their body is gone, they're gone, right? They're not a threat anymore. They don't exist anymore, right? But they're not really dying because they weren't really alive to begin with. But yeah, it basically just means they're way harder to kill because they don't follow conventional, because it's not just for humans, right? Let's say you've got even a machine, right? Machines have conventional things like maybe a power source, you know, a central processing unit, things like that that are similar to a human in a way, and if those things stop functioning, they don't work anymore. But like Tiamat's not like that. Tiamat, you can blow her head off and the body will just keep doing stuff, right? Because she's like a system, right? And same for Ort. Ort lost his heart, and although that made him go back to sleep, but you know, he was eventually able to, you know, get powered up again and do shit, even though he literally didn't have his heart anymore, right? That's kind of what it means, right? They don't have like a typical life cycle, right? It doesn't work that way. But anyway, people just have this idea that if they don't have the concept of death, they're just undefeatable, and if they have the concept of death, just boom, they're dead or something. But it just doesn't work that way. But anyway, from what I understand, unless there's just a huge misunderstanding on my part, Vinny does give Ort the concept of death, but it doesn't stick. He like evolves out of it somehow, or like adapts or whatever, and it's not when you. Like, it's there when the dinos fight him, but then after that, it's not there anymore. I'm pretty sure, but I don't, you know, don't quote me on this as gospel or anything. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of like, you don't wear organ failure. Yeah, that actually is kind of it. And you know, eyes of death perception and all that, etc., etc. He used debuff removal, yeah, clearly. But like Kuku is really strong, lore-wise, but she would never be able to fight Ort mano-a-mano. Like, no way. And she had a massive amount of help there. Also, she has like a you know, real counter that helps her against him a lot because she is like the. People keep saying she's Ort. She really isn't. You know, some of it's just a meme, but she literally is not Ort. Like, she is more of like, if anything, she's like Ort's daughter. That's more of like the better way of looking at it, because she's a being that was born out of Ort's heart and like the people perceiving it as the son and all that. But yeah, if anything, she's more like Ort's kid, more so than Ort itself. But yeah, she's kind of like the avatar of the worship of Ort's heart. If that makes any sense. And some people kind of refer to her as like, even in like the game, she's kind of referred to as like archetype Ort, and that's actually more accurate. Where like, you know, Arcuate is literally not the Earth, right? She's more like you know, a kind of fucked up vessel for it. All right. Anyway, back to murder here. Wow, she is getting so screwed over right now. I might just command spell to fix this. This is just dumb. It's been 2 turns and she's gotten 1 card and it was a buster card. Like, are you kidding me? You can still get it here though. You only need 6%, but like that's fucked up. I'm not gonna waste AP and time just to have the deck not. Like, that's crazy though. We have 3 hands. You know what's really stupid is in this hand, there's 5 Araj cards and 5 Kuku cards, and we got 4 out of 5 Araj cards. Like, that's just stupid. But yeah, we got 1 Buster card for Kuku, then we got no cards whatsoever, then we got 1 Buster card. And even though she has a triple Buster deck, this is incredibly unlikely, because, I mean, the odds of you getting 4 Araj cards here, and all that, that's really low. So yeah, I'm just CSing this. Why waste 10 AP, right? It's not going to change anything. I should make stars here if I can. If she attacks, she'll probably kill it though. I'll just do that.
任せな。
そうか。
Maybe he makes 1 star because of the Stargent up. Yep, he made exactly 1. Imagine doing 2 art cards with a Stargent up and making 1 star. Pretty rough. I mean, obviously, if the bat guy is summonable, you are not going to summon his beast form. Like, clearly not. He's going to be, you know, just a regular class. They might have, though, like, they'll probably come up with some nonsense where, like, you know, his Saint Graph has been influenced by, you know, that stuff. And, like, when he NPs, you know, maybe they'll reference that. Honestly, it wouldn't shock me if his NP has nothing to do with the beast form at all. It's just not a thing at all. That would not surprise me in the slightest. Okay, what do we want to do here? Oh god, we only have 11 stars. Shit. That sucks. That actually sucks, because I want to cast both of these. So this one's more important though, because the sooner you cast it, the sooner you can recast it. So I guess I need to not cast this and save it for the next one. That sucks though, but we'll Rainbow Chain right here. I wonder how she'll do, but she needs to get to 50% to loop. Yeah, he'll probably be playable later. Oh no, Panther Boy's getting in. He's just not getting in soon. Like you can see, you know, he had a working sprite with like proper attack animations and everything. And there's just literally no reason he's not going to be playable. Now, it might take a spell, right? But yeah, he's definitely going to be playable. Okay, so this gives Sure Hit and Evade. The Evade is good. So yeah, we still want to do the 10 stars. And then we want to do the 10 stars again. It's a little steep though to solo, I will say, but she can make it work. What's really good though is the fact that she has 2 hard survival skills like that. That's quite something. What the fuck are these command codes? Do we Rainbow Chain again? No, not while we got the Buster up. You know, her Stargent's fine, but she's only got 1 quick card, but she's got the passive, which is really, really helpful. And obviously her NP. Okay, because the thing is, you're not going to have like a clean turn where you can always, in a team setting, you're not always going to be able to do every little thing to increase your Stargent, but your teammates could also have 20-30, or Hans's 3rd skill, or, you know, Merlin, you know, such shit like that. So generally it's not going to be a problem. And again, especially because of her passive making the 10 stars. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty disgusting. Like, this value that we're seeing right now, this is pretty damn disgusting. Like, if she was single target, this would just be so crazy. That actually looks really cool when she's in, like, the shockwave, but then you can just see the shield. I'm still at work, so I don't have time to fight the command code UI. Understandable. Because that's a reasonable defense. We probably do Rainbow Chain now. What would be really good for her here is the heal boost and heal command code, because she has 2 survival skills. So the more survival skills you have, the more they like feed into each other. So she'd get a lot out of healing herself. Okay, unfortunately on this one we're gonna have some star problems. So quick reminder, she does have an anti-earth niche, and if she didn't have that right now, she'd probably be performing quite a bit, you know, less impressive, but still, this is really good for AoE. She's not grailed or anything. This is just level 90, I think, NP3. And we're using garbage command codes, so there's that. So she didn't have her anti-earth, but then she was... Oh, NP4. Okay, that's fairly high. But still, if she was like level 100 and had really good command codes and all that, and the enemy wasn't earth, you probably still have a pretty comparable performance to this. Yeah, she'll really do well with... Because she would have healed like 3 times by now, 2 or 3 times. Definitely 2 and maybe going on 3. So she would be like up here on health if we had that, if we actually set it up properly. She probably wants heal boost on Buster and then maybe heal on Art or something. I'm not quite sure. Well, some of the turns though were golems, right? So she definitely would heal twice and then she'd be going on a 3rd heal, most likely. Okay, probably Rainbow Chain here. Would probably put Art in the front because it's very likely that it's we're gonna get our NP. So we don't need to focus on NP gain. We need something though that'll push her on value that's not Earth. But actually, I'm pretty surprised. Like, she is doing very, very well. I guess we might as well throw this out. That's also a hell of a niche right there. Because there's plenty of bosses that have Pierce Invulnerability as a gimmick or on their NP or whatever. And that normally will make things like Anniversary or not, or Atlas, right? Atlas Mysticode here way worse. But now it promotes Atlas into doing the super invulnerability, so that's huge. How does that work with that must not work with the Caneth C excuse me. What was I saying, chat? I don't know what I was saying there. But yeah, it probably doesn't work with that. Alright, we will probably BBB here. It doesn't? Yeah, it feels bad. Oh shit, I gotta be ready to... If she had crit there, he would have died. Actually, oh, no, he died anyway. Alrighty. Yeah, that's strong, and that's not an optimal Kuku. Now, what I really want to see though is non-Earth, because what's crazy is she's fucking AOE, right? So, I mean, we see a lot of 5-star AOE servants here not beat Richard, especially at 90. Most of the AOE 5-stars that we see beating Richard are, super upgraded, geared to the teeth. They're 2k foe, at least level 100. Top of the line command codes and all that. And even then, most 5-stars don't beat it as AoE, so that really is impressive. I'd be curious how that would go without Earth. I don't know, it'd be close. I think if she had the proper command codes and all that, I think you'd be cutting it real close. I don't think Lion King's a particularly good one, although she can counter the Pierce Invulnerability, which is just funny. But that's not that hard of a stage, generally speaking. There's CCC stuff. There's Kiara, but Kiara's not that tough, to be honest. We could do Lion King just to mix it up, right? And we can kind of just show off. She's already reminding me, though, kind of, not as extreme, but kind of similar to Fujino, where she just has so many niches, something's going to be relevant sometime, because she's got Sure Hit, she's got Anti-Pierce Invulnerability, if you want to call it that, and she's got Anti-Earth, right? It's pretty likely that one of those 3 things is going to be popping up. Wait, she has Anti-Threat to Humanity? That kind of makes sense considering her role in the story and everything, but let me see here. Yep, she does indeed have Anti-Threat to Humanity, and it also gives her a buff instead of being an inherent thing on her NP, so her normal attacks will benefit from it. Now, it's only 50%, so it's not as crazy as in Kidu's, but 50% is still a lot. That's still a big boost. So that, and again, it'll work for her extra attack and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, she does have a fuckload of niches. What's really crazy is she somehow fights something that's Earth, threat to humanity, the enemy has Pierce Invulnerability, and they also have Evade. Because then she's just got the answer to everything the boss does. So that's kind of nuts. Yeah, it's a shame she's not single target. Okay, real quick, I actually want to look at that before we go looking for something that's not Earth. I want to scan through recent servants and really look at how much AoE we've had recently. Let me try to put this on my main monitor. Yeah, it's not quite right. Well, I gotta shrink that. Too big. Okay, too small. That's about right. Alright, good enough. Alright, so we got Saber. I really need a preset tab that lets me, you know, bring up something, like on the internet or whatever, so if you want to watch a video. Okay, so Saber, he's support, right? He's either support or AoE, I swear. I think he's support. I mean... Yes, he's support? Because it doesn't even say it does damage to anybody. Yeah, he's support. It's kind of weird that I already forgot that, but... okay, so support, she's... AoE? Why am I already forgetting some of these people? Who the fuck slots her, though? I haven't seen her in forever. Like, holy... Yeah, deals damage to all enemies. Okay. So we have support, AoE... why do I... He's AoE, right? No, yeah, he's single target. That's right. It looks like Lancelot's shtick. So okay, we have a single target there. No one cares about Roland, unfortunately. I don't mind Roland, but he's very unpopular. Literally, no one rolled for him. I don't think I've ever even seen a Grailed Roland. So he basically doesn't exist. So we got support, AoE, single target, but pretty overlooked. AoE. Okay, I'm seeing a theme here. AoE. Single target, and that's legit. AoE, single target. I mean, Saber's not too bad off. I mean, there's clearly a slant towards AoE here, because I mean, all of this shit is all AoE. Oh wait, there's single target? Okay, Saber's not that bad off then. I mean, there is a slant to AoE. The main thing is, I will say, like, these are the single targets right here. None of these are that good. I'm just gonna say it. Like, Roland is more for the buff removal niche. He's not really there for the NP one way or the other. They're just not very good. And unfortunately, I hate to say this, Karna's not that good either. He's okay, right? He's, like, fine, but, I mean, Bedevir's better. I'm just gonna say it, Bedivere is better. By quite a lot, actually. And everyone has Bedivere, so... and none of these three are particularly relevant. Also, none of them are 5 stars either. Wait, no, they're 5 stars. What am I saying? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I remember them now. Yeah, they're like the twins. They actually are pretty good. They're better than these two. I hate to say that, but they really are. I mean, they're nothing special, but they're legit. I remember them. Yeah, they have a pretty good toolkit, actually. Yeah, they're pretty solid. So yeah, I mean, that's fair. Now, that's the only goddamn one recently that's relevant. He is amazing. That's a long time ago, and again, it's a 4-star. But he's fucking amazing. He is shockingly good for a 4-star. So he's really, really good. But yeah, that's starting to get pretty far back. But let's just go all the way through here. So we got, she's AoE, they're single target. AoE, right? Nope, single target. Okay, I'm not a big fan of the trap, so I didn't really remember that one. She's single target, AoE doesn't matter, but AoE, single target, support, single target, AoE, single target, AoE, I think. AoE, single target. I mean, this is pretty varied. I'm not gonna lie. I think first, like, it's gotten a bit worse. You can see as you, like, scroll down, it does start slant a bit more to the AoE, like, clearly. Wait, Meva's single target? It's funny, the reason I thought she was AoE off the top of my head is because she does so little damage. Yep, no, she's single target. Boy, she really does suck, dude. Jesus Christ. But, yeah, I can't remember everything, okay, chat? Especially for some of these, like, lamers, man. Like, who the fuck likes Summer Mev? I'm sure somebody... Now I'm gonna have to listen to the Mev stands. Jesus. But yeah, honestly, Saber's pretty good. I mean, like, here very recently, it has started to slant to AoE. But if they just release, like, 2 single targets, then there you go. You fixed that. But yeah, Saber's actually not that bad off. That's you know, that's not bad. Okay, let's look at Archer here. Okay, AoE. I think AoE, but man, it's been a while since I've used her. Yes, okay, she's AoE. Alright. So we got AoE, I think AoE? Watermelon lady? Nope, single target. Okay, so AoE, single target, blank. AoE. Let's be honest, he's single target. Let's not kid ourselves. I know it's technically support, it's technically non-damaging, but let's not split hairs here. Super Orion is single target. It just is what it is. She's AoE. Okay, so Calamity Jane is single target, but again, that's one that no one cares about. She's a 4-star. She's actually very support oriented. It doesn't actually matter very much. But again, I mean, yeah, here very recently, you know, it started to be more AoE because, like, say, you know, it's pretty relevant, I would say, and that's AoE, you know, AoE blank, but then single, but then AoE. But like, if they just go back to single target again, it's kind of just going back and forth, right? So even Archer, actually, I'm not seeing a real problem here. Although I guess what I am seeing is they haven't really added any Archers. Like really, they added the Gundam, and I mean that has not been a lot other than that, right? So really, they just haven't been adding Archers in the first place. So. Cause yeah, Say was 3 years ago. Are you kidding? Like, yeah, all right, and you know, 4-star, you know, 4-star, right? 4-star. Okay, yeah, no, I see a problem here. Yeah, it's like all 4-stars. We've literally only hit 2 5-star Archers in 3 years. That's shocking. Because Archer's a popular class, and they're both AoE. Now he's technically not single target, so if you want to say that doesn't count, but like, I mean, he is. When's another 5-star? Oh Jesus. Why are there so many 4-star Archers? Okay, no, he's a 4-star. He's, to be fair though, he's stronger than a lot of 5-stars. So I mean, he's more than good enough. But and she's AoE. Oh my god. Wait, when was the last? Wait, is she single target? She just, I know she does no fucking damage, but I thought she was AoE. No, she's AoE. Wait, is Moriarty the last single target 5-star Archer? That was like 5 years ago. Hello? Okay, so that is a little bit of a problem. I get, okay, that's crazy. Now, in the game's defense, Ash really is strong enough to be a 5-star. I mean, really, he absolutely is. Calamity Jane's not, though. Definitely not. And there is Orion, and I'm sure the devs kind of see him as single target, but it isn't the same thing. It's kind of its own thing, technically. You know, it's a mushroom in the paper, rock, scissors game. But wow, I did not realize that. So no, Archer definitely has more than enough reason to complain. It's been 5 fucking years, or 5.5 years, since we had a proper 5-star single. That's fucked. That's fucked. And like that just shows that they're over incentivizing AoE because of farming and sales and that kind of stuff. But like that, I mean, that's crazy, man. That's actually crazy. But what's even crazier is how few Archers there are. Like, what the fuck? I mean, literally, like, what? There's not a lot of Archers, because like there's a lot of Sabers that are pretty recent there, but like there's not been a lot of Archers going on here. So, okay. Lancer time. My favorite class. So AoE, and single target. AoE, I'm singing a theme here. Single target. AoE. Single target. About a 2-star, but she's single, and she's actually good at that. AoE blank. I think she's single. I haven't used her since I made the tier list video. Okay, no, she's single target. Okay, well that's getting really far back. Wait, who? Oh, Dawn's single target? Am I crazy? Oh yeah, Dawn is single target. Okay, Dawn Quixote. Okay, so AoE, single target, AoE, both. AoE, no, single target, excuse me. AoE, single target. AoE, blank, single target, AoE, blank, kinda single target, not quite as clear as Orion though, but AoE, I'm really seeing a theme here. Single target, single target, single target. That's probably what they're like, oh my god, guys, we've done so many single targets, you have to never make one again. Ultra single target, like just so single target, AoE single target. Okay, now this is getting really old, so, but, yeah, okay, that one is a pretty clear slant. Like, Jesus Christ, that's a very clear, and like, you know, the reason they were okay with giving her a single target is because they were like, well, they can just use the skill to make her AoE if they want to farm. So that's why they didn't feel bad about doing that. But that's a lot of fucking AoE. But you know, chat, I see a bigger problem here. So I remember back in the olden days, right? Like right as FGO came out and before FGO, Lancer was kind of the dude class, to be honest. There really weren't a lot of lady Lancers. That just wasn't a thing, right? Because originally you had Kuku, obviously, then Dyrmid, and then APOC, you had Karna and Vlad, right? So like your first four there are all dudes. Was the extra? What was the Lancer in extra? Lee, right? That's a dude, right? So and that was the early stuff. That was the start of the franchise. Every single Lancer there was a dude. Okay, Liz. When did Liz come into it? Liz was yeah, of course, Lee's assassin. I'm getting FGO, chat, it's FGO rot, okay, guys, it's FGO brain rot. I think you can all sympathize. You all have it, don't kid me. All of you have it. But yeah, okay, so Liz was the only female Lancer there, but before her it was all dudes. And you know, again, she's like the only one. And then even when FGO came out, it was still mostly dudes, right? Like, you got Leonidas, Romulus, Hector, you have Scath, but you know, most of this was guys. I don't think she was in day one. But then, and then even early, yeah, because you get Karna, Fionn, right, Lee, you know, it's still pretty dude heavy. But then right here, it just, the landslide, all of a sudden, it's all women. I mean, look at, it's crazy. Look how few dudes there are all of a sudden, right? It started off, you know, mostly guys, and then the guys just disappeared, just gone, right? Everything's gone, right? Like all ladies now. Yeah, you got Romulus. But, and then Don Quixote's both, I suppose, and I guess so was that. But, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of fucked up. Yeah, you got Percival, but, yeah, it's, yeah, I know technically Romulus, as like a joke, his gender is Romulus or like Rome or whatever, but I mean, it's just a stupid meme. That's not, like, doesn't actually affect like people's, like, oh, I'm not looking at a male character here, right? Like, I'm sure all the ladies now suddenly just don't care about Romulus because of that. Like, it don't work that way. Okay, writer. What do we got here? Okay, so single target, 4-star though, so not what people are looking. I forget. I think AoE. Yes, AoE. I forgot about them so quickly. I remember I said it when they released. I said it. They were going to be forgotten about in no time. They were a flavor of the month, you know, like waifu just to meet a quota that they just spawned out of the ether. Like, yeah, waifu of the week, right? Just gone immediately. I don't see her ever slotted or talked about or in anything, right? And I actually forgot about her until just now. Like even though I made like that comment about her being super forgettable, I forgot about her. So anyway, so single target AoE support, right? So that doesn't really count. AoE, she's single target, right? Yeah, she's single target. Yep. Welfare though, so not exactly the same thing. Single target. No wait, no, she's AoE, isn't she? Yep, all enemies. Okay. AoE. Yeah, I always forget. I think she's AoE. No, one. That's one. Okay, that's right. She got the MP upgrade. And he's AoE though. She's AoE. He's single target. That's going a hell of a ways back now though. AoE, kind of AoE, AoE. Wait, no, they're single target. No. Yep. And then AoE, but he's actually single target. I'm just saying. AoE, yeah, there's a theme here. I mean, really, that's like, yes, there are single targets mixed in there. Wait, Nemo's single target? What? But it's so big. What? I don't. Okay, well, let me look at it. What the fuck? That would explain why it does so much damage to ORT, though. Yeah, I guess honestly, the way that the sprite interacts with his NP, that wouldn't make any sense if it was if it was AoE. But yeah, no, he's single target. Doesn't change what I said though. I mean, it's like this is still just way more AoE than single target. I mean, there's no question. But yeah, that is one. But I mean, there's just so much more AoE in here. It's when you go back to like the very beginning of the game, it's way more balanced. It's way more balanced. But yeah, as you get going, they are just. I honestly didn't realize it. Like I knew it was starting to be a thing recently, but I didn't realize it for a good while. They've been doing this. Like this is a lot of fucking AoE mixed in here. Yeah, it's a lot of AoE focus for like farming. But there's a bit more single target in here than I thought, but it's not that much. Let's see the male to female ratio though. Let's see. These seem to be doing way better than Lancer on that because like male, kind of both. If you will, but he's a kid. Kids don't count. And then male, and those are like new, low stars too. So yeah, Ryder's way more split. And if you actually go farther back, I think it starts to favor dudes a bit. Well, not so much actually. And it's kind of the opposite of Lancer, actually. The default is a lot of ladies there. You got, Medusa, she's a classic. This class, though, is way more balanced, I think, than Lancer is, looking at it here. Especially with the most recent one being a dude, but, okay, let's see. Caster, this is going to be ridiculous. I already know this is going to be ridiculous. What the fuck does Wu do? I don't even remember. Okay, she's AoE. Not a huge surprise, but okay. AoE, I forget. Why does it deals damage to them instead of, to all enemies or one enemy? It's anti-army though, so it must be AoE. I don't know why it's worded that way. They normally just say, deals damage to all enemies or to a enemy. I don't know why it says deals damage to them. That's so useless. What the fuck is that? Anyway, AoE, blank, single target? No, AoE, okay. Wait, why does it say deals damage to them again? Stop doing this. Why the fuck is, wait, they're ST, why are some of them worded this way? This is so useless. Like, what is wrong with them? I don't even get it because they're not all worded that way. It deals damage to them. Like, that doesn't tell you anything. 5-head wiki moment. Reduce. It's because the debuff is saying it's one enemy. But that's stupid. Oh my god, that's stupid. Anyway, so hold on. Were the rats single target? No, that's all enemies. So yeah, you have to look at the debuff instead of the damage. That's so frustrating. Okay, AoE, blank, single target. I'm pretty sure she's single target. I have to check to be 100% sure though. Haven't used her in a while. Yep, she's single target. Alright, blank, AoE, but it doesn't really matter. Blank, AoE? Yep. Blank, right? Yep. God, there's too many toolkits now. Single target, blank, AoE, single target, AoE, but muddying the waters there. AoE, why is he even listed here? Why is he listed here? What the fuck? I don't know, why is he listed here? He's not playable. Like, he's literally not playable. Right, now by all means make him playable, but like, if you're gonna put him there, why isn't like all the other not play, like why isn't Zeus there and all the other ones, right? Like, I don't understand. Why the fuck is he, I'm actually confused as to why he's listed here. That's really stupid. What is wrong with this wiki, dude? Anyway, blank, AoE, single target, AoE, single target, blank, AoE. I mean, this is an obvious slant. Why is he here? Hello? Anyway, AoE, blank, AoE, blank, AoE, blank, AoE, by the way, just doesn't actually hit multiple targets. I'm just saying, she literally has AoE multiplier and every negative of AoE and then none of the benefits. So then none of the benefits of single target. It's so dumb. She's just bad when it comes to her NP. There's no way around that. Because she doesn't have the benefits of single target. She doesn't have the benefits of AoE. So this shit. But yeah, wow, that one is really slanted towards AoE, just from the very beginning. It's never had a healthy dose of single target at any point. But they got a little bit of single target here at the end, you know, like right here and stuff. So it's not a complete catastrophe, but it is getting a little silly here. Also, male to female ratio, let's see. So early on, it's pretty balanced. Actually favors the dudes a little bit, because she was like the first one they added. Still being pretty balanced. Yeah, then you got Geronimo and all that. It's still pretty balanced. Okay, now we're starting to get a little slanted there, but you do have Gil, and then Merlin. That balances. It's starting to favor the ladies a bit, but it's balanced out a little bit there. And then lots of ladies, and then, okay, we got, I mean, he's a homunculus, but it still counts. Yeah, no, I mean, it favors the ladies, definitely, but it's definitely better off than some of, like, the Lancer recently. Because, you know, you got Asclepius and Shingon in there, and we got our grandpa and all that. So I mean, it's acceptable, right? Okay, this one's going to be silly. I know this one's going to be silly. AoE, single target. Yeah, we got, and it's 1 star, but you know we got it. AoE, she's single target. Wait, why do I always forget? Yeah, she's single target. I always forget that one though for some reason. Okay, so single target, single target, AoE, single target, AoE, not really. AoE, single target, AoE. Wow, there hasn't been as many assassins as I was thinking. This is already year 1 here. AoE, single target, AoE, single target. That's why they're like, oh guys, we have to stop making all these single target assassins. Bullshit. Single target. I guess AoE in a way, but it's not really applicable. AoE, single target. Not, I mean, I guess single target, but it's not, again, not really applicable. Single target. So they started off as very single target, actually. Like, if you look at this beginning part, this is a lot of single target, and then they added these, and they're all fucking single target, right? Like, look, it's 4 single targets. So at the start, Assassin was crazy single target slanted, and you have Jack even back there and stuff. So very heavy single target, and you had a little bit of AoE here, but then you know, King Hassan right back into single target again, Yan single target again, and then it stopped. Right, like up until Yan, this was very single target slanted, and then now it's just a complete. I mean, so much fucking AoE now. You had a little reprieve with Lee and Kama, but then it's just been all AoE. Although to be honest, since Kama, there hasn't been a lot of 5-star assassins. I mean, it was Kama, then literally nothing until these two, and these are both very recent. Wait, Wu single target? It's Xiom single target, that's right, but yeah, she is single target. That's weird. I just got the giant like poison bowl. You'd think that'd be AoE, but that just furthers what I was saying. Is back in the olden days, still very single target focused. It just doesn't start changing until like Donzo and on. Then really, you hit Izo for a second, but I mean this is very. But honestly, Assassin overall right now is probably still more single target than AoE, even though recently it's been massive AoE spam. Especially like right here, right? All this, you know, these are like the 3 people care about. And they're all AoE, right? And we've had a lot of assassin welfares, and like both of them right there, and they're both AoE. Oh, and Gray, yeah. Why we haven't had 3 assassin welfares, and all 3 of them are AoE? Why isn't one of the 3 single target? That's actually stupid, right? Like one, it's dumb that we had that many. I mean, look how many welfares for assassin we've had relative to new ones. And also, like, Charlotte is kind of a welfare because she's just, you know, FP summon, easiest rarity to get ever. But anyway, yeah, that's weird, the ratio of new assassins to welfare. That's actually fucked up. I don't know what they were thinking with that. But yeah, something, she should have been single target, honestly, because they should have already known he was going to be AoE. And yeah, and they literally made her up on the spot. It's not like she had pre-established lore. She wasn't like in you know, Fate Laundry Basket the book, right? And she had to be AoE, right? They made her up, right? So they could have made her anything. So she should have been single target, I would say. Oh yeah, and we have other assassin welfares too from the past, right? You have Scath, and she's AoE as well. Have we ever had a single target? Wait a minute. Have we ever had a single target welfare assassin? Yeah, Shiki. Yeah, and that's a big one. She's one of the best welfares in the game still, so there is that. But that's like the first one for welfares for assassin. But then yeah, then AoE. Who else is a welfare here? We went a long time without a welfare, I suppose, for assassin. But then you had Gray, and then boom, boom, boom. So okay, all right, Berserker. Berserker has fuck all. Dude, Berserker especially. Look at this. I mean, look at Lancer, right? Look at all these low stars. Look at all these silvers and bronze at the start, right? Like the default set. And, you know, they still got a few, you know, mixed in as the game goes on, you know, Baldy and stuff. But they've been really slow about adding low stars, period. But you got Taiga and Baldy. But you look at Berserker, look at their opening. It's almost all golds, right? And bronze. These are the only silver Berserkers, I'm pretty sure, in the entire game other than Mori, right? He's the only one they ever added. That's it. Like, I mean, that's it. Like, that's crazy. So there's like 4 silver Berserkers. Like, what the fuck is that, right? That's so weird. They're like the only class like that just has like no 3 stars for some reason. They have a lot of bronzes, but they even added a new bronze with Paul, but yeah, they don't have any silvers really. But yeah, they had a lot of golds at the beginning because Vlad was in day 1. Was Kentucky in day 1? Am I crazy? But I know Vlad was in day 1, and obviously these were and stuff. But, yeah, Jesus, man, it's just weird. And, like, they used to add 3 stars really regularly, too, right? Like, they added Geronimo and Billy at the same time, right, in America. They used to always add new 3 stars. And, you know, David was added in Oceanus and stuff. That was, like, a thing. When they added a new major singularity, they added a new low star. And I think that's really healthy for the game, by the way. And that's actually something I loathe about modern FGO. They don't do that anymore, because adding a new low star or more than one low star each major update is awesome, because one, it's a new toy for everybody, right? The whole player base gets it. It's something that everybody gets to enjoy, and that's always good. And then it's just consistently keeping the free-to-play stuff up to date. You know, you're consistently adding new stuff for free-to-play, and that's good. And that was awesome back in the day when they used to just always add low stars, and they just stopped. They just stopped doing it. And that's one of my biggest complaints in FGO. I think that is just so fucking lame that they've stopped adding low stars like regularly. I mean, it's not even just regularly. I mean, they just barely add them ever. I have forgotten what almost all of these do. I'm pretty sure she's AoE. Yep, deals damage to all enemies. Okay. Alright, so AoE, 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 single target? Yes, single target, okay. Wait, who did I say was ST? I don't even know what you are all talking about. Oh, Cream Hilda. I don't know what the fuck you all were saying for a second there. Wait, Say's ST? What? She's all over like the screen. Yeah, she is one enemy. That's weird because she's like all over the screen. You'd think that would be AoE. Okay, so AoE, AoE, single target, AoE, single target, AoE. I forget, I think AoE. Nope. One enemy. Okay, Berserker is fine, really. I mean, the ending here, you know, double 5-star AoEs, but, well, I mean, the thing is, all of these single targets are 4 stars. Because yeah, see, these are the last 3 5-stars, and they're all AoE. And then all the 4 stars are single target, and that's kind of lame. Now she is a 5-star and she is single target. She's also the least popular character of like all time, so there's that. But then AoE, single target, 4-star again, AoE. Yeah, wow, because I mean this is already getting really far back. So anything recent is definitely AoE. And then even if you go in this chunk back here, it's still mostly AoE. Because Gajuna's AoE, or Spindo's AoE. Yeah, wow. I mean, that's a clear pattern, though, that 5 stars are normally AoE and only occasionally single target. And then 4 stars are like single target, you know, fairly regularly. But, I mean, overall these classes, like a few of these classes aren't that bad off. But, I mean, a lot of this is AoE-centric, I mean, clearly. And Okay, let's go from the beginning here. So single target, AoE, single target, single target. Oh wait, why am I skipping the low stars? What am I doing? Okay, single target, AoE, single target, AoE, single target, blank, blank, AoE, 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 single target, blank, single target, AoE, single target. I forget. I think single target. Yeah, single target. Yeah, of course, she does the whole Darth Maul thing. Single target. Honestly, right now it's pretty split. I mean, like the low stars are slanted to AoE, but for right now, for high stars, it's pretty split. But it definitely, from this point on, it definitely starts going AoE. I don't even remember. I think she's AoE, right? Yep, AoE. Garbage, but AoE. Single target, AoE. Single target? Yep. Single target, single target, single target, AoE. AoE, single target, AoE. I already forgot. AoE, single target, AoE, single target, AoE, AoE. So, like, in totality, it's pretty balanced. But recently, especially for the 5 stars, it's clearly AoE. Like, clearly. But Berserker's been fairly balanced overall. But yeah, some of these have not. And if you take all the classes together, it is definitely AoE-centric. The extra classes don't matter very much because there's not a lot of them, but let's see. I forget. I totally forget. AoE, okay. Alright, AoE, doesn't she just support again? Nope, she's AoE. She is a support, but she does do damage. So AoE, 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 single target, AoE, blank, although it's kind of single target-y, but I mean she's supporting AoE, so it doesn't, not really applicable. AoE, single target, AoE, I think? Yep. Blank, blank, single target, AoE. Very slanted to AoE, honestly, especially for 5 stars, but there's not very many of them. But yeah, that's super, super slanted to AoE. This one I would think would be slanted to single target, but AoE, single target, AoE, I guess. AoE, single target, AoE. Okay, I take it back. AoE, AoE, single target, AoE, right? Yep. I forget. She's pretty useless, to be honest. AoE, okay. AoE, I think, and then AoE. So wow, that's crazy slanted to AoE. Let's see, AoE, single target, AoE, AoE, single target, AoE, 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 single target, AoE, 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 AoE. Oh wait, she's ST. This fucker's not matching their animations. She's all on the giant wave and everything with her stupid boat raft thing, and somehow she only hits one enemy. What the fuck are we doing, these nerds? Anyway, that doesn't change anything. That's still outrageously AoE slanted. Okay, let's see. Moon Cancer, who even cares? But whatever. AoE, AoE, I think AoE, AoE, single target. Wow, is that accurate? Did I mess any of those up? Yeah, wow, they're all AoE except for BB. And BB doesn't do a whole lot of damage, so she's not really a boss snooker, so that's fucked. This is the dumbest class in the game, by the way, but that's a whole other shtick. Let's see. Single target, AoE, AoE, single target. The same unit doesn't fucking count. You know what? I'm gonna count this one, not the pink one though. So we'll go single target, AoE, AoE. Fuck you. Single target, AoE, single target, right? Yes. AoE, AoE. I don't know what do you call Bizette? Because she can hit the same guy over and over again, but they can also, like, it's, you know, it's literally based on what the, you know, both, I guess. Yeah, she's really both, or just blank. Yeah, she's counter. Yeah, honestly, we'll just counter her as counter, and if they add more counter stuff, then it just gets to be its own classification, and if other things join it, great, and if they don't, whatever. AoE, right? I'm almost positive. Yes, okay. And then single target. blank, and then AoE. That's a lot of AoE though, but early on it was fine. So, okay, single target, AoE, AoE, single target, AoE, single target, AoE, AoE, counter, AoE, single target, blank, AoE. So it's not crazy split, but it does favor AoE a bit there. But and if they just added like 2 single targets, it'd be fine. Okay, Foreigner, AoE, wait, no, isn't she single target? Yes, she's single target, okay. Okay, single target, AoE, single target, A forever, I think single target. Again, summons a giant sun and then hits one person. What the fuck? Okay. Anyway, single target, AoE, single target, AoE, no, start over. Single target, AoE, single target, AoE, 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 AoE. Okay, I'm seeing a theme here. AoE. Wait, is she AoE? Yes, she is. Okay, so they started off real good here. They started off real good with the AoE's single target split, but then it just suddenly was just like, okay, now they're all AoE. Yeah, wait, has there been... Wait a minute. So it was single target, AoE, single target, right? So we're looking good right now. And then it's AoE, 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 AoE. So that's a little silly. Van Gogh is not like Orion, okay? Van Gogh's really strong and everything, but she's not really like Orion. Wait, does she support NP though? But like she definitely does not play like Orion does, is what I was getting at. Yes, she is a support NP though, so there is that. But that's not single target regardless. But my point is, like with Orion gameplay wise, you know, he doesn't do damage, but everything about what he does is just nuking the one thing. That's not really what she does. Like that's just not. She's very good. I'm not calling her a bad unit or anything. It's just that's not. She doesn't play that way. But anyway, she's blank then really. So it's not really applicable. Or like Orion technically is blank too, but he's so focused on killing the one thing. It's kind of fair to call him single target. Regardless though of what you want to classify her as, she's not single target. So it's single target, AoE, single target, AoE, 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 right? And I mean, all the 5 stars here recently are all AoE, right? So we got 4 or 5 stars somewhat recently, and they're all AoE. So that's pretty fucked. Okay, Pretender, which is barely, you know, God, these classes now. Also, where are the men for the extra classes, right? Like, obviously for like, for example, they finally added a low star, right? And it was a dude, right? And that's very common, right? Like when they add low stars that they're men. And I don't mind, I like dudes, right? And low stars and everything, that's fine, right? It works out for me. But like, we don't have anything for most of these other classes. I mean, look at this shit. Look at this shit. We have 2 male alter egos, and he's a clown, so I don't want to hear it, right? So, like, really? Right? Like, that's ridiculous. And then, you know, Foreigner, we got a boy, right? See, wouldn't Ort round this out real good, guys? Now, I get it, Ort's an alien, but he's certainly more masculine, I'll put it that way, right? So he kind of counts. But, like, wouldn't that round this, like, look at this, Foreigner, right? And it's a bunch of, like, fucking teenagers and kids and waifus with horrible makeup. This is what's representing like the deep space scary stuff, is a bunch of people with awful fashion. Like, you know how many colors are in this? Look at this shit, this is ridiculous. Look at these people, they can't put on their fucking makeup right. Look, they all look like just circus rejects. And this is the Foreigner class. Oh, I'm so scared. Meanwhile, you know, Ort, who made a goddamn servant version of himself, and no, we don't get that. No, we don't get that. Right? All right, and Kuku's cool and all, but this isn't exactly representing deep space, okay? I'm just saying. Anyway, but yeah, there's no guys here. There's a boy, but there's no men here, right? I'll put it that way. There's no men here. No, none of that. That's fucked up. And then Pretender. I'm not talking about this. This doesn't. I refuse to count this. Okay, this does not count. Fuck you. All right. That's a dumb moth. All right. That's a dumb OC moth. All right. I don't need any of this. And then these, obviously none of these are, no chats here, alright? There's no chats here. Entire class. I don't think we need to talk about this. And then obviously these aren't playable. I'm not even sure why they're listed here, but also only one guy here, by the way. Even though these aren't playable, there's still only one guy here. Alright? This is absolute nonsense. Now, I guess they need to add, what's his face? But it's actually kind of weird that he's not listed here. I guess it's because he doesn't have a number, but this is Beast class, not Beast numbered class. There's no, doesn't specify anything like that. Anyway, I think we have now established that there definitely is more AoE recently than single target, although it's not quite as bad as I was thinking, and it depends on the class. But for 5 stars, it's incredibly biased. Like, Jesus Christ. Also, they're getting worse about the male to female ratio over time. That has clearly gotten worse with time. So, which is weird because a lot of the males have been really popular. So I've said this before. I just think it's an artist thing because several of the known like female artists prefer drawing women, and then almost all of the male artists prefer drawing women. And so when left to their own devices and they can just make whatever they want, I think they're just way more likely to make women. Okay, it's just a thing. I really don't think it's a sales thing. People always say it's a sales thing, but the numbers just don't back that up. I hear that repeated so much on the internet. It's like obnoxious. But every time I've done real research on it, it is just not supported by data. It just isn't. Right? It's not like women don't sell good or anything, but it's like there's just no data to show that. Because honestly, some of the biggest stinkers they've had have been ladies, actually. Now they've had a few dudes not sell very well, but generally the dudes always sell pretty solid. Where like the female servants are very up and down. They either like sell like crazy mad, or they actually sell pretty badly. That's actually pretty common. Like they've had a lot of waifu characters come out that just don't pick up any steam. Anyway, alright, what do we need to do? We need to do a stage that does not have Earth. Yeah, Karen didn't do well. It's not just her though. Like even I think the one forgettable servant I already forgot the name of, Wolf Lady or whatever. She didn't sell very well. Galatea obviously didn't sell well. She was famously not good. Yeah, Crane I don't think sold very well, sadly. She was kind of cool though. Yeah, there's been quite a few. There's actually been quite a few that just did not. Yeah, it's a lot of the like waifu of the week characters. A lot of them just don't do well. Okay, I guess we could do Lion King just because, you know what, we could actually fight proper Lion King pretty soon. Oh, we could fight Gwaine. Yeah, no, we can just fight Gwaine. I've got an account at Gwaine, hold on. Although it's on BlueStacks, which has a tendency of crashing all the time. Or did I switch it over? I don't think I did switch it over. I did not. I need to do that. But yeah, Gwaine is Earth? What are you... Motherfucker! How is every boss we're doing Earth? Okay. If we beat Gwaine, we could fight regular Lion King, but I don't think that's worth it. I feel like I need to get one more YouTube video out of Gwaine. Maybe we'll make a Gwaine video with Kuku later or something, but like CC is just normally not hard enough, really. I mean, some of the bonus ones are, but then you get like the Buster up permanently and such shit like that. I guess we'll fight Lion King and Mordred's Interlude, but that really is just not that good of a stage. Yeah, I might make a Kuku versus Gwaine video later or something. That could be fun. I've got the slightly easier Gwaine fight, but still be a decent showcase. Alright, we need Lost. Oh, we got Mr. Iced here. He's got, wow, he's 8, 10, 10 too, though. So, Lost is 10, 10, 10, but his NP4, level 90. Mr. Iced is 100, going on 102. Not quite yet, though. Let's actually go with the Lost first. We will use Iced, though, absolutely. But let's go with Lost first, just because it's more, like, relative to what we've been using up to this point. So, it's a bit better for data. Oh, Nino's got the, Oh, Jesus, he's doing Yang CE. Probably don't want to use that one this second. That's probably too strong. Alright, where's Lost here? Lost is dead. Yeah, I know, she counters line. I will say, though, this kind of just demonstrates, though, why Kuku's good, is because it's so hard to find a boss she doesn't have a niche in. Right? It's either Earth or Sure Hit, or she counters the Pierce of Vulnerability. Like, one of those things is very likely to happen. So that actually does show how good she is. And really, her raw value, I'm actually impressed. I mean, I knew she was good. I didn't think she was going to be crappy at all. But I've actually been kind of a bit surprised by the performance that we've seen thus far. We'll have to do more team stuff. We've only done one team thing, and it was against Earth, but still. You know, she can just use this. Normally, you would never dream of bringing that against Lion King, but that's actually totally fine for her. That's very unique that she changes what Mystic Codes make sense. That's kind of cool, actually. So, chat, I rolled a little bit for Kuku. Not a lot, because I'm trying to be really careful with my SQ. But, never mind Kuku, I got 2 coups, like, right off the bat. And, I'm really happy about that. So I need... Chat, now, all I need is 6 more copies of Coup. Just 6 more, guys. It's no problem. But, yeah, I was really happy about that. But, yeah, I haven't rolled very much. I barely rolled at all. But, I wouldn't mind trying to get her to NP2 or something just because she is really fun. But I don't know. You can get so screwed over with RNG that I don't know if it's worth. But I'm probably going to roll on Pope Joan on my ult. Assuming Pope Joan does summon class card servants. If she doesn't, then it's more likely that I'll just wait. But we'll see. We got OG Fates Stay Night music right here. I cannot wait to be done with Coup coins, dude. Like, oh my god. I'm so glad I got 2 copies of Coup, though. That was so worth the SQ, like, no question. I think I used, like, 200, like, 10 SQ or something like that. It was some weird number. But yeah, I'll fucking take it. Honestly, if I could guarantee that I'd get 2 more Coups, I'd do it again, but, there's no guarantee of that. Probably Rainbow Chain here. I almost want to... You know what? I think I'm going to put Quick last. I want to make sure I've got a lot of stars here. The Dean Stay Night anime does have such an incredible soundtrack. It's actually one of my favorite soundtracks to an anime. Very, very good. And they just, like, I really stand by this. I think Fate has really lost its identity. Now, it's gained a new one, and some people like that, and that's fine. But if you look at, like, the vibe that, like, Fate was all about in, like, Fate Stay Night, the serious parts of Fate Hollow, like the nighttime segments, Fate Zero, and then the anime, when they made the Fate Zero anime, because I was talking about the book, but then, Dean Stay Night, and then even APOC, Fate had a very, like, specific kind of art style, vibe, tone. Tone is probably the best way of putting it. It had a very specific tone that was shared between, APOC, Fate Stay Night, and Fate Zero, very much so. Now, that went out the window in Fate Extra, for the most part. But yeah, over time, I think it's just completely lost that. I don't think it has it, like, at all anymore. Which kind of sucks, because I really liked it. I actually really like the vibe, the tone that Fate had for those early works. And they, again, it was very consistent for a long time. And they've kind of just really lost it. Like, they really lost... And they've gained some stuff, too, right? There's a lot of cool shit in Fate these days. A lot of great music and all that. But I miss that original vibe that it had. And what I wish they would do... It's okay to expand and have... It's kind of like... comics and side games and side series and stuff. Not everything needs to have the same vibe as like Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. It's like a Fate Extra was kind of off the wall, so that's okay. So I don't mind at all if they're going to do stuff from time to time that's very, very different. My thing is, they basically have gone off brand, if you will, and never gone back. Fate Strange Fake goes back a bit. It's definitely more akin to those early stuff, but even it is still very different. They really have never recaptured that tone, and they haven't really even tried. And I kind of wish they would sometimes, right? Make some work from time to time that kind of stay in that vein, that style. But then, of course, do the other stuff, expand. That's fine as well. You can have your cake and eat it too on this issue. Getting Kidu with the Glock. Let's go. Alright, so not NP time yet. I can invulnerability here and just waste it if I want to, because I can do this invulnerability, and she should be dead before she NPs again. And I can Atlas. Yep, totally fine. Now, we're gonna have a bad time with our stars here, sadly. This is what it is. She's not Earth, so I think I have to bust her chain. I don't think I can rainbow chain there. So here, the same thing with Berserker. I think it's okay to make Berserkers from time to time that can speak. That's fine, because it is very one note. It's all hard to blog. But it's a good note, actually. Berserkers being hard to blog can actually add a lot to the story, and the way the cast plays off of them, and how they're like a loose cannon and all that. That can be really good. It's not like every Berserker was just, there's a huge, seriously, there is a huge difference between Hercules, the original Berserker. There is a huge difference between him and Lancelot and Darius, right? Because, like, Hercules, although he doesn't speak, is way more ragey than the other two I just listed, but he's also still got, like, that, hero mentality about him. He still maintains that. It kind of shines through, and that's actually what I like about a lot of the early Berserkers. So with Hercules, even though he can't speak, and he's very, very ragey, his heroicism, his, kind of unending, endurance, if you will, and like his, desire to protect his master and all that completely shines through, right? And then Lancelot, can't speak and is completely insane, but his insane skill and like knightliness still shines through, right? Even though, he's a fucking berserker. And then Darius, same shtick, Darius isn't actually very angry, because like Lancelot's really fucking angry, right? And is like very hard to control, doesn't care about protecting his master, where, Hercules does, right? There's like very noticeable characterization differences between these three, right? And Darius is just like a random berserker that came to mind. He's not even an OG one, but he's still in the era of Hercules. But anyway, so Hercules really wants to protect Master, still very like heroic, unstoppable, very angry, but in a very ragey, like barbarian almost way. Lancelot's more like seething, hatred for something very specific. Doesn't give a shit about his master, but is still very knightly, very skillful, still, that incredible skill that he had, still kind of comes through. And then Darius isn't actually angry, really. He's very kingly, and they say this in his bio and everything, and you can hear that just the way he, like, grunts, if you will. He's still very kingly, he's still very in control of his actions, still holding himself very, kingly. He's just still very, very kingly. So it's not like you can't do a lot with berserkers not speaking. In some cases, you can actually do more, right? Like so now I'm not saying every berserker needs to be this way, but they should still do it, right? The fact that they went from having that as the standard to then just never, I think that's dumb, right? Okay, yeah, sure, it's fine to introduce things, and like Nightingale makes sense, right? She can speak, and of course she can. Why would Nightingale not be able to speak? But like she's insane with how like over the top she is with the cleanliness and all that, right? And so that makes sense, right? And the same for like Spartacus and that kind of thing. So it's fine to have berserkers that can speak, and some that are more reasonable, like Beowulf and things like that. That's totally fine. But yeah, they could go back, because I think there's a lot more like nuance and like elegance to the character writing for Lancelot and Hercules and such than they get credit for. Like, why do you think Hercules is so popular? Like, really, it's not just because he swing club real good. that really isn't it. It's because all that heroicism and, you know, bravery, valor, all those, that stuff still shines through with his character, like clear as day, even with him being crazy, which actually makes it kind of even more awesome, right? It's like, well, wow, how heroic is this guy normally, right? When he's this heroic, when he's a fucking berserker, right? Like that really, you almost can't, that's one of those things where if you like, you know, peek behind the curtain, it's never going to live up to it, really. It's that's like how good it is with, you know, him as a berserker. So yeah, I'm not for, you know, just getting rid of the Hergeblurg berserkers like they have. I think that's silly. Okay, well, I might as well evade here because it's not going to do me any good later. Because she's going to appear some vulnerability, so I might as well use it now. You know, I honestly could just BBB here. I don't need to NP that much, and getting attacked will probably get the job done, so... She's disgusting, by the way. Like, this is honestly just disgusting. This performance is so strong. She's way better than I thought she was going to be. I thought she was good, like, absolutely, but I was not expecting this good of a performance. And I don't mean this specifically, I just mean on everything we're doing with her, she's just doing way better than I thought. And then, yeah, you get to do this. It's so good. And then next turn I get to do this again. And then I get to do this again. And then I get to do this again. Honestly, she's disgusting. Like, she is fucking disgusting. Like, that's great. If she was single target, this would be some top tier shit for, like, soloing and stuff. And still great in team play, too, by the way. But, I think we'll just, well, now we'll show off. The thing is, I might kill her. If I BBB right now, or NP, she might just die. Yeah, we should probably just bail out. I don't want to risk losing the stage or anything. But yeah, she obviously has that. And yeah, you get that one moment where Hercules speaks in the Fate route, right? And that shit's just awesome. Yeah, really, now that I think about it, yeah, I'm kind of reminded of why I like Hercules so much, right? He's fucking awesome. Also, chat, it is criminal that regular Hercules has not been used in a serious way in the main story. And honestly, I just think they really have fucked up with that. And I actually think a lot of times when you're summoning generic servants in the story, okay, so canonically, the main character and FGO can summon servants, right? A bunch of them. Now, they've kind of struggled with this because they don't want to canonize a specific set of servants because, you know, what about the people that don't like those servants? And then, like, why aren't the ones they like here and blah, 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 right? And they kind of get around this in interludes because interludes are always about those characters or that character, so it's okay that they happen to be around, right? But then all of a sudden they're not, you know, later. And they can't write, you know, every character in every scene. That's, like, impossible. So they've kind of had a problem with this. However, this is how I think they should get around this, is just very little moments for characters. Kind of like, I think this is what the manga does. I haven't read the manga, but correct me if I'm wrong. What the manga does is the main character will just randomly summon some characters for a specific fight scene or a moment or whatever. And, you know, sometimes they do well, sometimes they do bad, you know, sometimes they, you know, get the shine or whatever. And it just, they kind of just keep going with it. So, like, for example, when you're fighting, you know, Lion King, you can just have the main character summon a few servants that can maybe make sense. Maybe it's some that haven't gotten a lot of screen time. And, you know, you can just give them a little bit of dialogue, just a little bit of interaction, like maybe just one scene, right? Maybe so give a couple of characters, like one scene for this one boss fight. You know, it's just a tiny look at their character and whatnot. And then you use abilities that, you know, would actually be helpful in that part of the story and that kind of thing, and get to see characters shine and whatnot. And so what I'm getting at is when we get around to, like, ORT, right, and you're, like, desperate and things are going horribly, you can have, like, Hercules be one of the characters that get summoned, and other characters, been like, you know, ORT, they could obviously have given a little bit of screen time to a lot of characters, right? They could have had, like, every story segment, you use a few characters, like, that show up canonically, and they have, you know, a few voice lines, use their abilities. Some do really badly, some do well, etc., etc. But, so, you know, things overall are going badly. A lot of your servants are losing quickly, and, you know, shit's not going good. But then you have Hercules show up kind of far in, and although he's still gonna die, and it's all sad and everything, he does so much better than everyone else does, right? Because it's Hercules. He's not, even to ORT, he's not gonna die like a bitch in 2 seconds, right? He's just not, it's not gonna happen. And that would be such an even though he's not a focus of the overall story, he's not in it very much, you haven't even seen Hercules for the entire Lostbelt 7, just having that quick moment, I think, would be really good. And the cast is so big, that's the only way you're going to have time to ever characterize some of these characters and show off some of their abilities and whatnot. And you just see it as a bonus, right? You don't see it as, like, counting towards them actually, like, appearing as a major companion character, like Bedivere and Camelot, or what have you, and so on and so forth. But yeah, it'd be really nice. Yeah, like the Solomon movie, you know, the Solomon movie was a little different though, because none of it mattered. Like almost everyone performed equally. You know, they didn't have like, because in the game, the different groups of servants actually perform better and worse against the different demon pillars, right? And so some of the really strong servants just like body some of the demon pillars, and they really get to show off because of that. They didn't really do that in the movie. The movie, they kind of just all generically fight the demon pillars around the same. Yeah, I hate that they didn't use Hercules better in Fate Strange Fake. That just sucked. Yeah, like Dante's solo's one, right? And you know, it's Dante's, so you know, very believable. But yeah, I think like actually incorporating them, because they always say, oh, you summon your servants, and then you just goes black, right? You don't actually see them. They don't really play any role in the story whatsoever. I think having them play like very short, you know, snippet segments here and there would be fine. And then also occasionally when it just makes so much sense, and they kind of already do this, but they don't do it in a very fleshed out way, right? Because they have moments where like generic Chaldea servants are kind of a permanent addition to the story. But it's pretty rare that they do that. You know, normally it's just, you know, summoned for other reasons, right? But when it's like, oh, you know what, in this story it would just make so much sense to have, you know, this character or that character in it, just have them summoned by the main character, and that's just that, right? And just have them in the story a lot, that'd be fine. Right? I really do think they could do a better job of incorporating, you know, some characterization for more characters, even if they're not going to be the main focus point of the whole goddamn story. I mean, I literally just explained how you characterize berserkers without speaking, and then you just come in here and say the opposite with nothing to back it up. Like, I literally just had like a 30-minute rant about how actually sometimes you can do more with less, and I completely stand by that. And like the way they're doing it now is just lazy, right? It's like, it's completely okay for them to have some berserkers that speak, that's totally fine. But they've literally never done a berserker that doesn't speak again, and that's stupid and blatantly unnecessary, which I don't think I need to explain this again, because we just talked about this. Okay. We can go to fight ORT now. Yeah, we can go fight ORT now. If Mr. Ice that shows up in chat, we'll find something to do with his. Find maybe something as hard as possible, because his is really strong. But yeah, I think it's ORT time. Pretty excited for this. I don't know how the ult account's gonna do though. Okay, I think this is my main. I think this is the ult. Alright, give me one moment before ORT here. I want to get water, run to the restroom, take some medicine, etc, etc. Make sure I am ready for the long haul here, because I'm pretty sure we're literally on the ORT node. But yeah, I had just done Achilles, Mash, and ORT. Not ORT, what am I saying? Ogla, excuse me, I wish we had ORT. But anyway, all I did was Mash, Achilles, Ogla for the Shadow Servants, and that one, yeah, that actually one's super easy. So it's kind of crazy how easy that is if you only bring 3 characters. Alright, I'll be back in just a moment here. Chat, I forgot my water. I left it in the kitchen. I just did all of that. One moment. Okay. I got it this time. Alright, we'll turn on the in-game music for a bit here. Green getting dementia, yeah. Gotta hide my screen in case I accidentally click the bind code, and I do that all of the time. Okay. It's been a while since I've had a hot dog bun because of the, whole COVID thing. But, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks. I feel so much better today, though. I was actually kind of worried because last night after the stream, I was really starting to feel bad. And I felt bad the rest of the night. But then I slept super good, and I feel much better today. I think I'm at the home stretch. I'm hoping over the next couple of days I'm just gonna... Oh, here we go, boys. I really wish I could have streamed this live the first time I did it. Oh my god, dude, it was so exciting. Dude, it was just... This was one of the... It was so awesome because, ORT's been one of the most hyped up things for so long. And I've always thought he's just awesome. He's got such a great design and everything. And everyone knew he was coming, right? Like in Lostbelt 7, and then we always had the preview in Lostbelt 1, or 7 part 1. And I was just worried they were gonna fuck it up, right? I was just worried, they were gonna mess it up. But they didn't. It's like the best they've ever done with really living up to like a villain, I think. So. Like, they did so good with the music, and you have to fight him over and over, and your servant's dying permanently and everything, right? They did so good with all that. The only thing the only thing I'm sad about with the video I made was just that I didn't get around to using Kojiro and Babbage and some of that stuff. But I thought about resetting it, but I really liked it being the first time I went through it, and how I made mistakes with using some of my strong stuff early. So I felt like I wanted to keep that like organic, clueless aspect, if you will. But yeah, it does suck that I didn't get to use Kojiro and stuff. But there hopefully will be another chance. By the way, is this the remains of the fantasy tree? Is that what this is? Because I know ORT ate it, essentially. And it's like replacing his core. So I think ORT was trying to like absorb her there. But I think she's inside of that. That's not Dino Shiki. That's racist, chat. But yeah, I'm pretty sure ORT was like absorbing Ogla there, and he saves her. But I think he gets schmacked. Yeah, it would have been cool instead of you just summoning unknown servants as you go through if they actually had, you know, canonical appearances. That would have been really cool, but they did not. It is still good though. Okay, I think this is the first fight, which is pretty easy ultimately, but obviously it's just the beginning here. I haven't actually read the scene with her where she switches sides. I have absolutely no idea why she sides with us. Although at this point, I don't know why anyone wouldn't, considering the, you know, ORT incident, but honestly, they don't really ever need to make a boss as hard as Fluffy again. That was a mistake. I really think it was. Now, it would have been nice to, like, the final fight is pretty tough. It really is. The people that say it's not are just throwing a bunch of OP bullshit. Because here's the thing. If you throw a bunch of OP bullshit at Fluffy, he's not hard either. Like, he really isn't. And the final fight with ORT is fairly easy if you do that. But if you fight ORT with pretty free-to-play stuff, it's pretty hard. Yeah, actually, the final fight with ORT and Bat Boy are probably the two hardest fights for free-to-play anyway. Like, quite a bit, actually. Like, the other fights that are kind of hard are only hard when you don't know the gimmick, right? Once you know the gimmick, they're so easy. Like, the Taz fights and the water bullshit, Shadow Servants. Oh, there's our boy. Got morning hair.
Hello.
I'm pretty sure he was making like a web there to trap us. So I figured out on Cairo's stream right here that she was probably ORT related because we were talking about how, like, you know, his color's different because of the Lostbelt specific stuff and all that. And, you know, he used to be black and blue for like that preview fight, now he's, you know, silver and blue. And so there's just a lot of talk in the chat about, you know, colors and his original look and all that, and, you know, proper human history and Lostbelt. And I had just said, like, what ORT's original colors were, which is, like, you know, bluish green and, like, silver, right? And right as I was saying that, she was on the screen, and I was like, yeah, kind of like those colors. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. So, yeah, I figured that one out just a little bit early because of that. You know, obviously I wasn't 100% sure, but I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, he might have been black because it was like the whole timey-wimey thing, right? Like obscured intentionally. Well, it's pretty easy to figure out if you know ORT's colors, and once you know about ORT's heart powering the sun, and then she's born out of that worship of the sun, then it's actually kind of easy to figure it out. But yeah, that's why her hair has just got like that really weird, you know, coloring. Yeah, she's not ORT, but she's related to ORT. Like I said, honestly, she's more like ORT's daughter more so than anything else, but she's very influenced by ORT. Okay, she pretty much can just handle this fight on her own. I think they make you bring... No, you can bring whatever you want. It just has to be in the front. Fuck it. No, she's not even like Abion, whatever. It's not even that. I guess there's some somewhat similarities, but I mean, ultimately, she's a one-of-a-kind thing. I mean, like, we don't have another character exactly like that. So for those that don't know, for like the 10 of you that don't know, what it is, you know, ORT's heart is powering like the sun, and the dinos started worshiping the sun, and just like any other god in like normal history, right, if enough people worship a god, it basically creates the god, right? So they're worshiping the sun, so it created like an avatar of the sun because of that. Again, just total normal process that happens all the time in Fate, and you know, plenty of the gods respond that way. But anyway, so because the sun was literally ORT's heart, that influences a lot. So this god that's created, you know, in the image of the sun is also created in like the image of ORT's heart. So she's a weird mixture of like the dinos. Worship of the sun, and then just her literally, you know, being spawned out of ORT. So yeah, actually, it's fine. It would have been so easy for that to have been some stupid bullshit, but they didn't actually do anything that weird there, because it's not like they made that up. The whole god spawning that way has always been a thing. That goes back for like forever in the Nasuverse. So and it's fine, right? So that's not an issue. And then or influencing it because the sun's ORT's heart. I mean, that's fine. So it's one of the weirder things we've done, but it's fairly reasonable. It really is not as wacky bullshit as some of the stupid shit they've done before, where they just like make up rules in the Nasuverse that we've never heard of before, and then never use them again, right? They're not doing that. Like, they actually followed. I think, you know, as fucked up as some of the like nonsense Nasu does sometimes, you know, cart before the horse. I think Nasu really did try to make sure he did ORT right. I really think he really wanted to make sure he did that properly. So I think they just put a lot, you know, of thought into some of this stuff. Because I think Nasu wanted to like do you know, ORT-chan as the meme, which isn't what he actually did, but he wanted to do some kind of nod to that. But I think he wanted to do it in a way that didn't didn't like undermine Ort himself and didn't, you know, make up some stupid bullshit. You know, I think he wanted to do something that was, you know, Ort related, but not, you know, directly connected to Ort, and that worked fine, right? Not like she like affects Ort's personality or anything, right? She's more of Ort's spawn, if anything. Yeah, they actually detail the regular Kuku a bit in the profile. Sadly, we'll probably never get to see it though. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you never know, right? Like with the making welfare quests and all that, maybe they would do it, but I doubt it. Like, it's pretty rare that they revisit that kind of thing. You know, when they do Masashi, they'll talk about male Masashi, but they don't really, you know, do it fully. You know what? Let's do that. That's kind of fun. We'll bring bring Golden excuse me, Golden Carp. Wouldn't want to confuse that with its you know, brother craft essence, Golden Sumo. This is a good support one, and that's a good. The other one's a good DPS one, chat. Man, chat, this is actually my copium dream. Now, I very much wouldn't want this to happen for a long time. I think it would actually suck if they did this soon. This is a terrible idea to do this soon. They shouldn't do anything with Ort again for a very long time. But something I think would be really awesome, like maybe in 3.0, or near the end of 3.0, or 4.0, or in FGO 2, whatever. You have a story not just influenced by notes, but you have a story set in the, you know, timeline of the Land of Steel, right? For whatever reason, there's a singularity there, or someone time travels there, whatever the fuck it is, right? You set a story in the Land of Steel, because that'd be awesome to see it fleshed out more and just get to see it. Now, there's so much cool shit there, and it's literally the OG, you know, Time Moon story, so that'd be so awesome. And then here's what you do, though. You don't have Ort show up for ages, right? He's actually not very active in notes. He's just talked about. He's never actually in it. But so, you see the A-rays and the fucked up world. You can see the night arms, and you know, maybe you see, you know, type Saturn or whichever one they want to use, Jupiter, etc., etc. You got to run into some types, you know, shit going down, and of course you got to add some rogue elements. Right, so you're fighting some rogue elements and whatever, and bad guys and stuff. And then maybe halfway through the story, right, Ort shows up, right? And he doesn't have to be the main focus of the story again or anything like that, but it's like, you know, it's that one. You know, we remember that one, right? Like, that'd be awesome. So you see the other types, and you have all this whole story going on, and kind of halfway through the story, you got Ort being Ort, and of course you don't make him a bitch or anything, you know, make him a big deal still, but that'd be really cool to see Ort again in like a different context like that. And again, it'd be, you know, quite a ways down the road. You wouldn't do this for a long time. Yeah, actually, I really like that. Almost everything they did, though, with Ort in FGO was still referenced in the character material book. Like Crystal Valley and all that, that was, I mean, any hardcore fan has known about that for like fucking 15 years or whatever. So it was really nice that they actually, they really respected the original stuff that they had, you know, placed for Ort. I was really happy about that. Yeah, most of Ort's lore is from the character material book, not notes itself. He's actually barely, like, he's like mentioned like one time in notes. He's never on screen. But then weirdly, he's actually the most detailed type in the character material book. He's detailed way more than the other ones. It's not even close. And because of that, he's the one that's always been like, you know, representing the types and been like the boogeyman on the horizon, even though he's literally not in notes, right? I mean, he's like, his presence is felt, I guess, in a way, but, you know, fucking barely. Okay, let's see. So they're going to fucking die. No question. Don't remember if there's debuffs here. I'll bring Asclepius just in case. Not that he does much for us in terms of damage. That's the one issue with Asclepius, is he doesn't affect your damage output in any way. But he's super good regardless. Excuse me. Normally try to mute my mic when I cough or sneeze or any of that, but didn't make it in time on that one. Too slow, old man. Probably have one final DPS just in case of catastrophe here. That's my only alter ego. Oh boy. You know what? She gets a K-scope too. Everybody gets a K-scope. Do you have to bring MASH here? I don't think so. You know, no. I almost, but no, it won't go that far. There we go. He deserves it, right? Yeah, she beat Richard pretty handily, which is surprising because she's AoE. However, she has an anti-Earth niche, and Richard is Earth, so there is that. Lost made a little Discord video using MHXX against ORT. That's a deep cut, but I'm surprised how few people have actually made that joke, but I guess because a lot of people just don't know that she's a reference to all that. Alrighty, this is the only time you fight ORT in like kind of a typical stage setup like this. I don't think he's fully grown his legs yet, like he's a baby. I could just do this right now. I love this song so much, dude. This is kind of a fire everything moment here. I could do the third skill to get the Buster up and all that, but I don't think we need it. She's gonna run the music. She's got her, I think, her own MP theme. Although maybe not in stage 2. Nope. God damn it, Kuku. You're messing it up. Yeah, easy. She's so buffed up in this fight. And he's only got one of his like heads right now, right? Doesn't have like the ones on his kind of like neck shoulder thing. Can I just do all of these and the Buster card? Guess I'll do that. Yeah, everything's AoE. It is what it is. I have a feeling Pope Jones gonna be AoE or support as well, but you never know. We'll talk about the UFO when we get there. One step at a time here. But you know, you can see it. You can see it right there, and it's actually always been part of ORT's design, like in the concept art and all that. Damn it! I was hoping Hans would live there so that he could do his NP now. Also, we didn't break. Could have done the Buster up. Tell you what though, we are really fucking up his NP gain, which sucks because his NP looks so good in this stage. It's like unique here. It's obviously, was it Ray? Was it Cosmic Ray Burst? I think. But anyway, yeah, it looks really cool here. But you may not get to do it. She's not really power creep at all. I mean, she's really good, but I mean, how the fuck is she power creep when you have Castoria right there? Are you kidding me? Like, oh man, she's got a targetable 50% battery. Never seen that before. Meanwhile, Castoria has a targetable 50% battery and then 30% for everyone. It's like, huh, and debuff removal. And then it's like, oh, but she's got super invulnerability. And then Castoria has super invulnerability for everybody. It's like, this is not really comparable. Like, Kuku's great and all, but there ain't no power creep here. Yeah, Billy got power crept a long time ago. I'm a huge Billy fan, and it sucks that there's so many 50% batteries now, but Kuku ain't the one that killed Billy. He died a while ago. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. The Castoria is still the biggest power creep we've ever had. And like, it's not just Castoria though. I mean, Veach is no joke. Like Veach, Oberyn, they're really busted. Can she live? Nope. So close, Martha. Good try. Well, she did buff the shit out of us at least. I mean, Oberyn doesn't mess anything up because you can just wait to do the sleep thing until it's the final part, or just not use it. You know, he's pretty easy to control like that. Alright, can ORT survive? Firing everything here. Alright, fuck it, we're just gonna do this for the buff here. Probably should have done that earlier. Watch this amazing Avisi Brawn damage. I don't think he's maxed out on my ult account. I'm not even sure I've done his MP upgrade. I think I have. Yeah, you normally use Mothboy at the end when the sleep's not going to be a problem. Which makes him actually, you know, kind of whatever in like hard boss fights. Like, seriously, most people that use Mothman in hard boss fights, if you look at how stacked the team is, it's crazy stacked. So the boss fight's going to end really quickly. So there's not a problem. Where if you're like a more normal account, but you have access to Mothman through the friend support, it's one of the few rare things you've got, he's actually not very good. Because at that point, the boss fight's probably going to go on for way more turns, and you're not really going to have a good time to do the, wow, he's alive. Okay, shit. Anyway, you're not going to have a good time to do the sleep thing, generally speaking. So yeah, he's not nearly as good in a more normie circumstance. But he's not really designed for that. No, he really just isn't. But yeah, Castoria is a big power creep, but there's definitely power creep with Veach and Oberyn to an extent. And Merlin was obviously power creep back in the day, and he's still relevant as fuck. Like, Merlin is still really, really good. And actually, I'm just gonna say it, man. People have this idea that Merlin's not that great because when they watch the Omega Leviathan Whales 3-turning challenge quests, they don't use Merlin that often. They use him sometimes, but they don't use him that often. That is not gameplay that's applicable to most of the player base because you're not gonna, you might use, you know, an OP support or two. You're not gonna be using a full team of nothing but the absolute most meta stuff ever. You're not gonna be NP5 and everything. You're not gonna have all the best craft essences. So it's not all about gas, 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 gas. And the reason the Leviathans play that way is one, they want to show off, and two, when you kill a boss crazy quickly, you don't have to deal with a lot of the boss gimmicks. If the boss fight is over in 3 turns, you can just blow everything and not worry about, oh, but what if the boss crits me then? It's going to be over before any of that matters, right? Normal players don't get to do that. You have to worry about the boss critting you. You have to worry about that you know, quick charge gimmick. You have to worry about, you're not going to have hard survival for every turn. If the fight's only going to be 3 or 4 turns, you generally have enough hard survival that you can just use one of it each turn, and then the fight's over by the time you're out. So it's you just don't need what Merlin does that much, right? But the normal player is not going to be doing this. And I've seen this plenty, and I've even played around with it a bit myself. I used my own Merlin a bit. He's only level 70, by the way. But like Merlin, for the normal player, is one of the most impactful characters on the Fluffy fight. Right? Fluffy's one of the hardest bosses we've had, and Merlin is one of the best ways to beat it. Right? Because most people are not going to be killing Fluffy super quick. And you combine the story support Castoria that you get, and then a Merlin, and you are in really damn good shape. To this day, Merlin is still one of the absolute best units that there is. And here's the thing, Merlin is better than Castoria sometimes, but I would actually say Castoria is better than Merlin overall. And the reason is because a lot of fights are not going to go on long enough that you, even if you are a more normally player, they're not going to go on so long that because Merlin's value just goes up and up and up and up and up and up the longer the fight goes, and everyone agrees on that. Anyone that knows what they're talking about agrees that if the fight does go on for a while, Merlin is the best support in the game, and it's obvious. He just starts generating such a ridiculous amount of stars and NP, it's just silly. But a lot of fights, even if they go on longer, they're not going to go on that long. And like Castoria's upfront value, which is a lot of battery immediately, a lot of art units are really good, and then the debuff clear. That's actually one of the biggest things that pushes things in Castoria's favor, is the fact that she has debuff clear. It's actually really stupid that they gave her that. I think Castoria would be so much more balanced if she didn't have the debuff clear. That was actually stupid that they did that. Because it just shits on the niche of so many other characters. Like, hey, the one thing they at least do is, consistently get rid of debuffs for you, right? But now Castoria does that too. That was such a mistake. I think that was such a mistake giving her debuff clear. If they had just cut that, I'd be fine. I mean, I don't know about fine, but it'd be a lot more reasonable. But anyway, yeah, she just has such a stupid amount of upfront value with target invulnerability right off the bat, and I can buy you time for her to do her NP to give you the other invulnerability. Team-wide attack up, huge amount. Team-wide NP charge, targeted NP charge, NP gain up, which stacks with the art up, which is huge. It's just and then the debuff clear, right? It's just so much stuff in one place. But Merlin really is nuts, right? Merlin gives you the team-wide invulnerability right off the bat. He gives you the heal, he gives you the star gen, the NP gain forever, and that really starts to add up because it stacks on top of itself because it lasts so many turns. That's really what makes Merlin busted, is his NP lasts 5 turns instead of 3 turns. Like, that really is the thing that does it. Well, this is a hand. Funny how she's at full health and isn't really going anywhere, and our teammates are, struggling, put it that way. Let's see how much she does here. Quite a lot. Didn't quite get it. If we didn't have all that NP seal, he actually would have NP'd here, but fortunately we're not going to get to see it. Yeah, I have no idea what they were thinking with some of these, like the Merlin and Castoria and stuff. I have no idea what they were thinking. It was just fucking crazy. Okay, we don't need you can just punch it, it's fine. Wait, I thought I didn't NP at the start. Excuse me. They actually said a little while after they released Merlin that they probably messed up because there was like a question in an interview about power creep, and they were saying how they're always trying to be careful about not power creeping, which, I mean, that's clearly a lie now, but anyway, and they said they probably, went too far with Merlin, which, yeah, they did. They did go too far, and then he became the standard, and that's why Castoria is like, well, they had to make Castoria at least Merlin tier, and that's why they pushed it so much. Honestly, you could unnerf Merlin now, and it wouldn't really matter. Like, with Castoria and everything, it wouldn't really matter. Not like they need to buff Merlin, but I miss when Waver was the strongest thing in the game too. However, you do have to remember, when Waver was the strongest thing... Excuse me, I'm eating a cracker, my apologies, hold on. Look, I'm hungry, okay? Yeah, and like the real meat of COVID, I didn't have much appetite. But now that I'm getting better, my appetite came back pretty swiftly. Or just hunger, whatever you want to call it. Anyway. When Waver was the best unit in the game, the relative enemies were weaker. I'm trying to think, was the game easier when Waver was meta? Overall, I would say yeah, actually, it probably was. But some of that was because they weren't actually trying to make hard content as much. Like they weren't trying to make difficult content until Camelot. And you know, it didn't take long after Camelot for Merlin to be introduced. Although when Merlin first got introduced, it took a while for people to really adopt using him. God, the amount of waivers being used in Camelot when it first dropped must have been unreal. By the way, is Kuku even dead at the end of the story? Because I'm pretty sure she just flies off into space. Because she's not a servant, she is literally a god in this Lostbelt. She spawned due to the natural way God spawned. So I don't know if she just goes to the reverse side of the world because she's not being worshipped anymore and all that, or what, but it looks like she just flies off before the Lostbelt fades away. She's going to the servant verse. Let's not go there. Yeah, I don't know if she just goes to the reverse side of the world or what. The thing is, I don't see anything that shows her die. I was reading the translation of the scene. I didn't really see anything where she like just dies. And the last time you see her, she just flies off screen. But I don't know if she just flies off and then fades away, or I don't know what happens really. If she kamikazes herself, what does she do? Fly into the sun or something? Like... We were already in Brazil. Let's not go there. Does she actually fly into the sun? Let's fucking go. So I wonder if ORT could have recovered his core, because that's his whole objective here. Is he wants he wants his heart back, which is honestly a pretty reasonable desire, and I'd probably want my heart back too, to be honest. Anyway, if he had gotten it back, I wonder if he'd actually would have become stronger than normal ORT, because he's weaker right now, and he doesn't have his heart, and he's using the Lostbelt tree as like a core instead. They say he's not as powerful. But I wonder if he'd gotten it back, if he would like have his original core and the Lostbelt tree, if that would make him even stronger. I don't know if it just like overrides the other one. Like I don't know how they would do that, but I do wonder. Actually, people are always making fun of Lostbelt 7 for not being South America. They never said it was South America. The player base did. Like, I can't tell you how often I see the FGO community do this. They decide what the story is going to be, and then when it's not that, they say Nasu fucked up. They never said it was South America, and it's not even Central America now. It's the supercontinent. Do people even know what that is? Like, do these motherfuckers even know what that is? Do you all have any idea, like, what the geography of the world was in, you know, the various stages of Earth? Because I don't think a lot of people do, which is fair enough, but then it's kind of like, shut the fuck up. But anyway, yeah, it's the goddamn supercontinent that's, you know, basically a fusion of the Americas, if you will. And, yeah, they never said it was South America. They never did that. But yeah, it's not modern Central America either, right? It's you know, literally a warped landmass. I mean, you can literally see it on the map. And it's not called the South American Lostbelt. It's got an official name, and that's not it. I don't know how to pronounce the official name, but and they do pull from both South and Central America. And obviously it's more Central America than anything, but I've said it before, and people like it or not, but there's a lot of overlap between some of South America and Central America. It is what it is. This is like the coolest picture ever, and by the way, he's got his other heads now, you can see. Yeah, I'm sure we'll go back to Japan. Yeah, just run them over. I love this. Just run over the seeds. Fuck them. But anyway, I don't even care about the semantics. I don't mind them doing Central America stuff, right? That's fine. And if, you know, it'd be nice if they do a full-on South American story later. I hope they do. But it being more Central America is not, I don't think is an issue. I don't see the problem here. The only reason anyone disliked him was because of his relation to the guy in APOC. That's the only reason anyone really... And, you know, he is a bit snobby, but... You know, he never really did anything as bad as the other Magus out there. Honestly though, Kadok is my favorite character of the main cast. Which is funny because I didn't really like him originally, but he had really good character development. I like him so much more than like Da Vinci and our stupid ass. And by the way, this is something FGO really needs, and they've had plenty of opportunity to do it, and they just don't, and I think this is a huge mistake. So obviously between, you know, singularities and stuff, you know, they're traveling around and all that, you got some downtime, and they do events during that time, etc., etc. But, like, they don't really ever have... Remember the conversation between MASH and Mozart, right? Remember that? That's still one of the best conversations in FGO, by the way. They need to have more scenes like that. They should have, you know, some scenes where, like, Kadok is just talking to Gordolf, just one-on-one, right? And just kind of, you know, there's a lot to absorb in all these stories and whatnot. And like, it's just crazy that they don't have any, like, just character development moments like that. between like the main character in MASH, or MASH and Kadok, or Da Vinci and Gordolf, or like it's actually weird, right? They have a few moments here and there, but they don't really, you know, have scenes like that, like they've had in the past. And yeah, it kind of sucks, especially with characters like Kadok, where there's a lot to unpack there. You know, with him originally being a crypter and all the cryptors being dead now, like, I mean, Jesus, right? But they just don't ever have a moment, right? And in the lore-wise they do. Lore-wise they do have a lot of like downtime and stuff, but they don't capitalize on it very well. Instead we have these like ridiculous slapstick slice of life moments that are just, like, that's not what they'd be talking about, right? It's just silly. That's why I don't like Nasu's like writing style. Like when they have downtime, they do the like slapstick slice of life stuff. It's really forced. It's like there's just no way that's what they're gonna be talking about. And like I'm not a big MASH fan, I'm really not, but there's a lot more you can do with her character. I mean, for God's sakes, she's fighting for normal human history when she's never gone outside, right? And the things we've gone through at this point, right? And she's still here after all this time, fighting for a world that she doesn't even know anything about, really. Right, and she's seen so many people die, right, and we've blown up whole timelines and all this shit, and yet you never really talk about any of this, right? It's more like a slapstick comedy, let's go, right? And it's just anime. It's very silly. Especially again with Kadok, right? The fact that they haven't had like more conversations is just kind of silly. And there's been some, it's not like there hasn't been any talking scenes, but they kind of, you know, mix it in while they're talking about, like, you know, this stuff. And yeah, they did have some, like, one-on-one scenes with some of, like, the new characters and whatnot, and they do that all the time, but they don't, you know, they don't have stuff like that scene with Mozart and, like, MASH very often, and they actually need more stuff like that. And not necessarily the what that scene was about or anything like that, but just moments where the characters are just talking, and stuff, because they're going to do that, right? And there's been plenty of downtime for that. Oh yeah, Kadok's gonna probably die. That seems incredibly likely. I just hope he gets more fucking screen time. I actually am annoyed that they haven't been giving him more. Every time they give him screen time, no one complains. Even when you have to play as him, no one complains. Right? So if he gets, like, I'm actually gonna be honest. Now, I don't think everyone would agree with me on this, going this far, but if, let's say we died and he took over as the main character, I wouldn't give it, I'd actually be happy. Like, the main character sucks and is boring as shit, where Kadok is an actual character, so if he just took over as MC, I am totally okay with this. And that'd actually be a really interesting development, but they're not going to do that. I hope Kadok lives, especially with like Pepe dying and everything. Like I really want Kadok to live. Like out of all the main cast, like, you know, fuck Da Vinci. But out of all the main cast, Kadok is the one I want to live the most. But I don't see it happening. I think the safest character to live, though, is MASH, because she died in 1.0. I don't think they're going to want to repeat that plot point. I don't know, though. They might do a whole thing now she's dead for real. But I think the MC dying at the end is more likely than MASH dying. I think what's really likely, though, is they like erase their own existence, but they exist in the normal timeline. But they forget everything. I definitely can see that happening. I love this part. So I love this because I don't know, you know, moon runes, but I know like roughly the subtitle is like translating to like ORT king of the, you know, land or whatever. It's kind of great. But basically it's ORT's Lostbelt now. So he just rewrites the whole damn thing. Alrighty, it begins. Now, okay, chat, we gotta set some ground rules. So this account is truly going to have a hard time because I don't have that many servants. So look, right here, it's like the 1 stars are going to struggle anyway. And this is where it cuts off. These things aren't leveled all the way, right? So this is, I only got this, right? That's not amazing. And then some of these are truly bad for ORT. However, I could win really easy if I maximized MASH because you're allowed to, MASH doesn't generally solo a health bar, but you can use her every 4 battles. When you use her, she goes on cooldown, you do 4 battles, she comes back. And if you min-max that and you just keep using her over and over and over again, in the long run, that will buy you like 2 or 3 health bars. But that's kind of boring. So how do we want to do this? Do we want to do, like, she can use her once, we can use her twice, as many times as we want, none at all. I'm leaning towards like maybe twice. You can use her 2 times. You know, 1 for each set of raids, right? Like 1 in the first set of raids, once in the second raids. I think that's kind of fair. It's either that or once. I think it's either once or twice. I feel like that's the best. But if people want none or 1, I'll do it. Do we have a mod here? Can we make a poll? Because we can make the poll, you know, 1, 2, or 3. I think any more than 3 is right out. But yeah, I'd say 1, 2, or 3. Or wait, no, we need or none. Yeah, none needs to be an option. Yeah, none absolutely needs to be an option. So if we could get none, 1, 2, or 3, that'd be ideal. Wait, do we not have a mod? We might not have a mod. Let me just scan through chat here. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Type 0 for none, 1 for 1, obviously 2 for 2, 3 for 3, blah, blah, blah. So 0 to 3. Just type which one you want and just go, and we'll see what we see the most of. I see that 10. Alright, let me scan through this here. Pretty divided. I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty damn divided. I see a lot of it's definitely 1, 2, or 0. It's not 3. I think it's between 1 and 0. Okay, you know what? We want some excitement. We'll go 0. We'll go with 0. That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. And you know what? What's tough about it is the foreigner bars. That's what's, because MASH is a really good pick when you get the foreigner bars. And like the very first one, right? The very first bar you have to fight. She's really good for that. I don't have a lot of options other than her. I mean, we've got Mecha Liz, but that's one time and then she's gone. So that's tough. That's tough. Let me see if I can level 1 unit real quick. Do I have like 1 unit I can get up? Got Ricky Boy. Well, that's like easy to level. That might help us out here. Let's see. Oh, we got Mordred. How about that? Kojiro's easy to level. You can get something done. You have to do a lot of buff quests, though. I need to pick someone that doesn't need buff quests. Yeah, and Kidu, obviously, but we're not going to do that. Besides, he has to do buff quests. Quite a few of them now, actually. Burgess, she doesn't have any buff quests. Oh god, you actually could level the other. That's actually good. Like, that's actually probably the best thing this account could do is leveling up the other Mecha Liz, but I'm not going to do that because I have standards, you see. Does Kuretsugu have any buffs? That's actually kind of sad. Am I breaking in Kuretsugu fans' hearts here? Because he should have a buff. He has an MP buff, okay? At least he has that. He should probably have a few more of those. Just saying. Romello certainly has a bunch of buffs. Oh yeah, I used like a summon ticket and I got her, which is kind of dumb, but what are you gonna do? You know what? Real quick, I'm gonna mostly save what I got for on my, because this is my ult account, right? I'm gonna mostly save what I got for potential class card servants, but we'll do one 10 roll here. Actually, this will make me mad if we get Kuku, because then I'd have her NP1, which, you know, is not ideal. Okay, well, nothing of note here, but hey, we get some coins.
Yeah.
Alright. One servant to level before the raids here. A lot of these fuckers have buff quests at this point. Almost everybody does, really. Shit. Yeah, she's the pick because she has no buff quests and she's an alter ego. But I don't want to do that. She doesn't have any buff quests. She should, but she doesn't. That's true, Taiga doesn't have any buff quests. That's messed up. That is so messed up. Let's see here. They've got a buff. They don't have a buff. I don't really need a Lancer though, but they don't have any buffs. There's Sith, which I'm not really a huge fan of, but she has no buffs. Wait, do I have Doorman? What? Oh, I do. Oh, fuck it. Yeah, why not? All right. Sure, we'll clown it up. We're not gonna worry about upgrading him that much though right now. Yeah, I kind of forgot that I had him. I've got 1,000,000 XP in my box, my mailbox. Pretty sure I just got the clown when he got added to the game. I think I just rolled a little bit or threw summon tickets at him on my ult and happened to get him. Because this account already had Columbus, I'm pretty sure. And I really only care about Columbus on my main, because he's cool and I like him a lot, but then I'm just happy enough using him on my main account, and he's not like an essential low star, right? So I don't really have a lot of need for him on other accounts. Okay, let me try to get rid of all this like filler crap, that way when I put the XP in my box, it's not so bad. Man, having Doorman just sitting around at 111 or like 444 or whatever is gonna suck, but I don't want to take a bunch of time leveling up a character, so we'll just do the basics here. Besides, this account really could use an alter ego to help out. The hardest bars for ORT are definitely the Berserker ones, because it's so easy for your unit to just instantly die, so you really need to save a unit that has hard survival of their own. Because if you have to like vanilla tank a turn, Berserker ORT will generally just one-shot you. So yeah, you have to just be smart about that and not waste your units that are good for a Berserker on non-Berserker bars. And then the foreigner ones, because most people don't have alter egos, so those are the two bars you really got to look out for. And then after that, probably Assassin, just because Assassin has a really high crit rate. And LOL casters. Yeah, you can reset the raids. I'll show how when we get in there. You're only likely, though, to get stuck if you just don't have that many characters leveled, which some people don't, like especially people that are like rushing through the story and stuff. It is. I actually saw a streamer the other day just get completely bodied by ORT, and he brought 6 servants. So in his defense, the first fight with ORT, they kind of intentionally don't tell you what's going on. They actually don't tell you until the second fight. So it's understandable that someone might bring 6 servants on the first fight, but then he brought 6 servants again. So he was down 12 servants right out of the gate. Which was not good. So that was bad. And he just didn't have that many things leveled up. So he had a very bad time, and he reset. Alright, let's grab some stuff out of the box here. Oh, I have 702 of those. Those are the ones that like last forever. So yeah, we're not in any risk of running out. But these are getting low on time, actually, so I should focus on these for now. Yeah, that was like that was one of like the anniversary shticks or whatever. Don't remember what they gave that out for specifically, but that was like a thing they gave everybody. Okay. And hey, we get some SQ here. Oh yeah, we'll foe. There's no reason not. Oh, unless I don't have any foes, but we'll see. I skip a lot of events on my ult account, and pretty much everyone I use is foed, but it doesn't have like a stockpile like my main does all the time. Da Vinci is so annoying. I like the voice actress, but the way she voices Da Vinci drives me insane. Alright, hold on, I gotta check my second storage, and that's a recount recovery question, so I am not showing that. Shut up, Da Vinci, oh my god. No foes in here. Why can't Hans be the Da Vinci NPC instead? That'd be great. Oh, I got some foes in my mailbox. Even more foes in my mailbox. Okay, I think we're missing a few health foes, but that's not that big of a deal. Until you die by 5 HP. Yeah, Hans being a like base NPC would be a big improvement. This account has an outrageous amount of FP, so I could get foes that way, but I am definitely not doing that on stream. Alright. Good enough. And only 500,000. Yeah, I had rolled some in the past, I guess, but not quite as much as I was thinking. Still, you can get a lot with 500,000. Alright, back to ORT. Now, this first fight is a bit nasty, because again, it's a foreigner. Do we just use Doorman right off the bat and save Mechaliz? I'm trying to think, who's going to be better against the second... I'm trying to open a ginger ale, and it's not cooperating. Okay, there we go. Chad, I only drink ginger ale when I'm sick, and that's pretty normal, I suspect. But you know, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's one silver lining to being sick. And actually, like, I drink a lot of ginger tea when I'm sick, and man, that helps. That really helps with, like, all manner of, like, sinus bullshit and such. It's really nice. Alright. So I actually guessed, I remember when I did this, I don't know if I guessed on this stage, because it doesn't show on this stage. But at some point, they start, like, flashing, you know, Japanese text in 3. And I actually guessed pretty quickly that probably meant you didn't have to bring 3. Because if they were saying you only could bring 3, these would just be blanked out. So I was like, that's the only thing it could mean. So I remember trying to just straight solo immediately, actually. Because like, I didn't look anything up. I did ask, though, like, Lost and say, like, I wanted to know, like, what it was telling me with the data loss thing and all that. Because I kind of suspected that was going to be a thing, but... yeah, kind of like right off the bat was like, okay, yeah, you probably can just bring 1. I generally drink like a root beer every few months, if that, and you know, I don't like to drink soda a lot because it's bad for you, but if you drink it really rarely, it's fine. But I also just don't think to, right? Because it's not a habit or anything, I don't even drink it once a month, and I've even gone years without drinking it before, but in most soda, I don't even like. It doesn't taste good. Like, I have no desire to drink Coke or Pepsi or any of that. But I do like root beer. That's good. But yeah, it's been quite a long time since I've had any. Okay, yeah, we'll just, I'm trying to think, Doorman or... So we have 3 alter egos on this account. Doorman, Jufu, who, I mean, good luck with that one, but, and Mecha Liz. I think we'll go with Mecha Liz. I think we'll do that. And I could bring, because you gotta remember, some of your supports are gonna do very poorly on their own. So you sometimes, if they don't like hold you back, you might as well bring them on some of these other fights. However, you also might want to have them buff someone really strong, like, you know, Gilgamesh or whatever, although he's not actually good against ORT. But yeah, some of your supports are just completely useless if they're not working with another teammate. So it's not, you don't always want to solo. You just gotta be tactical about it. Well, foreigner fights are a good time to bring other stuff. So we got Chen Gong, Shakespeare, Hans. I'm trying to think, what else am I going to struggle with? I could definitely struggle with assassin bars. Berserker bars, assassin bars, foreigner bars. Those are the 3 things I got to look out for. Now, we've got Caster Ku. I hope I've done his buffs. Let me look. Yeah, we have. Medea's pretty good, although her skill ranks leave much to be desired on this account. But she's fine. And then in an emergency, these 3 can pick up slack. So I don't think I don't need to save them for assassins. Let's go Qin Gong right off the bat. Does she have her passive? Surely I've got the coins. Let me see. Although maybe I didn't play that event on this account. I know I played it on the main, but yeah, I recommend getting off soda. It's fine. Again, it's fine to drink it every once in a while, right? You know, once a week even, I think is fine. Any more than that, though, is cutting it close. But you do not want to be drinking soda consistently. It really will make you feel bad. Almost everyone ever that drinks soda all the time and then eventually stops will always tell you that they feel so much better. Yeah, I really recommend, if there's one thing you do for your health, try to not drink a lot of soda. I've really never been, though, hooked on like anything drink-wise. I mean, I've pretty much always just drank a lot of water and like orange juice and things like that from time to time. You know, orange juice is good shit. But yeah, I've always been pretty water heavy. So I never had a problem. My parents would buy sodas and stuff when I was younger, but I never drank them that much. And then so when I realized soda was bad for you, it was no effort whatsoever to stop drinking them. But yeah, I know if you've been drinking it a long time and you grew up on it, it can be very hard to get off of soda. Like, it really can. It can be very difficult. But it's absolutely worth attempting. A lot of people just, I don't think realize just how bad they are for you. And yeah, if you want to lose weight, one of the best things you can do is cut out soda. Soda is a huge contributor to weight gain. All right, passives. But yeah, I know it's a battle. Don't feel bad if you're struggling with it, right? But just keep at it. Let's see. But yeah, a lot of people grew up on it because their parents didn't know any better. Like, their parents didn't know how bad it was. And then, you know, a lot of people just got, like, hooked on it. And then getting off of it is just so difficult. I have no idea. Let me look. What is... I'll buy it because I'm not going to grailer to 120, so... And if I ever wanted to, I could just start focusing on getting Bond. But, yeah, that's not going to happen. But I have no idea what her plan... Saber, interesting. Not particularly applicable here, though. I tell you what, those can absolutely be good for ORT if you have to use a character for, like, a weird class. So if you have to use, like, a Saber versus an Assassin, but they have the bonus against Assassins, actually great. So, yeah, that's why I wish ORT, though, was harder, where, like, you had to fight even more bars, so you really had to get down to the value. Like, I kind of wish the first bars were as hard as the second bars, and then the second bars were even harder, and then there was a few more bars. And this is where we need to have story replay, and then like hard mode. Like you beat the story, now you can go back, and now you can fight ORT, but even harder, right? And you've got, you know, like 10 more health bars, 20 more health bars, right? Go crazy on us, right? Really make people, because like the more bars you have to deal with, the more you need to like be efficient with each unit you use, and like have a good philosophy. Like I almost broke but didn't, so now I need to use kind of a meh unit to finish the bar off, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, I know, this is actually so basic, it sounds silly, but it's actually true. One of the best ways to lose weight is just eat less. You know, people a lot of times obsess over what they eat and stuff like that. Doesn't actually matter that much. It's pretty much just don't eat as much. And sure, there are some foods that have like a lot more carbs in them than others and stuff like that, like bread and shit like that. But yeah, the main thing is just don't eat as much. Right, if you like a certain food, you can still eat it. It's fine. Just don't eat as much. That's like the whole shtick. Yeah, I've never had weight issues. I've actually had the opposite. I have like a lot of people have fast metabolisms, but I am way more extreme. That I've actually never met someone as extreme as me when it comes to how fucked up my metabolism is. And like everyone in my family has really, really fast metabolisms, and as such, we all have a hard time keeping weight on. But I'm the worst in the family by a lot, like a lot. It's been a struggle my entire life. And I eat a lot, and that's actually very typical for people that have a hard time gaining weight. Is that like, but it's insane, like how bad it's been for me. But I've always been told when I get older it gets better, and it hasn't. So yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, I've always had the opposite problem where I cannot keep weight on to save my life, and it's annoying. However, like my friend Tusk, he was very overweight at one time, and you know, he went through a whole ordeal, and you know, I was around him for that whole process of him losing weight. It took a long time, man, and he kept like starting and stopping and starting and stopping and like giving up, and it took a long time, but he has finally really cut the weight and kept it off. So, but yeah, it was a real struggle for him, like absolutely. Actually, eating less is not a short-term thing only. If you want to lose weight, though, you have to change your lifestyle, but part of changing your lifestyle is changing the amount that you eat. That's the trick. And that's actually what really helped Tusk, was he realized that you didn't need to eat as much to just live. He had this like idea in his head of how much he needed to eat to actually survive, and it was way more food than you actually need. And once he kind of just got that through his skull that like, yeah, you don't actually have to eat this much, that really helped him just shift, you know, permanently. Yeah, you have to make a lifestyle change to be eating less all the time. Where if you just kind of force yourself to eat less in the short term, that doesn't do anything. You have to eat less all of the time. And it is really hard when you're first starting too, because you won't feel full, because you have a bigger stomach and all that kind of stuff. So it's very difficult to ration it out correctly and figure out, you know, how much you should actually be eating and stuff. It's not easy. Like once you get to a heavy weight, it is very hard to lose. Even though I'm not one of those people that, you know, like poo-poos on people that are overweight and like, you know, I'm not into that. 'Cause yeah, I know it's tough, but it is absolutely worth putting in the effort. It really is. You just feel a lot better. And again, cutting out soda is huge. Cutting out soda, don't eat as much. That's like the two big things. And that's simple, but it's a lot harder to accomplish. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's get to murder. I think we just go with 20-30 here. And I guess default, probably gonna need the heal. Or it will fuck you up really quick. Okay, I'm not gonna do command codes every time if I don't think they need it. But this first one's important. Like the foreigner bars are a pain in the ass, and you really want to get through them efficiently. So, wait, I don't have our command codes unlocked. Well, we're going in vanilla. Now I have to go through all these loading screens again, though. Thanks, game. So ridiculous. Yep, a lot of people knee-jerk, and they go to like some extreme diet it's not even sustainable. If they actually did eat that way for the rest of their life, they would kill themselves, right? Like, it's just not healthy. People are really bad about knee jerking that way. When they're trying to gain weight, they eat way too much in a short burst, and that's not sustainable. And if they're trying to lose weight, they eat barely anything, and that's not sustainable. It's you can't even think about it and, oh my god, I have to lose this weight right now. It's not even relevant. What you gotta worry about is a lifestyle change that you're consistently doing forever. Even if it means you're only losing a few pounds here and there, it don't matter, right? You gotta do a long-term thing. It's really hard for me is basically the amount that I would have to eat to gain weight it's just not even like possible. It's absurd. The way my doctor put it was like, basically if I just like raise my arm, I'm essentially expending the energy and calories of like running around a racing track, and it's just absurd. It is so like it is so bullshit for me to try to gain weight. It just does not happen. But and I've worked with trainers, and my father ran a martial arts school, and I've known loads of weightlifters and all these people in that area, and anytime I'd meet like a new person in that field, they'd always be like, oh no, I can get you to gain weight, and they'd be like, no, never mind, I give up. And it was always funny when like someone new would meet me like in the martial arts arena, or in any kind of fitness related thing, like in a gym or something. They'd always be like, no, I can do it, and then everyone around me that had known, they're like, no, you can't. But yeah, I've literally never met someone that has a metabolism as fucked up as mine. And again, my whole family has this problem, but mine is so much more extreme than everyone else in the family. It's actually really annoying. I always meet people that think it's a blessing. It's not. It's awful. I hate it. It is terrible. Okay, well, we're gonna die, but can we do 1,000,000 damage before we die? That is the question. Let's see. I don't know if I should have actually done that. Okay, please do not kill Chin Gong on the first turn here. That would really suck. Look at him go. He's getting his laps in. I have gotten close to passing out, but I've not passed out because of that, but it is a problem. What really fucked me up was when I lost some of my taste, because the nerve damage. That really fucked me up, because I didn't even realize this at the time. I didn't really understand like how much taste corresponds with like appetite, and yeah, it's tough. It gets very hard to like make myself eat enough. I mean, I'm not. It really does suck. It is annoying, but because yeah, if you don't have a lot of taste, you don't like crave it, right? And it becomes harder to get yourself to eat the amount you need to, especially with the amount that I need to eat. It is kind of tough, but it's actually gotten better though. I've been slowly getting my my taste back, so I'm hoping it'll just. I actually need to see someone about that again, because I haven't had like my nerve checked in some time. Okay, we do this, which sucks because I just lost all my defense buffs, but I think it's worth it. I guess I should have not have cast those. That's where turn 1 NPing is really good for her. Alright, might as well do this, because if he dies, the taunt will make him stop attacking, and then we get crit down, and that's good. No rainbow chain for us. No, my nerve damage was actually just a mouth surgery I needed to have because of like my wisdom teeth and all that. And my wisdom teeth were just really fucked up, and one of my wisdom teeth was just wrapped around a nerve in my mouth, like completely. It was just like an intertwined with it. Okay, there goes Chin Gong. This is not great. He's still got 400,000 and we don't have our buffs anymore. I don't know if we got this. I could probably evade next turn. This is rough. BBB. Command codes would really help right here, because we've crit a decent amount and such. A lot of people have issues with wisdom teeth though. That's actually a pretty common thing. Some lucky fuckers never have to do anything about their wisdom teeth because they come in clean. They have like big jaws, and you know, they can brush their teeth no problem back there and things like that. But that's not normal. I mean, most people have issues with their wisdom teeth. However, of the people that have issues with their wisdom teeth, a lot of them can get them out of their mouth fairly, you know, easily. Like obviously it's gonna, you know, fuck you up a bit. But yeah, you can have your wisdom teeth come in at like some of the most crazy angles possible, and all kinds of stupid shit can happen, and yeah, it can definitely get complicated. Alright, if I get my NP and I don't die this turn, I think we might be able to do it. I think we rainbow chain then. Come on, you little robot, let's go. You're the only Liz that's not lame. Yeah, they're called wisdom teeth because they come in when you're older, right? And you're supposed to be wiser. That's the trick. Apparently they're like a relic of the past though, when we had bigger jaws and stuff. Like we used to have, you know, I guess be eating meat more, you know, straight in the ancient past, so we needed more jaw action. And like our stomachs are a lot stronger back then and stuff, so we could eat meat straight. Alright, 169, so our last turn, we're absolutely dead here, but I think she's got it. Yeah, it can just happen. Sometimes you just have wisdom teeth or super fucked, and it's like, well, this is gonna suck. But yeah, you can definitely do something about it. Do not put that shit off. Like, just get it done. Okay, we broke. There we go. We had a little bit of overkill there, not a lot, but yeah, that was tough. We had 120 health. Yeah, there's just no living against ORT forever. He's just, the way he's set up, he's just not gonna do it. Yeah, also, you may not have all your teeth at that point in life back in the day, but it is, from what we've seen, we did have bigger jaws and such. But yeah, they were like replacement teeth in case, you know, something went wrong. But yeah, we don't have like need of that really anymore. I almost skipped. Yeah, actually, I think some people don't have, they never get their wisdom teeth. That is another thing. It's very rare, but that can happen. Yeah, we have dental hygiene now, and we're not eating straight meat and shit like that, so. Yeah, that is pretty mean of them. They don't tell you about the gimmick until... Did we crash? I think we crashed. Are you kidding me? But they don't tell you about the gimmick until after that first fight. If you fail to break that bar, which a lot of people do, actually, from my experience, a lot of people don't break that first bar. They don't know if they're going blind, anyway. But, they tell you after that first fight. So they're kind of baiting you into getting data lost really hard right at the start there. However, I'm pretty sure you can just reset after that very first fight if you did really bad. And because it's the first fight, there's really no harm in resetting, right? But yeah, that first fight, they are absolutely trying to bait you and get you to get fucked up. Yeah, it's really shitty too. If you bring like 6 servants, you get blindsided by how much damage ORT does. And then because I'm sure this has happened. People bring 6 servants, all 6 die, they don't break the health bar, right? I'm sure that at that point, you're probably going to want to reset because, yeah, it's bad. So yeah, if you want to reset, you just click this button right here. And you get all your servants back, but then ORT heals back up to full and you got to start all over. But yeah, you just click that button. Alright, assassin. Now we got to really pace ourselves here because this account is not working with a full deck of cards, so let's think about this. So that's right, we can ruler anything. I feel like probably save that for assassin maybe. What's another class that could give us problems? What am I lacking? Because unfortunately Gil's not very good here. I might actually be lacking archers a bit. We're okay on archers. Okay, what is lacking? We got those, that's looking good. Maybe Ryder, actually. We do have Ozzy, but he's 1/1/1. Got Constantine. What about Assassin? We got 100 face, and then Shiki. That's about it. Okay, we might want to use Ruler against Rider then, because yeah, wow, we really do not have jack shit for Assassins on this account. Berserker, she's actually terrible for Berserker because they'll just die. You want to bring something with hard survival. Like, the bad thing is, actually, like, Ku and Proto-Ku are really good against Berserker, but I'd want to use them for archers, obviously. So that's, what do I have for... I need good survival. What's good survival? Honestly, a Berserker with high survival is actually really good for the Berserker bars. It's kind of hard to use them otherwise. Masashi's alright, and she's got anti-Berserker passive, although I haven't done her buff quests, because I haven't technically beat Shimosa, because I don't want her new NP animation. Ooh boy, that is tricky. Yeah, we don't have a lot of good options for Berserker bars here, looking at it. Uh-oh. Saber Deermid should do alright. Maybe we will use him against the Berserker, because he has hard survival. Someone with 2 hard survival skills is really nice. Yep, Waver. Orion might be able to just blow them up. You're gonna need starting NP, but if Orion can just kill it, that'd be good. Kaido Kentoki is pretty good for Berserkers as well. He's gonna die, he'll probably get 1 turned, or maybe 2 turned, but he could do the Mysticode. Yeah, I think we save Kentoki, maybe Deermid, because I have a lot of sabers otherwise. Gonna need 1 or 2 more though, other than that. Maybe Britomart, because we've got the other Lancers pretty good. And we even got her as backup if shit goes wrong. Yeah, probably Britomart, even though she's not amazing, but she's just really spare. Kentoki and Saber Deermid. That looks like what we got. And maybe Santa Carna. I don't know if that'll go well, but okay, so Assassin, though. Now, your better stuff you want to save for the UFO phase. So, not Castraku. Dare we try Clown Boy? I don't think he'll break a whole bar. Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe if you're about to support with them. Medea might be able to break a whole bar. We just started the Ortoning. Ort only has, like, Threat to Humanity and Super Large. That's it. It was 70 out of 80 Canis. Got a Fujino. She's not upgraded at all on this account, but she'll still be good. Well, I gotta go with something. I guess... Clown Boy? Oh boy, I don't know about this. I don't think he's gonna break this bar. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think he's gonna do it. But the farther he gets, the better. Gotta try what we got. Yeah, we'll try to save Zhufu as best we can. All right. Or go easy on me. Guys, we put heal down on him. Chat, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Ort is respecting my request that I just gave him. I don't think he's gonna pay attention to me. Okay, not too bad. I think I go ahead and heal and then probably evade. It's actually nice we can NP drain, because assassins are really nasty in that they can NP so quickly. Okay, we're at 93%. Might as well make stars on this one. Quick last. Maybe we should have saved them for the UFO, actually, because the UFO buffs himself more with his whole, like, copy thing. Alright, let's go. Got double attack up. Got our NP. Do I rainbow or go for that 40% Buster crit? I think we go for the YOLO Buster crit. If we get lucky with the double attack up, that's pretty good. Here we Gamba. You can't even see the bombs. 100k. Not too bad, all things considered. Well, he is not winning this. That was very lucky, but we are not winning this. Uh-oh, I don't like that start. I don't like that start at all. Oh shit. The first class on my main account was Caster, if I remember correctly. Or no, I think it was. I don't know. Anyway, probably our last turn alive. I think you get like, it's like 30% damage up or something. It's not massive, but it is enough of a kick in the pants to you know, help some of your units out to do a little bit more. But wow, that was not great. That was not good. We got a half a bar. In his defense, he was just 1-1-1 and all that. But yeah, bad start. That was a pretty big L. It's a W, I would say, if you break a bar, right? Actually, that's not true. And I people are really fucked up with how that works. You absolutely can die to sacrifice, and I have video proof of that in my video. Or you do not always have the web thing that stops sacrifice from working. Because yeah, I have had Araj kill himself, and I've had what's his name, Nabukatsu kill himself, and that kind of thing. But it is possible to take advantage of the web to not kill yourself that way. But I'll be back in just 1 second, chat. Alright, I'm back. Time to face the spider. Might switch to my own playlist in a minute, just to mix it up. I made a playlist just for ORT. Some like doom and gloom music. Oh god, he's a foreigner again. Why do you do this to me? That's bad. That's bad. I can't really afford alter ego right now. Man, this account's gonna have a tough time, dude. Like, holy shit. We could Jufu, but I'd really rather not. Who's good at neutral? But I can't waste her. She's too, I should have used Babbage. Why didn't I use, nah, I should save him for the UFO. I should save, oh man, I am worried now. I'm actually worried about this account. Alright, let's see. We got Fujino. Yeah, there's Constantine. We got a decent amount of riders, but we're using Kentucky for a Berserker bar, so I think I need to be careful with my riders. Shit. Yeah, we got her, but even at 1-1-1, I think I should save her. I don't know though, like foreigners are a bigger deal than just like fighting a Saber one. Like absolutely. I don't want to use her though on a 500k. That doesn't seem good. Musashi doesn't have any of her buffs, so I'd use a berserker here, but it's foreigner, so. And now Martha Caster I don't think would do so good. We got a lot of Lancers. Alright, he's too good for that. Alright, we'll do this. See, my main account had a lot of shit like Ben K and Phantom of the Opera. You know, anytime I'd have an awkward health bar, I had no shortage of stupid shit to throw at it. So chat, if you listen, you can hear his footsteps, obviously. But what's weird is his footsteps are actually not tied to the sound effects. They're tied to the music. But if you listen to the music in the in-game like music box, it doesn't have this. It doesn't have the footsteps. So it's like a hidden audio track that they count as music, but it's an independent audio track from the actual music. Very strange. But it sucks because I wanted to record the Justice footsteps so I could edit them into my video, but I couldn't find a way to get them. It could be a bug, but I doubt it. I think they just wanted it to be like a non-stop playing thing. That's why I think it's just a second music track. I think this stage is just playing 2 music tracks. Because if you speed things up and slow it down, it doesn't change the footstep sounds, right? Like when you do the super fast skill, he starts walking faster, right? See, I think it's intentional, but it's just it's not good for the player if you want to like access these assets, right? How long does her guts last? Shoutouts to you having a quick version and a Buster version, and then Jufu, who is a you fangirl, is a art support. So, yeah, that's a thing. Okay, it's 5 turns. We should probably just cast it right now then. Try to get my MP right away. Oh no. Oh no. We almost got one clapped by ORT, dude. Oh, that is not good. If he hadn't done that, I think Guts would go off next turn instead of this turn, but it's probably gonna go off right now. Turn it up a bit. I think you crashed the game. I'm pretty sure you did that. Okay, I mean that's one way to not die to ORT is never let the stage complete. That'll do it. Hi, Boy. Boy, I'm pretty concerned for this account's well-being. It's not looking good so far. I'm not even sure she's gonna get this health bar. Same engine as Arknights. Arknights does crash sometimes too, though. Not as much as FGO, but not even close. But it does crash from time to time as well. Not male, by the way. Cat, I don't know if she's got this, especially with ORT critting us there. Yeah, if he didn't crit us and Guts didn't go off this turn, I think we might We might have had it, but yeah, this is looking pretty grim. We get one more NP. Come on, you. We really need this. We'll have to waste a whole servant if you don't get it. It'd be so bad. Hey, we got crits here. That's good. That's very good. We do that. This is where command codes would have really come in handy. Okay. That's pretty legit. It's gonna be close. But like, even if she gets it down to 1 HP, it's still terrible because I have to use a whole servant. 141. We have quick up and crit up. We have 15 stars. Even with quick up, I wonder if I should rainbow. I think I should. It gives us 70% crit here. If this crits, maybe. I don't know. We don't have the attack up anymore from the Mystic Code. We have more spindle on this account. I'm just saying, right? So you gotta do your best. Oh shit! Oh shit! All right, there we go. You just gotta bring up more spindle, and it's all good. No problem. Not letting the horse down. It's good. All right. Well, we only had to use 2 servants for that health bar, but it happens. Why? Oh no, he doesn't change class yet. That's what I say. Why is he still a foreigner? I like how you can still hear the footsteps. Game. Why you gotta run so badly? Alright. Story segment. I don't have her assassin version, unfortunately. Is she limited? I don't even remember. Because I mean, I don't mind you, and I've got Horse Bindo, so it'd be nice if I got her assassin version, but I don't think I have her on any account, I don't think. If I do, I definitely don't have Horse Bindo on that account. You're trying to get to Ort's heart before him. You're just basically trying to do anything to not die and not let Ort get to his heart. Because pretty much you've probably correctly assumed that if he gets his heart back, there's just nothing that's going to be able to stop him, and you're fucked. So you gotta like stop him at all costs, and then try not to die. Because like if he gets away from you and like you just like drive off to the side, he'll just go get his heart. And you're never going to catch up to him again, so you know, you kind of have to do everything you can to slow him down and also try to get to his heart, stay in his path. Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure if he does get his heart back, he does basically have all the stats of like the other version. I'm not 100% sure though, but they do say that he's much stronger with the heart than without. And that's like the whole premise, is if he gets it back, there's just no way you're gonna stop him. Kuku don't got that. So I know Kuku goes off to find Dino archetype, but I don't know why. Does anyone know why? I haven't seen that part translated. I don't know why she does that. But that's why Kuku was there at the start, and then she leaves, and then she comes back. But yeah, I'm not sure what the deal with that is. Okay, writer time. So we want to save 100 phase for the UFO phase. Once you get to the UFO phase, though, you need to just go all out with what you got left. What's an assassin? Okay, we got Shiki, Valkyrie, Jekyll and Hyde. I think we save him for like a failed break bar. And then Fuma. What's Fuma's skill ranks? 4, 5, 3. Ooh. Shiki. I think we just, well, will we need Shiki for the UFO part? I don't think so. If you can break a bar here, that's plenty good. I think we go for it. Alright, let's switch playlists for a bit. We'll probably go to in-game music though from time to time. And I've got ORT's theme on the playlist, so. Like a crime to turn this song off though, it's so good. But it's good for variety's sake, mix it up a bit. Alright. What do? Probably just Rainbow Chain. That camera. I like the little green up there. There's always a thing with ORT. It's kind of like his. From what I understand, like what ORT is some kind of green energy blob inside of that UFO. Because when he's, you know, the UFO is like his main shell, so it's like his main, you know, outer body exoskeleton or whatever. But like what's inside of it seems to be like that green stuff that you can see at the top there, and then like those tentacles or whatever tendrils that he attacks you with later. You know, I think that's his real him. He's really this like green goop energy stuff inside of the like shell up here. And then he makes these bodies, and then he pilots it with the tendrils. And you can really see that in his NP in the next phase, that like he has like the tendrils going throughout the body like this. So he makes like this outer shell like that. And also that attack he's doing, I think is basically kind of like those tendrils, except it's covered in metal stuff or whatever. But in the UFO phase, it's not. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. But that's why there's always like a hint of green, because like his true color is green. Alright. But yeah, it's pretty neat how they kind of like, they don't even tell you explicitly, but you kind of figure out what's going on. Just like looking through the different stages and what he's doing and stuff. They're never really clear about what servants you do and don't have contracts with. It's both canonical that you've made a contract with every character that's possibly summonable and none of them, so you can kind of see that the way they do interludes. And that's why they never really show them clearly. Because canonically, it's actually your servants. It's what you're doing. If you ask Nasu, I guarantee you that's the answer he'll give you. Like, however you beat it in your timeline is how you beat it in your timeline, right? And however I do it is how I do it. I guarantee you that's what Nasu will say. And that's why they keep it kind of vague, though, in the story segments. Okay, so might as well do this. Hopefully we get lucky with a crit here. We got a 70% art crit, which makes me think I should not Rainbow Chain. To try to get that art crit with attack. Dude, if this is art card crits, we have art up, crit up, attack up. That'd be great. Okay, we got one crit. Very good. She's absolutely destroying this health bar. Definitely a cut above, if you will, the servant we've used prior. Very noticeable. Yeah, she's good. We don't even need our battery. She actually lives without it. Although we... Okay, never mind. I just had to say something, didn't I? I actually might just die here, because she's probably just going to break. But if she didn't break, and she needed to do more damage, she could. But she's still got some left in the tank here. She's not even 10-10-10. Also, hey Mala. Damn, didn't quite get it right there. Thought we might. We're in dot hell. They did that on purpose though, because they know if you get HP drained and you're low, the dot can finish you off. Which is pretty nasty. So that's definitely intentional. Also, I think it's representing the radiation. He's got like space radiation going on all the time. And so you're getting all kinds of space cancer. That's why it's all the different types and stuff. Yeah, actually, a normal person would just die in Orc's presence because of that. The only reason you're like living is because David gives you like a shitty spacesuit or something. You're still affected by it, but it's like you don't get affected by it as much or something. I'm not sure. People were saying that, but I don't know if that's really the case. I think it might be you're a master, so you can, you know, ward it off a little bit. But a normal human will just die in Orc's presence like immediately. Because they don't have you wearing it in the story, but it might just be Mystic Code stuff, so I don't know. Yeah, you actually die to it at the end, and then Taz reses you at the end, because you know he's underworld. Like there's a functioning afterlife in this Lostbelt because of him. Okay, Lancer. Certainly good if we can break an entire health bar. Could try Caesar. Not as strong as my main account, and I don't even have the command codes, but I think we give him a go. We'll save Bedivere for the UFO, I think. Because I think Bedivere will do a little bit better in a solo. It kind of depends on like how quickly. Fuck, I should give him Black Grail. He's absolutely the kind of character that wants it. I might reset for that. If you quit out, nothing happens. Nothing bad happens. Oh yeah, we'd be fine without Golden Sumo. Wouldn't really matter. I would just use either the Christmas one or Aerial Drive and it would make a difference. I can use Black Grail instead. Actually, Black Grail is probably better for a lot of these characters anyway. These fights are so short term, you die so quickly. The Black Grail's amazing. Like, Black Grail's probably way better than Sumo, actually. But yeah, I could just use this. Like, as good as, you know, it's the meme that I always say with Golden Sumo, but here's the thing. Like, if I did Aerial Drive instead of Golden Sumo, it's not as good. But it's not that much worse. The main thing about Golden Sumo is it's applicable regardless of what kind of character you are. You can be Art, Buster, Quick. I know this is the meme, but I'm not memeing. This is just why Golden Sumo is good. It's like comparable to Aerial Drive on a Buster character, and it's comparable to where's the Christmas one? I know I have it. I don't know if I leveled it. Yeah, it's on a Quick servant. It's comparable to this one, right? It's not like way better or anything. It's not. It's either the same, a little bit better, or a little bit worse, right? But it's basically the same. It's just that it's concentrated, right? You don't have to switch craft essences every 2 seconds. It works for all three of them. There is nothing OP about Golden Sumo. There really isn't. It's not OP at all. It's so universal. It's a lot of boom for your buck, right? Like if you want to match it for all their types, you need to level Aerial Drive. You need to level the Christmas one. You need to level either the Virtual one or Painting Summer, right? This one. I don't know if I even have the Virtual one on this account. I don't know. But right, you're gonna have to level up multiple craft essences to equal it, right? Now, if you use Aerial Drive on a Quick servant, it's not the end of the world. It really isn't, right? You can get away with Aerial Drive on an Art servant, and it's okay. But you don't want to if you can help it. But yeah, I mean, if you've got this thing, I mean, any of this shit will do. I don't think I've ever made a single video ever that if I didn't have Golden Sumo, it would be a problem. I don't think it's ever been the thing. It's just if I didn't have Golden Sumo, I would need to then like level this thing up, or level this up instead, or level this up instead, right? Where a lot of times I don't bother leveling those because I have Golden Sumo, so it just saves me XP. But yeah, there's nothing about Golden Sumo that's like, oh, you have to have it. Not even close. It's just not. It's just a nice universal craft essence that's good all the time, right? And there's nothing special about it. And really here, like this stuff is going to be better a lot. Oh, I do have the Virtuous CE. But yeah, I would literally, if they just deleted this from my account, I would just switch to using these instead, and it would have very little impact on anything. Now, outside of the ORT stages, it would mean I'd have to level up more craft essences, and that would, be annoying, so I wouldn't be happy about that, but it really wouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, I like how I switched my playlist and it's just playing ORT's music anyway. Although I've got ORT has 4 themes, by the way. He's got his original theme from the preview, and they reused that a few times. They got this like sped up, more actiony version in this fight. There's the UFO theme / map theme at the end, and then there's the Grand Servant theme. So yeah, he's got 4 themes. It's crazy. And yeah, all of them are godly. I love every single one of them. They're great. And here's the thing about Yang CE. Yang CE is oftentimes better than Golden Sumo and every other craft essence in the game. But there are times that Yang CE is actually bad. Because sometimes the amount of damage it gives you is so overkill because of break bars and buffs from your teammates and stuff. You don't need it. And you don't need Pierce Vulnerability either. Right? So then you're just starting off with no starting NP for no reason, right? So as busted as it is, it's not like it's a necessity or anything. I kind of want to wait to heal because if we're at 50% or lower, we get the guaranteed buffs. So I didn't bother to give him command codes. If we fail miserably, I might need to give him command codes to make up for that. I think I heal and let him attack me. And see what my percent gets to. The problem is when you evade, your maximum HP reduces, but your health doesn't, so your health percent gets all over the place. So it's like difficult to be low enough on health, because you need to be 50% or lower for it to be guaranteed. Okay, just don't kill me. Woo! Alright. Actually, I don't think so. I think, if all the Lostbelt Kings and Beasts fought PHH, or they'd probably lose. Other than maybe, like, Tiamat and Zeus. Those are the... Honestly, the power gap between, like, Tiamat and the others is pretty large. I don't think people realize, like, first off, how ridiculous ORT's feats are in Lostbelt 7 here. They're actually ridiculous. And then he's so much weaker right now. Like, if you just look at the health bars and the way they handle it with the preview fight beforehand and now, it's like, it's obvious that if he has his heart, he is just outrageously strong. And it's like, Zolkin, what's his name, Zolkin? You know, he's just like, yeah, no, humanity can't handle this. And that includes the counter force and all that shit, right? He knows what he's talking about. Yeah, I think they get, the only things I think have a chance, is, you're not Zolkin, what am I saying? Zeltrick, or whatever the fuck his name is. But anyway, I think the only things that really sensibly have much of a chance is Zeus, because Zeus was only at 35% strength. Now, I think ORT right now is at like 5% strength or some crap. That's what it seems like. But yeah, I mean, Zeus it has an anti-solar system attack. That's something. Now, just because it attacks the entire solar system doesn't mean it's like damage per unit is actually very high. We don't actually know. Like, they haven't detailed it, so we don't really know. But that is pretty crazy. And, you know, Tiamat, I don't think I need to explain. I mean, for God's sakes, you only beat her because of the underworld and all that, and you needed so much help, it's ridiculous. The only thing that might screw over Tiamat is Crystal Valley. I honestly don't... Crystal Valley might make it so Tiamat's not getting buffed by the Earth anymore. And if that's the case, she's right fucked. But, yeah, it's not really clear. But yeah, if Crystal Valley doesn't work, then I think like Tiamat and Zeus, with the backing of those other things, might have a real shot at it. It's hard to say though, because we haven't seen ORT at his best. But yeah, no, most of the beasts and stuff and Lostbelt Kings, they don't have a chance. Like they don't have not a prayer. Like those just get destroyed. Like fucking Scatty and stuff, no, like just so dead. Like not a goddamn chance. And like most of the beasts don't have a chance. Because everyone's like, oh, but Bad Guy did so good. He didn't. He got his ass kicked for like a millennia. Right? Like, he's actually an example of how much weaker beasts are compared to a type. Because only reason he does anything is because he's got that Hax ritual on his side that just makes it so he can never die. And like, no kidding, if you can never die, you're gonna find a way to, you know, do something eventually. But he's so outclassed for just like countless years, he's just getting his ass kicked and he can't do anything. Right? So it's really obvious that the power gap between a beast and a type is pretty big. Now, he's not the strongest beast we've ever seen, so just because he has a hard time doesn't mean every beast. Because like Guadia, I'm not sure, and like Tiamat, I'm not sure, right? So they may, but then again, we haven't seen full power ORT either. But yeah, I mean, there are some things that gotta give him a run for their money. The real thing that I think would give ORT a run for his money, and I actually think is stronger, is Chaos. And again, it's not entirely fair because this is weakened ORT and stuff. But I mean, honestly, we saw weakened Chaos, but like Chaos can pretty effortlessly just devastate a planet and kill a full-on god like Mars like it's nothing. I mean, just gone, dead, right? Just like nothing. And his attack was so fast, it said no one could react to it other than Romulus in his, chief god form, Grand Lancer form, not his regular Lancer form, like when we summon after, and Mars. Everyone else couldn't even like fathom it in time. That's pretty scary, right? So like Chaos, I actually could believe could fight ORT and probably win, because I mean he's literally out there on a crusade against the stars and shit and like fucking up planets and whatnot. So yeah, he can probably do it. I believe that. But that's like the only clear one that I see right now. Now there's plenty of what ifs and stuff, like what about this thing or that thing, or Zeus's anti-solar system and all that. Yeah, I already talked about that. So like, just because it's anti-solar system doesn't mean like pound for pound it does a lot of damage in the area that it hits, right? We don't know. We don't. It's kind of like Excalibur, Galatea. It doesn't do as much damage per area that it hits, right? Even though it's got this massive blast radius. So yeah, it's complicated. But honestly, most of the Lostbelt Kings would be pretty goddamn useless against ORT and would have a very bad time. Alright, let's see here. So, I want to fire everything. I probably should have already done my crit thing, but... Can I live till next turn? Yes. Does his crit thing last 3 turns? I think it does. Let me just double check. You don't normally use Caesar for his 3rd skill. Yes, it's 3rd turn. I was almost positive it was, but I had to make sure. It is a 40% crit buff, actually. It's really no joke. Alright, Caesar. Let's see what you got. Do I Rainbow Chain or Quick Chain crit next turn? We get the attack buffs on all of our cards. I think we gotta go with the Rainbow. Because, yeah, those attack buffs actually are no joke for the following attacks. But yeah, honestly, Chaos seems to be one of the absolute strongest things we've seen. He is mad. Yeah, not quite as much damage as I was hoping for there. Oh, shit. Oh, if I just had command codes, I could have removed the dots and stuff and we'd have been fine, and then we could have done it. He could have broke that health bar. Oh, I should have given him command codes, dude. Oh, bother. Because, yeah, he still had his attack buff and the crit buff, and there wasn't that much health left. He could have done it. I fucked up! I let Rome down. That was my fault. Okay, it's a caster, so it's definitely not Jekyll time, because he'll just die in his assassin form, so big no on that one. Maybe George, because taunts aren't super great for ORT. Even if you work with a teammate, it's not so good. Either that or Alex. I think we'll go with George. That seems reasonable. We'll say Boudica in case she wants to work with somebody that's like an art DPS. I mean, I do suspect that ORT is stronger than some of the types. I don't think he's the weakest or the strongest. And they kind of had implied that to begin with. But like, he's probably I'm just gonna say it, chat. I know I normally defend him and say, people kind of exaggerate, but I think ORT's stronger than type Pluto. I'm just gonna say that. I think that's really obvious. You never know, but I highly suspect ORT is stronger than type Pluto. I do not think he's stronger than Jupiter though. Like the fight scene they described with Jupiter is ridiculous. And right now, I actually think Jupiter is the strongest type. Like Saturn is kind of the leader, but that's because of the way it can like kind of pseudo communicate with the others and like give signals. I don't think it's the strongest. I do think it's strong, and they're at the end of Notes. They're fighting it, right? That's like the big battle at the end of Notes, is they're fighting Saturn. And it does seem really mean, but I think Jupiter's the strongest from what we've seen. I really, really do. It just like the way they describe that fight scene is just ridiculous. That all the A-rays and ether liners, they can't even hurt, or they can't even like scratch it. They can't do anything, right? They're nuts, right? Ether liners and A-rays are crazy fucking strong, and they can't even phase him, right? And that's pretty crazy. But yeah, I would say Jupiter seems really up there. Saturn seems up there. ORT does seem up there. I do not though think he's as strong as Jupiter. I really don't. But he's probably ahead of some of the other ones. And again, because he's a pretty strange celestial body with him like surrounding the solar system and all that. So that is like a whole shtick. But yeah, I don't think he's top dog, but I don't think he's bottom dog either. Like definitely not. But it's unclear. They haven't explained a lot, and they never even said a word about Type Mars. Like not a word. He's never mentioned. Actually, he might be mentioned just by name, but nothing about him is ever talked about. Not even in the character material book. They don't give his appearance. Because they give like a vague appearance, like description of a lot of them. They don't like draw a picture for most of them, unfortunately, but they do give a description of a lot of them. But they don't say a fucking thing about Mars, so we don't know anything about that one. He might already be dead or something. That's kind of what's implied. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back real quick. I've been drinking so much ginger ale here. I gotta run to the restroom. So chat, we're talking about like types and all this crazy shit. I gotta say it now. On Reddit today, I saw a guy, and he got upvoted, saying that Morgan can beat ORT. And I'm just like, at what point in the story, didn't she die to like a claw stab from Woodrose, right? Like that killed her, and she's gonna beat ORT. Like, oh fucking please. That is just the stupidest. Like, I don't see how you can read the story and at any point be like, oh yeah, no, Lostbelt 6, no, that was scarier than this. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. Like, what the actual fuck, dude? It's like, that Rongo Bongo and all that shit's great and all. That is not doing jack shit to ORT. Like, are you kidding me? Like, did they not pay attention to what's happening here? It's crazy. Like, you have to have a beast that can't die, you know, beat on ORT for like 1,000,000 years, and he still doesn't even kill it. Yeah, but Morgan though, right? She's got that. Okay, George, you got a little defense buff here. It's got to do 222, right? It's not bad. I actually feel bad using George for just 222 because I feel like he can do better than that, but we'll see. He is a 2-star though, which means less health, and less health is really bad for the way ORT's minus HP thing works and all that. Well, honestly, Fluffy's no joke. I mean, Fluffy's no ORT, but Fluffy is no fucking joke. He is absolutely a planetary threat, and you say that. Like, Fluffy is, that's a strong boy. He may not be technically a beast and all that, but that's just because of the way beasts are created with the humanity love twisted bullshit nonsense. And he's not really part of that. But he's pretty strong. He and he straight up said in Lostbelt 6 he's a planetary threat. So yeah, he's no joke. But honestly, I'd be happier to throw Fluffy at ORT than Morgan. All right, let's see. Might as well do the guts now. Got our other defense buff, which is nice. I think I just rainbow chain. I don't think we're gonna live long enough, and we're gonna break the bar and all that, so we don't need to try to loop or anything. People just have horrible logic like that. Oh my god, it's like just because you're like a galaxy doesn't mean you're stronger than everything inside of that galaxy. And we are very clear about that with the actual abilities a lot of these things have. It does not work that way. It's like if we could just summon Space Ishtar and beat ORT, oh, we actually broke there. Well, how about that? But one of the only things that really, I think, clearly is on like type level, and there's plenty of stuff that might be. There's lots of stuff that might be that just isn't really clear. But I really do think Chaos is a really clear example of something. Alrighty, only 3 bars down. Oh god, it's because we keep failing to break. I know pep talk. There's a lot of those in this story. Alright, Berserker. Let's see. Let's go Kentucky. We said we were gonna do it, let's just do it. 10-10-6, good enough. I can definitely see Tiamat full power being type-ish tier. She is more limited though with the whole Earth connection thing. But I could see it. I'm not sure, and it wouldn't shock me at all if she's not as strong, but I wouldn't be. It wouldn't be like out of left field if she was in the type range at her best. Man, I wish Abzu was a thing, dude. I've always really liked Abzu, even like before FGO and stuff. And they have mentioned him, right? It's not like they act like he doesn't exist. I think I just evade right now because Berserker ORT can just one-shot you so easy. If you're not a foreigner, it's just so easy to just die. I mean, it's kind of silly because I've seen a lot of like newer Fate fans that are always trying to act like ORT's no big deal and people are exaggerating and stuff, and then the story does nothing but try to make ORT seem like the biggest deal ever, and then they're like, oh no, he's still not a big deal. Like, we are not paying attention here. Well, that's not good. That's not good. I think we're gonna die. Well, good try, Kentucky. This is what happens when you have no survivability, though. We're just maybe we somehow live this turn. If I could get one more NP off, we'd actually finish him, I think. I don't see how we could live, though. Yeah, no, not a chance. If he was like 110, maybe, but damn it, man, that sucks. Let's see. Yeah, what were people talking about Gajuna? The fuck? Gajuna's good and all, but my god, it is nothing that he does that's in this ballpark. Let's see. He's Archer. Leonidas could probably finish it, but he might be too good for that. You know what? She's not even leveled, and she doesn't have her buffs and everything. She's not good on this account at all. But you know, if we can take out a health bar, I'll take it. I don't see how you could downplay ORT though, because if you haven't read notes and any of that shit, then you don't know what you're talking about, and you shouldn't have an opinion. And then every second of what they do, like, are you kidding me? Like, the very first thing you see in ORT is him having more health bars than we've ever seen. And how much health does the final health bar have? It's like 1 billion? It's or some bullshit, right? It's like, what are you talking about? Right? It's like every second of what they do with ORT is fuck you, you don't have a chance, right? Like, I don't understand how anyone can see that and be like, oh yeah, nah, this is no big deal. Morgan, though. Like, does anyone remember the actual total HP they gave ORT in that fight? Because I'm pretty sure it's in the billions. Which, yeah, that's just not, we're not doing that. If someone ever beats ORT, that fight with ORT, it's going to be because they make some kind of unit that like heals off of MP. See, what counterclass is Foreigner? It's Alter Ego, right? So it'd have to be an Alter Ego that can NP every single turn, and their NP has like hard survival on it and healing. And the healing's enough to offset his normal card damage. And if they could NP every single turn, they could block ORT's NP every single turn. So, and it would take like a week to do it. So, you know, good luck. But if they ever made an Alter Ego with a very specific kind of toolkit, where they could loot forever, it might be possible. But yeah, it'd have to be a very specific kind of toolkit. Yeah, it basically has to be hard survival, like 1-hit invulnerability, 1-hit evade, or like 100% defense up, and heal. And they have to have the ability to NP very, very frequently. Because that doesn't have a chance. Not even close. I mean, people have tried. Just no way. Like, there's just no fucking way. You do not have the survivability to last that long. Like, ORT will he removes your buffs every other turn, if I remember correctly. Like, that's just so hard to deal with. And what's really hard is he removes your buffs and then attacks you. Right? It's not like he ends his turn and removes your buffs. He removes your buffs with his NP and then attacks you twice. And he never casts a skill, so he will always attack you twice. So Possessed's dead as fuck. Like, not a chance. Because you have to live for so many turns, and he's just gonna keep NPing you over and over again. Well, you can break the second health bar, right? You can do 10 million, but yeah, I don't think anyone's broken the second health bar, let alone the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth. You know, because I think it's what 10. But yeah, so far it's only been the first two. No one's done more than that. Right, so she does not have her second skill buff, so I might as well just throw it out for the attack down here. Yeah, it has to be an NP. It can't be a skill because the cooldown will just catch up with you too quick. You don't need multiple resist. You don't, because the NP removes the buffs after damage. So if you already got the healing value, or you already got the invulnerability to stop that, you'd be okay. And if you could just recast the NP immediately to heal again, because you have to have enough health to survive his double attack after the NP. But if you have that, and then you can always heal back up to full, like some bullshit like Kiara, you need like some weird fusion of like Kiara, Joan of Arc, that kind of thing, some nonsense like that. But they may never make a character like that, so it may just never happen. I guess BBB. Did I forget to cast my attack up? We might be able to touch someday, but I doubt anytime soon. Funny enough, I think our best chance of seeing another type again is just ORT in the finale, if there's like some kind of callback to every Lostbelt. All the teams come back or whatever, and there's just like a little bit of interaction with each Lostbelt. Again, at the finale. Like maybe you'd see ORT in that. It'd actually be kind of funny. I don't think they'd do this because they're going to want it to be very different than Solomon. But like, imagine you're fighting Ogla's dad, what, Mav's Berry, whatever the fuck, Miserable Berry, you know, whatever. Anyway, so you're fighting Poo Poo Head, and you know maybe he summons a bunch of bullshit things like, you know, Shadow versions of Lostbelt Kings or demon, you know, replacements for demon god pillars, whatever that's going to be, right? And then so you got like all the stuff from the Lostbelts. You know, fighting them like in Solomon. Again, I don't think they're going to be that similar to Solomon, but let's just say they were, right? So it'd be kind of funny if, like, because ORT wouldn't really be on your side, but he's just going to kill, right? So it would be really funny if you had, like, you know, the minions or whatever of the main bad guy, and each of them are fighting the different Lostbelts and stuff. And then ORT is just decimating, you know, everything around him, like, you know, whatever the demon god replacements are. They're just getting absolutely shit on by ORT. I could totally see them doing that. That'd be really funny. I don't think they're going to do that kind of setup, though. But yeah, it'd be kind of cool if, like, all the other, you know, character combos and stuff are, like, they're winning, but they're struggling, right? And then ORT's just, like, absolute death over in that corner. It's like, okay, yeah, we don't want to go over there. Saber again. So if we can beat the whole health bar, we want to do it. Oh boy, this is not looking good. Chat, I have so few characters on this account. I don't know if this is going to work. I honestly, this account might have to use MASH and like as often as possible. Because, holy shit. Yeah, we could Fujino, but we might want to save her for the UFO. Although she's so unupgraded and stuff that, maybe not. But, I mean, really, what do we actually have for Saber in the UFO form? Because he's one... Oh, no, he's not 1-1-1. Okay, never mind. You know, she's 10-10-10, but she's also Atalante, right? She's not exactly a solo champion. I think we go with her. I think she's a better pick than Fujino. I think we try to save Fujino for... Oh, wait, we have Robin. Right. That's a thing. Now in my video, I used Robin and Mozart because when was I ever going to use Mozart? Like literally, if you're never going to use them, you know, in a solo. So like I might as well. But I actually suspect Robin can do it without Mozart. But would I want to save Mozart for any of these fuckers? There's not a lot of art in here. There's 100 Face. Not a lot else that's applicable. ORT is not giant. Let's see, we got Billy. He's only at level 70 Billy, though. We could try it. That's kind of a fun thing to test. Let's see if I have command codes available on him. Because, I don't know, Billy at level 70, that's gonna be tough. Like, I love Billy and everything, but he is no Robin Hood. There's a reason I grailed him, and it was to keep up with Robin Hood. And honestly, even with my Billy at 100, a lot of times he's worse than Robin Hood. So, and see, Robin Hood has got command codes here, so... I don't know if how many do I got? I got a lot. Alright, we'll do it. Yeah, there was like some big falling out between the creator of that game and the guy that did the soundtrack. And from what I understand, the creator of the game is actually the one at fault and all that, and he's kind of like an egomaniac, from what I understand. But I don't know the situation very well, so don't take my word as gospel here, but yeah, that was a whole thing. Real shame too, and like they still had the rights to the music, so they could have kept using it. They just didn't want to because it was like a pride thing. They like, you know, they didn't like him anymore, and they didn't want to like have his music in their game. And they, you know, everyone praises that guy's music like because you know it's really good. So they were kind of silly about that whole thing. But yeah, I don't even remember what the deal was, but I have heard that the developer is very hard to work with, and is kind of an ass. Because didn't he make Binding of Isaac? Because I think that was the same thing, because I think the same guy did the music for the original Binding of Isaac, and he took that out for the Rebirth. And the Rebirth music is not nearly as good. It's like not even close. But yeah, it happens. You know, the thing is, it doesn't generally happen on a really professional level, because honestly, this actually happens all the time, where creatives don't get along for a AAA game, but it doesn't matter, right? The suits don't give a shit, and the product gets made, and if the artist doesn't get along with the music guy, you still use the art and the music, and you tell them to shut the fuck up, and you stick. It's contract. They don't have a choice, right? And big budget. That's actually one good thing about big budget stuff, though, is all that petty personal nonsense just doesn't go anywhere. They just have to deal with it and do their best anyway. So there's all, a lot of times you never hear about it, right? It doesn't come to the light of day, but it's actually very common that the creatives in a project don't get along, and then they clash and stuff, and they get mad at each other and all that. But when the game comes out, it's still their art, still their music, and all that kind of stuff, and we're none the wiser, which is honestly for the best. It's really only in indie games and stuff where you have this kind of like, and I love indie games, I really do. Actually, overall, like indie games more than AAA games, but there is some unique diva behavior in indie game development because the creatives have a lot more control, and they can be little bitches about things. It just is what it is, right? And that's not even unique to creative people, that's just humans, right? We're very petty, we're very silly like that. And when you're a cog in a machine, you're really only allowed to be so petty. But when you have a lot of like personal control over things, right? You can't really you just can't, right? You're not, even if you are being petty, it won't affect the end product very much. But there's plenty of indie devs though that don't fall into those kind of trappings, and they know how to be mature, and it's not even mature, it's about being professional. It's about putting the project ahead of your own personal feelings. And some people are really good at that, and they're able to work with, like you have some actors that are able to work with other actors that they don't like, and that they have like personal problems with, but they can get over that, and they can still, you know, do a good professional performance alongside that other actor. And some actors just can't do that at all, right? They just be, you know, bitch out and, you know, act like, you know, divas or whatnot, and it just is what it is. But yeah, games are no different. So, all right, let me just go with the heal because ORT's not doing attack up right now. Later on, ORT does do attack up, and it's actually incredibly good to bring the attack removal command code, because he'll copy your, like, he doesn't copy your buffs directly, but if you do an attack up, he will do an attack up, so it's good. And then at the end, you can actually steal your buffs, which is what happened in my video. Thankfully, I had the attack removal thing, and I think I had invulnerability anyway, but it just made me do way less damage, and that was really annoying. Alright, I guess crit damage on all this. There's no anti-super large command code. I think there is a threat to humanity one. Is it this one? Or is that anti-saber? I think it might be this one. It's only 10% though, if it is. Yeah, actually, I kind of already knew it was her voice actress because I wasn't 100% sure, but I've heard that voice actress before and do different roles, so I know the kind of range that they have, so I thought it might be. But yeah, I wasn't sure. I guess we'll just go with crit stuff here. Do I have Ushi? 20% generic one? I don't think I do. Well, I guess I will go to the threat to humanity one then, just because I don't seem to have much else to put on this. Kuku's pretty cool. I don't know, 8 out of 10. Like, there's not much objective that I have a problem with. It's just subjectively, she's not like my favorite thing ever. I mean, she is cool. The green is a huge help, right? That kind of thing. The story's fine, but you know, she's a little chipper, right? Not that that's a bad thing, but it's not generally my go-to shtick. Put it that way. Yeah, no, she's fine. I have no hate for Kuku for Cocoa Puffs. Her fashion's okay. I mean, like, here's the The first stage is fine. The second stage, the colors are really good. Like, I kind of hate to admit that because it's not really my style, but like the colors in her second stage are like stupid good. But you know, it's a little, I don't know, silly, and it's got the poofy sleeves, and oh my god, I hate the poofy sleeves thing. And the third stage is kind of like, caw, motherfucker, right? So that's a whole thing. But it's alright. I don't hate any of her stages, but they're not the best thing ever either. But the colors are really good. Like her stage 2 color palette is like godly, but it's not my favorite design. But I don't hate it either. You know, it's acceptable. Why can I not find this command code? Oh, there it is. Yeah, honestly, the shoulder pads or whatever, the poofiness of the sleeves. You know, I always say that I don't like that about Atalante. You know, she's very green too, and I like Atalante's character a lot and all that. She's cool, but the poofy sleeves fucking suck. I hate that. And she doesn't have the poofy sleeves in this, and that's better. But then her hairstyles, it's not that. It's like it doesn't fit her at all. That's the thing. It's like it's more, I don't know, kitty, I guess. You know, youthful, whatever. But she's still got like the super serious face and everything. It's kind of silly, right? So yeah, I know. There's always something wrong with Atalante, no matter what you do. But she is green and she's fine. But look, it's just, you know, they're fine. It's just they're not Beowulf, right? They're not Mori, right? Like Mori's the real winner here. They were kind of going for that, like that 80s, 90s vibe. God, this song is just so good, dude. Arcawade's pretty good. Arcawade's pretty good. I think the biggest problem she has is just moon cancer's pretty weird, but she's fine. Like they're both good. They're both really good. They're honestly in some challenge quest situations, I actually could see Arcawade being better, but I mean that just depends because I mean Kuku could be really good because the boss could have piercing vulnerability and she has anti-piercing vulnerability, and you know they can have evade and she has sure hit. Right, you get all kinds of weird stuff like that. Alright, you know what? I think I, do this. Just shoot him immediately. I'm gonna wait to do the attack up.
Okay.
Chat, I never used Mori in the video because one, the fight didn't go on long enough, but also I just could not, let Mori die, and I never saw an opportunity to, like, use him in one of the few fights where your servant doesn't die. And I wasn't even sure that your servant wouldn't die on that final health bar. I didn't even know. I kind of suspected it, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, I didn't want to get Mori killed, so I just never used them. $43 stars. I would love to be able to go for a crit and an NP at the same time and do attack up then, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Just type Earth, or Archetype Earth, not Archetype Sky. True, though. Okay, well, we're gonna do that. I don't know if I do the attack up or not. I think I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna try to get my NP again. This 50% crit, though. Not a fan of that one. Maybe I go for NP gain then, because this just might not crit. That sucks, but, I think that's the right call here. Nice camera work. Lack of 2, please. What was that? What? Are we peeking behind the curtain here? Is that what's going on? I don't think we're supposed to see that. Is that some like Super Mario speedrun shit? Fuck, we're at 95%. We might be able to face tank one more time and then use evade. I'm gonna save scum it. I'm a bad person, chat. Gotta get that maximum Billy value. Really sucks we didn't get my... What am I looking at? That did not happen in the video. There was some weird camera stuff with Billy, because he always does. The way he's like hitbox, camera shake. But, I like this. Ooh. Wow! Alrighty. Never, pay for my crimes, apparently. Come on, give me these crits. We lost our crit buff from our third skill though. If we could have NP'd one turn sooner, we could have done a lot more damage. I never punished this one. Oh no, I don't know if Billy's got this. No, he got one more turn. I think he got it, because it's not the NP turn. Because by the way, he still removes your buffs when he NPs you, just like the like original fight. Yeah, you're very likely to die on his NP turn or when you break the bar. It is possible to live. But I remember Cairo had someone live an attack or two, but he didn't actually live the break bar. It's possible in a team setting though, absolutely. It's just not worth it because like you're so much weaker in the second bar and he's so much stronger in the second bar that even if you bring a team to like survive, it's just you're just wasting, you know, data lost. It's not worth, like, no way.
Okay.
30% crit, it could happen. There we go, nice. Okay, we got it. Actually, triple crit. I think we needed 2 crits. I don't think we needed all 3, but I'll take it. Billy actually took out a bar. I'm proud. Also the first person to get NP'd. Yeah, still good at level 70. No Robin, but I should have put it in slow-mo. ORT's NP looks incredible, dude. You get like those, you don't see them in fast mode very well, but you get all these like those floating ORTs in the sky that then rain down the lightning. It looks so good. And it makes like him and the balls like glow together. They like resonate. It looks really cool, but yeah, it's really hard to see that in speed mode. I actually wish there was a setting for enemy NPs to always be in slow-mo. Because enemies don't NP very often, so. Wonder how fast we're going right now. Stormborder seems to be booking it. Yeah, Reshigal buffs you when you're in her region, and she sends the Bull of Heaven after, ORT. Who's driving? Does anyone know? Like, I actually really want to know who's piloting this thing. Because it's not like it's a straight line. You got all these, like, crystal bullshit things all around, so. Gordolf? Is he really driving? That's awesome. A French guy? Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to check. Yeah, Mala knows. Mala knows. That's very accurate. Because seriously, if you look at the road, it looks fucked. There's all kinds of obstacles. Does she die here? I have a feeling she dies here, which kind of sucks. That's our archetype Earth, man. What are they doing? But you can see like everything's getting like destroyed over here. Yeah, does anyone know what this scene is? Because she goes here instead of going with you at first, and I have no idea why. I don't know what's going on in this scene. I'm assuming she's like telling her something to like, you know, awaken her true power as ORT, you know, and that kind of thing. But I'm pretty sure she dies or something. They're arguing about Gundam Unicorn. Jakin is the best mobile suit in Gundam Unicorn. I won't have any pushback on this point. Obviously, she's leaving there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she dies here. Yeah, anybody know what's going on there? Oh, hands. That's so good, dude. So actually, I remember, does anyone else remember this as I describe it? I don't know if I'm alone in this, but I remember it was very shortly after Guadia, the Guadia boss fight, you know, the end of 1.0. It was an interview somewhere around there, maybe in 1.5 or before or whatever. It was somewhere in that area. And Nasu was talking about the future of FGO and how like crazy Guadia was and how he had, because you know they wrote a lot of Lostbelt actually way in advance. They set the premise of all 7 Lostbelts from the very beginning, and stuff like that. But he was saying how he had to like raise the stakes for like the finale of 2.0 and stuff, and he had to like, you know, do something worthy, you know, after Guadia. And I remember reading that interview, and that was like 5-6 years ago now, and the first thing I thought of was ORT. I remember that was the exact thing that came to mind when Nasu was talking about trying to do something even crazier than Guadia, and I was like, what else? At the time, we had less lore back then, so I was just like, yeah, that's the thing you could do, would be ORT, but I didn't even think he would do it. But I remember being like, man, that's the dream, that'd be awesome if we did that. But oh look, we did that, so. That's probably what he was talking about in that interview, actually, because he probably already knew that he was going to use ORT back then. Dude, I like every song of ORT so much. Like, all 4 of them are just top tier. I'm not even kidding, they're like already at the very top of my favorites in FGO music. The only stuff that keeps up is like Wadim's theme, Zeus's theme, and like Lion King's theme. That's like it. I'm not sure like the pecking order exactly for all those songs, but yeah, ORT stuff is absolute top tier. Oh, Tiamat's like first theme is really good. Like when she's running around on the map and all that, that's really good. There's some damn good map themes out there though. Oh, and Fluffy. Oh my god, how did I forget Fluffy? What is wrong with me? Yeah, Fluffy theme is absolutely top tier. I don't know what the fuck. I deserve retribution for that one. I don't know how I fucked that up. Oberon's theme is good. I don't like Oberon at all, but his theme is good. Like Lostbelt 6 has got some bangers, like the map theme at the end and all that. Some good shit. I do really like Oberon's theme, but it's not quite Fluffy tier for me. Or ORT, or any of that. Bergen's theme is kind of whatever, honestly. I mean, I don't mind it, it's fine, but that's a lot of Bull of Heaven hooves, by the way. that's kind of ridiculous. I'm guessing she was like working on this the entire time, like leading up to this. Stampede of Method, indeed. She does slow ORT down during all this though. And then she buffs the shit out of you. Also, I think like the terrain in here is like less favorable to ORT, and I think it's something to do with just like a Reshigal underworld nonsense. I'm not sure about that. I'm kind of just guessing, but it seems like that because I know she attacks ORT there, and you know, I think affects him a little bit, and then I think the desert or something is harder for him to reverse. I'm not quite sure, but like you can notice it's not very Crystal Valley in here, right? Like you can clearly see how, you know, it's all Crystal Valley bullshit back here and all Crystal Valley bullshit over here, but then it's not right here. So I think he's like not as good in this place. All right. We should probably turn on in-game music, which actually, that is the in-game music right now. That's kind of funny timing, like that literally is the in-game music right now. We'll turn it on when we get in here. Oh, this is a damn good song though, I tell you what. Alright. These are, ORT's a bit tougher here, but you're a lot tougher here. So we should have some wiggle room. I'm not brave enough. Also, she's actually horrible here because of the max HP down. That'll catch up with her and take her out. What about Blood Axe? I don't have a lot of assassins, so Fujino. That's the perfect use for that Mala with the sunglasses. I'm thinking Jerker or Blood Axe, or Martha. I kind of want to save Martha for like a rider on the UFO part. Let's try Jerker. How bad can it be? Chat, I'm gonna cheat a little bit because we already have burn command codes. And it's not even good for her because lack of starting NP. Yeah, actually, I probably shouldn't do that. It's probably not worth. If she had like well, she has some battery, but I don't think it's enough to matter. Actually, memes aside, like Kirby is nuts, but I actually don't think Kirby got ORT. I think ORT is stronger than all the crazy bullshit that Kirby does fight. Now, no joke, Kirby is fucked. It's not like I don't even think Kirby would get ran over. Like Kirby really is some OP bullshit. Like Kirby lore is some that's some nonsense. It really is. But I do think, like, if we're gonna be serious, that ORT is stronger than all the bad guys that Kirby has fought. But if there's no memes, it really does come down to, can Kirby inhale ORT? And if the answer is yes, then Kirby wins. And if the answer is no, then Kirby definitely loses. But yeah, Kirby is unironically OP as hell. All right. Let's turn the in-game music on. Yeah, although we're not at the UFO yet, but we'll switch to the. I don't think the music switches though until, like, I think that one map part they do switch up the music, but for in here I don't think they do. Not yet. Yeah, he going slower now. Gotta get through all this sand and shit. Alright, please don't one-shot me. We got the bonus HP now. Do that. Don't kill me. If he crit me, I think we still would have barely lived. We've been super close. Well, we don't need the battery, unfortunately, although we get 200% now. I guess I could have done Yang CE because we made it to 200. I think I have the guts here, which kind of sucks. Boy, she's not going to have a good time then. Chat, I don't believe it. How did the fanfiction OC version of Joan of Arc created by Gilius wearing a bikini, but then using Japanese weapons, how did that not solo all of ORT? Although she might have the health bar, but okay, well, yeah, I think we do have the health bar. This is truly one of the more ridiculous servants in the game when you think about it. You know, not one of the more ridiculous designs compared to some of the other summer and joke servants and such. And just wacky shit with like Van Gogh, but conceptually it's about as whack as it. Well, I don't know. Van Gogh is still pretty whack, but it's weird. All right. Okay, well she's dead as fuck here, but she did break the bar, so I'll take it. Yeah, I mean, chat, how is she not gonna just cut ORT in half immediately? She has a katana. I don't understand. You know, Natsu still wants to make a Fate PC game like that. That's like, he said that in multiple interviews. That's always been his like ultimate goal for Fate. because he wants to make an online game. Like, can people have their own servant and all, online Grail Wars and shit. But he needs to, if he wants to do that, he needs to hire better developers, by the way. Because he said that many times, and that's like what he really wants to do with Fate. And I'm just like, then stop hiring shovelware devs, please. You have to actually hire experts, for God's sakes. Alright. Caster. So we got Constantine, we got Achilles, we'll save that for the UFO. We got Ozzy, who's normally godly and would just shit all over a health bar, but he's 1111, so I don't know if he's gonna be doing that. We got Drake, who's also pretty yikes. Let's see here. Got Columbus, 8810. I don't know if he could do a full health bar. We could pair him with like Hans or something. I don't know if that'd be enough. I think we save Columbus for if you like almost break a bar but don't, and then it happens to be Caster. That seems to be logical. We got Ushi. Although, you know what? He might be able to do this because we are a Reshgal buffed right now. I'm gonna try it. That's funny, Blue. That's funny. She'll probably get used at some point. She almost got used earlier. So we have her summer version. ORT has threat to humanity and super large. Probably can wait a little bit on casting this. I love his voice actor so much. Voices Yazan in Gundam, and Yazan is such a great character. Also a cutthroat piece of shit, which I'm actually pretty sure is intentional. Wow, he didn't take too much damage there, that's nice. Maybe wait a little bit more on that. Chat, I want an emote of Fluffy, like, trying to blow a horn, like, really hard, right? He's, like, sweating and shit, right? Like, really trying to put in extra effort into blowing a horn or something. I really want that as an emote. That'd be really good when people want to, like, get my attention or, like, an announcement, and then also when songs have, like, trumpets and shit. It'll be great. What's funny about that is the musical notes coming out of it look like spit, like they're blowing too hard. We do need an ORT emote, that does need to happen. Alright. Looks like he's got it though. Still got double guts left. So yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, these last couple health bars are pretty easy to handle because of a Reshgal. It's a good time to use some of your kind of mid-tier stuff. Like if you're still a total shit unit, the HP drain is still gonna get you, but the Berserker one can still fuck you up really easy. Now you have to break these bars, and then you gotta fight him again. And when you gotta fight him again, whatever, if your units live, they live. Now, if someone on the team dies, you know, midway through the fight, then they're still at a loss, but survivors actually survive that one. Alright, not bad for Columbus, though. It's always such a mixed feeling, though. When they do well, it's nice, but then it means they're dead. So it's like, well, you know, that's the thing. Wow, we really cutting into the team here. You know what's messed up? Atalante is probably better than Gil because Gil, Ort's not a servant, and Gil has no survivability. That's fucked. I'll still try to hold on to him for a while though, just because it's Gil. I mean, come on. It's probably Atalante. But yeah, Atalante having evade, I actually think puts her ahead of Gil a little bit. I'll have faith in Gil to handle a UFO part. Ivysville got this. Yeah, I don't know about that. Wait a minute. We still got... Honestly, Robin's probably better than Atalante, so I think we Atalante here. Her NP just isn't that strong, unfortunately. Let's see, you fight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. Oh, the other one before, that's 11. And then he gets like, I don't know how many he gets. So, I don't know, it's like 15 to 20, somewhere in there. And the final health bar is 3 million, so it's a bit meatier. 17. Yeah, 17, and then the last one's worth a bit more. Although you do get some help. The last one is, it's worth like 2.2 million, even though he has 3 million HP. Because you get those helpful NPs from the NPCs, it's practically more like 2.2 million. Alright, I think we wait to evade. Unless I want the NP gain now. You know what? I do want the NP gain now. Man, I feel kind of terrible feeding Atalante to ORT. This is bad. What did she do? I mean, don't bring up APOC, but you know, other than that. And she's green. We're over here killing green servants, man. This is fucked up. $10.20, I think I'll roll that. 40-30, alright. Practical. She left us to die in Lostbelt 1, this is revenge. That was her Ultra version though. That right there, that is so fucking green. Big fan. Then it comes down as yellow and blue because it like separates. That's actually why they do that. They're like together, right? So it's green, and then they separate and become yellow and blue. Man, I had a guy saying yellow and blue don't make green because in paint, sometimes in paint you have to combine different colors to make the colors that you want. And I'm like, that's not how this works, right? Color is the absence well, it's the reflection and absorption of light, right? And so it's very set in stone what makes what, right? The thing about paint is it's not color. It's mimicking color, right? So for example, we don't have black paint. We can't make the absolute absence of light chat. I'm really gonna surprise you with that one. But we don't have the ability to do that. So what we have to do is fake it. We make like very, very, very dark blue or very, very, very dark green, right? And there's a lot of like the process of making paint. You have all these other chemicals and, you know, water and shit in there that changes it, right? So in order for it to make what you want to look like green or look like red and things like that, you have to, you know, do things a little bit differently than the actual color green, right? It's not the same thing, but yeah, it's like, you know, blue and yellow make green. That's just how this works. Thank you. And actually, I'm pretty sure it's still when you mix blue and yellow. I think it depends. It's pretty complicated because I know like with crayons, if you take blue and yellow, it makes green. It's kind of funky, and I think it depends on the paint. But the thing is, when it comes to the actual colors, they're just light absorption and reflection. That's all they are, right? It's just an amount of like green. Because people act like green's not a real color, which is so stupid. But like they act like green's not a real color because it's like can be made through other colors. That doesn't mean anything. Green is ultimately the amount of light reflection and absorption that makes green, right? That's just what it is, right? And that's why black technically is not a color at all because it's the absence of color, right? Essentially. But anyway, but yeah, there really is no fusions of colors to make other colors. I guess when you really get really scientific about it, it's just, you know, light and electrical currents and that kind of shit. But anyway, yeah, with paint and such, it can get kind of funky because it depends on like the kind of paint and also the amount of blue that you use and the amount of yellow that you use and that kind of shit. If you mix yellow crayons with anything, you just get ruined yellow crayons. Are you a fan of yellow, red? I mean, your name's Red, so I don't know about this. Get a load of this guy thinking green is a real color. Oh, we're at 96%. That's painful. But yeah, I've always been like, you know, like white and black are not colors, right? I do get that. I completely understand the science behind that. But practicality-wise, I get why people don't care. So like on the one hand, if someone's actually being technical about it, then they are wrong to call white and black colors. But outside of a very specific kind of conversation like that, I think it's totally fine to call white and black colors because, you know, the practical application of how we view color and paint and things like that, yeah, they might as well be. So, but yeah, I do get it. You know, it's an interesting distinction to talk about and get into why, you know, black and white are technically not colors. It is interesting, right? But it's also not that important for most things. Like if you're talking about like, you know, the design of a character in FGO, right? Like, you know, she's got like a little black mixed in with the. That's not quite teal, but anyway, you know, that calling it black is fine, right? You don't. If you actually make material like that, you're probably going to make it crazy dark blue or green or whatever. But like that, there's no need to actually call it that. Well, in science, like, it depends on what field of science you're talking about, but in science, like, if you want to get down to the real reality of it, you don't have, like, green is just a number of amount of light being absorbed and reflected. That's just what it is, right? And like, there's some electricity in there too, I think, but that's it, right? So it depends on what branch of science you're talking about when it comes to, like, mixing colors and stuff. Because it is different. That really is different if you're like talking about mixing crayons or paint versus like I guess fucking with light. Because that's the thing. Like most of what I see people talking about when they try to bring up the science of colors, they're not actually talking about the science of colors. They're not. Because they're not really involved with like. You're not really fusing them, right? You don't make a green frog by fusing a yellow and blue frog, right? It doesn't work that way. You know, it's like it's you know, light, the way it interacts, the way its skin is going to interact with light and you know, electricity and all that. That's what's going to determine if it's green or not. And actually, I know this is a thing. Blue is like stupidly rare in nature for. I don't even remember why. I know some people have broken that down, but apparently, whatever the. I think it just says for like animals. I guess blue is just not a very advantageous color to evolve into because it's too noticeable or something. It doesn't blend into a lot of environments or whatever. But yeah, I know blue is like really rare for one reason or another. Like you don't have a lot of blue flowers. You don't have a lot of blue frogs and butterflies and stuff. I think there is like a blue butterfly and like a blue frog species. They do exist, but they're quite rare. And then like blue is just very uncommon with How did you son of a bitch, Warlock. Look at you son of a bitch. I see what you did. I thought that was maybe someone else's like emote or something, but no, that's for green. That's so fucked up, you bastard. So blue poison is rare, unironically, yes. But yeah, I don't know the actual reason behind that, but I do know blue is really rare. What are we fighting? Berserker again. Ugh. Well. Fuck you, Ungreen Zero Mo. Yeah, that's war. Wow, that's really good, Blue Note. I'm not gonna lie, that's really good. Also, I can't open. Did he? I don't think that artist actually drew her sunglasses on top of her hat. I just realized he didn't draw that. That's fucked up. That's so good though, because the sunglasses are like on sloppy, which actually looks really good with the face. I'm still not happy with that Ashwink emote. It needs to be more zoomed in. It needs to be like closer and stuff. It's like good enough for now, but it's still not what I want. I cannot chat. I worked with two separate artists and I just could not get them to like get what I wanted. It was tough. I don't even know why. I honestly don't know why. What do we bring here? We are really getting low on stuff though. So we still get the health boost. Who has anti-berserker? Charlotte does. We don't have Charlotte. David does. Do I have it though? Let me go look. I think David might be the attempt here. So I love the Scream emote, but it needs to be adjusted. It needs to be closer. It needs to be more zoomed in. And I tried to explain that to them, but they didn't really get it. I've noticed a lot of artists, they want to show up as much detail as possible and not think about what's good about the individual emote. Because, for example, we have other emotes that show the horns clearly and all that kind of stuff. So if that one's more zoomed in and you don't really see his horns, it's fine. Like, it's actually fine. So, like, I want that emote way more zoomed in, right? I want the expression to just, like, almost encompass the entire thing, right? It needs to be some serious freak out. Yeah, Hex is actually trying to adjust some of our emotes, and we'll see what we get. But yeah, no rush, Hex. If you're busy with other stuff, don't even worry about it. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of, though, artists struggle with, like... You gotta cut stuff, right, for emotes sometimes to make the spacing work, and you gotta just be okay with that. Man, I'm hungry, chat. Might have to go fix a sandwich real quick. Thankfully, I'm pretty far along. And thank you, Lost, for the gifted sub. And Hex more than deserves it, so thank you. Oh, I should have gifted him that sub. Oh yeah, don't worry about it at all, Hex. I ain't worrying about it. I tell you though, I miss Aerie, and she's just really busy. You know, she pops in every once in a while, but she's really busy. But I really miss Aerie because like working with Hex or Aerie is so much easier because like if you're working with a professional artist and stuff, they're on like a timetable, so you only have like so much back and forth you can do, right? And so then you kind of get what you get. and it's a pain. And also, Ari just really understands, and like so does Hex. They both understand emotes really well. They've kind of been around the block. They've seen a lot of emotes. They've seen like what emotes are clear and aren't clear, and what like clicks, right? And so like when working with Ari, and like Ari was getting so good, right as she grew up and got too busy for us, but she was starting to get really good at like understanding what made good emotes and whatnot. So it was really easy to like talk back and forth about like, okay, now it needs to be closer to the camera. It's okay to cut this. It's okay. And it was just really easy to have like that back and forth to kind of really get what you want at the end. Whereas professional artists, you don't have time sometimes because you only get like a few back and forths before it has to be completed. But like I can tell the Hex to take a year, right? It doesn't matter, right? There's no time limit here. Man, we're gonna need an emote like that, the sleep emote. I just don't know what character to go with. Because that's like a whole style of emote, like life gets to you and those kinds of things, like dead emote. I don't know who to ORT. Not ORT. We do need an ORT emote, but that's gonna be complicated. I want to do ORT sleep. Really? I don't even know how you would do that. Because like his face, he doesn't even have. I mean, he kind of has eyes, but only like kind of. That'd be really hard. I mean, I won't stop you, and I'll pay you Hex whatever you come up with. But Wadim, that's pretty good. I don't mind that. Wadim's not bad. But ORT Arrive would be really good. That's hard because you have to make something. You have to make a design of like a chibi ORT, right? Because you have to cut down a lot. So he'd need like, a much simplified body, head, and legs, and then you have to be able to then make it move, right? That's pretty hard. But yeah, you'd have to create a very chibi version of ORT to make that work. And obviously to kind of give it the more, happy vibe, you'd want that anyway. But yeah, I mean, ORT Arrive is a great idea. Write that down. But yeah, no, really, that's really good. But yeah, the hard part is you're gonna have to design a new version of ORT, right? Kind of like how Fluffy, like Chad, I'm gonna have to be honest with you, the Fluffy that we use, like that kind of, because I mean, Hex came up with that, by the way, that whole design we use for Fluffy and all the emotes, that Hex made that. That's not what Fluffy normally looks like, Chad. It's similar, but that's not quite a one-to-one there. And yeah, we need to do the same thing for ORT, which is very complicated because like Fluffy's not too hard to do that, but ORT, that's really hard. Hell, I'd pay, if somebody comes up with a good design, I'd pay just for that, just to use it as a template, but, we'll see. I don't want to promise too much right now. I do love that Hex emote, though. It's so good. Alright, David. Passives. We have none of them. Oh, shit. That's not good. What are the statistics on getting David when you roll, when there's no rated up 3-star? What are the stats on that? Because the thing is, I don't want to actually roll on Kuku unless I got past NP1, right? Because having 2 NP1 Kukus is really stupid. So it's not great. That's kind of a problem. Because never mind this fight, I just want David's anti-berserker anyway. I should probably wait. Because I think if anything, I should go for NP2 Kuku on my main, and then go for St. Joan on my ult. Because I think it's pretty likely St. Joan's gonna summon the Class Guard Servants. Because I think they know people want them, and that's their way of adding them. FP would take forever. I probably would get David in 500,000 FP, but it's just, that's too much. Might do 1 FP summon just for the lulz here. So I don't think going survivability is a good idea. I think I need to go damage. Maybe go with this though, try to loop once. Maybe go with K-scope. Oh, that eye roll is pretty good. But I tell you, I do need to, and we got Diva. Diva's an artist too. I need to try to work with them more. Because the thing, what I really prefer is working with artists that are in the community, and I'll actually pay them more. Because actually, I'm surprised at some of the professional rates. I pay the people on like Discord stuff more than the people on like I found, so I'm not gonna try to like lowball them or anything. But I much prefer working with people in the community, not because of pay, it's because of time. Because people within the community are way more willing to just be like, oh yeah, well, you know, we'll just work on this over time and we'll just talk back and forth until it's ready, right? Where if it's a professional interaction, then that's not gonna happen and you're less likely to get the exact thing that you want. And I'm very picky, so yeah, I'm hoping to find more people in the community that are willing to do the art stuff, just because yeah, it's just easier to get like that perfect vibe on the emote, where when you do it professionally, again, you only get like 1 or 2, maybe 3 back and forths, and I'm not gonna hate. I'm happy with the emotes that I got, and they did a good job, and like Fluffy looks pretty good and all that. But I was actually kind of shocked because I think I was very clear, and the few back and forths we had, I thought I was very clear about what I wanted to be changed and what vibe I wanted, and I gave good references and all that kind of stuff, and I was just shocked at like how much they just didn't get it. And I was like, what the fuck, man? And again, I'm not mad at them. You know, I appreciate their time, and art's hard, and you know, their art quality is great. No hate for them whatsoever, but I was surprised at like how much they missed the mark on some of the like the references that I gave and stuff. But it's tough, you know, art is very tough. So, but yeah, I try to be really good. I know art's tough, and I know enough artists that I think I know how to do good references and explanations and whatnot. But anyway, David, damage, Gib. We need a Gib emote too, or give, you know. I really like the one we got on Discord, but we need something. We could just honestly make like a souped up version of that, really. Atalante actually worked pretty well for that kind of emote. I don't even know what chat is talking about right now. But yeah, that Atalante emote we have on Discord is really good, and that's definitely the vibe I'd want. Maybe a little more zoomed in, right, that kind of thing, but that is absolutely the vibe that I want. And Atalante does work well for it, but I mean, we could do any number of characters, really, like Mordred or whatever. Yeah, I want Ort emotes really bad. It's just, he's so hard to make emotes for. I mean, have you seen his face, right? It's so, like, alien. I mean, it's really hard to make that, like, expressive and that kind of thing. I'd love to have, like, Fluffy and Ort as, like, the 2 mascots, though. That'd be fantastic. But that's tough. That's not easy. It's doable. I do think it's doable, but yeah, it's really tough. Because you have to kind of like make a chibi Ort, right, and try to find ways to make that expressive, but then still look like Ort, right? That's very hard. Yeah, Ort like steamrolling the camera would be pretty great. Let's see. I'll just go with that. We're not gonna do something like that. That's way too much. That's not even remotely practical. Unless I was like a huge Omega streamer, right, with like, you know, 5,000 subs and you get like 1 million emote slots, right, and then maybe. But first off, I would hate my life if that was that big of a streamer. And 2, that's not gonna happen, so. But yeah, you have an outrageous amount of emote slots when you're like massive like that, and you can afford to do like, you know, that many emotes for something stupid like that. But yeah, we still have quite a few emote slots left, and we can actually get rid of some of our emotes that no one uses. But yeah, we don't have enough for that. That's not going to happen. Apparently, I looked at my frequently used. It says the Dorito emote is frequently used by me, but I don't feel like I use that emote very often. Any Cairo, because I watch Cairo and like Ouroboros a lot, right? But most of my viewers aren't in Ouroboros stream. But like, when I'm in Cairo stream, do I use that emote? I mean, I know I've used it a few times, but I don't feel like I use that very often. I'm kind of confused here. I think it's lying to me. Like, I can think of like 3 times I've ever used that emote. Like, what the fuck? Okay, we're gonna try to double NP. Do I have... Oh, fuck, I don't have his passive, though. If I had his passive, I could NP turn 1 with Vanilla K-Scope. Because I don't have it, that's not worth it. Alright, I guess, stick with this. It's actually a pretty great emote, though. Maybe I should use it more, but, dude, I love emotes. It's actually one of my favorite things. And when I was young, they didn't exist. I'm not exaggerating. Like, the internet was a very different place. And it was actually just beginning, really, when I was young. And I've kind of watched the internet kind of evolve and internet culture go from this crazy niche thing into like a really popular, common thing. And, emotes started off as just like, the smiley face, like dot, bracket and all that. And I've slowly watched them become significantly more mainstream, and there's just so much variety now. I love them. They're so much fun, and they create, I don't think I'm overselling it, dude. Sometimes people just get so creative with like their emote use and the emote combos for like really key moments in streams or on funny conversations on Discord, and it's so good, man. It's so fucking good. Just like how people can be very funny in real life and all that. It's a skill, man. Like, it's a real skill the way people come up with emotes. But yeah, I really have laughed at some of the creative stuff people come up with. And thank you for the 10 months. It's so hard to see the names now, the way they changed it. I was like, who subbed? I still don't know who subbed because you're Jingleheimer. I'm just going with Jingleheimer. I fucked the first part of that. But I never get your name right. Yeah, thank you for the 10 months. And that's an OG right there. Alright. I love that one of Gamblers. I love that one so much. Is that with the steering wheel? I need to see that. I don't think I've seen that yet. I'm trying to make people waste channel points. I think I'm gonna cast this turn 1. I'm wasting the heal, but just get it on cooldown. This is so risky if it doesn't work, but I'm trying to get my NP right now, and then use Merlin with the Rainbow Chain when I'm actually in team. Yeah, Gator Pog's pretty great too. Okay, that hurt like hell. No! God damn it. What the fuck? What do you mean 98%? Oh, that's just brutal. This fucking game, dude. If we could NP right now, we could probably double NP, but now I don't think we're gonna be able to double NP. I think that put a stop to the fun times. Oh man, because the Berserkers hit really hard. We'll see, but oh man. We really need to make that 99, 98, because it's always 98. Yeah, I think I would have just enough time to have NP twice if we did 98. I almost want to reset and see if I can make it work. Let's see what happens here. That's a 60% Buster crit though. With double attack up. I think we just take it. Fuck it. I think we fucked up the double NP anyway. Yeah, you hit 99 every once in a while, but pretty great. See, there's his face right there because his eyes are like the horns. Actually, we should have screenshotted that. That's a really good look at his face. That's actually the best look at his face I've ever seen. If only we could double NP. Alright, let's see here. Can I kill? Okay, if I don't kill here, I'm gonna reset, so then 1, I can do better, and then 2, we get a better look at ORT's face, and I'll screenshot it. Because I think we're gonna just barely fail here. Oh shit, he got it. Damn. But yeah, David's NP is actually a really good look at Ort's face there. Alright, last health bar. If you survive this, you do not die. So we can theoretically use whatever we want. Like if we want to use the big boy. Give me one moment to chat. If I don't make a sandwich, I'm going to die. So apparently eating keeps you alive, so that's a thing. I've been eating crackers, but it only does so much. Alright, chat. Sorry that took a while. I need 2 sandwiches instead of just 1 because I'm hungry. Alright, speaking of hungry, ORT, let's go. Not actually the final health bar. Alright. You know what? Gwane's the one. Good call, Mala. Because he gets to live.
ようこそ
All right. Time for some damage. Chat, even though, like, character-wise, I like Gilgamesh more than Gwen, I feel like I'm leaning more towards 120 and Gwen just because it's fucking funny. Like, that's a lot of BBB. Like, maximum gorilla. We'll see, though. But I could definitely see it happening. Ultimately, you get enough grails that going to 100 is not too bad. But 120 is a big decision. The 100 used to be a big deal, but it's not as big of a deal anymore. And then like 90 is nothing. Like 90 is like so standard now. Even if you vaguely like a character, you can take him to 90 without much hassle. I can 120 more than one servant, but not back to back. Like, no way. You know, I want a big break in between, you know, Ku and, like, if I do Billy or Mori. Alright. I mean, I'll take Kojiro coins. I am going to grill Sanson some, probably to like 110 or something like that. I don't think I'll take him all the way to 120, but I am going to grill him past 100 a bit. Finally get 10,000 attack. I think he has to be 102 to be 10,000 attack. That's a lot of data lost. Yeah, I can see why. If you bring 6 servants twice at the start when you don't know what's happening, that really is devastating. Because you might bring Castoria or something crazy like that. That's like a carry for your account. And you've lost 12 servants in 2 fights if you do that. So you're super fucked. But yeah, the first streamer I saw have to reset, that's why, so. Because I'm cutting it close enough here that I'm like, yeah, no, I could see me failing if I had done something stupid like that. Well, I tell you what, TG, you're not gonna have problems with archer bosses. Like, not at all. So, the final fight with a grand ORT. I'm pretty sure he destroys. I saw this on Atlas DB. He like destroys your field spells, like Waterside, Sun, all that stuff. Did he just kill my Buster buff? Well, shit. I think I can fuck him up anyway, though. You know what? I'm doing this now. I don't even need it. Man, our Buster buff is huge, though. That sucks that he just killed it. My Gwen's pretty nuts, though. I think he got this, no problem. Oh, yeah. There we go. Oh my god, Gwen's animations are so good, dude. The extra attack's a little extra, but, oh my god, I love Gwen, dude. It's great. Dude, I actually thought this was the end when I first did it. I didn't think it was the end of ORT. I thought there'd be like a, you know, a straight up boss fight with them right after, right? Like a typical FGO boss fight. I didn't think they were gonna be like, oh, by the way, there's more raids. And then there's a regular boss fight with them. And then there's another regular boss fight with them. Man, I was not expecting that. Yeah, I thought we were like, okay, now we fight ORT in a normal stage, right? Like, you know, like a normal boss fight. But nope. Absolutely not. His makeup is running, kind of sweating, you know. Oh, look, they think they won. Fuck, I missed the picture. And look at this gentleman here. Chat, this is a long shot, but do any of my viewers play Earth Defense Force? Like, anybody. Because, like, this is so Earth Defense Force, it's ridiculous. Like, it is so EDF. I do, good man, good man. But am I right? Like, this is so fucking EDF, it's ridiculous. You can hear the battle songs now. He looks friendly. I'm gonna stream EDF6 for sure, and I'll try to get chat in on it from time to time and that kind of thing. Really looking forward to it. Oh yeah, there's this theme too. This is clearly an alternate version of 1 and 2, but so he kind of has 5 songs. This is a much lighter variation though compared to like 1 and 2. Bad time for him to get yeeted. Yeah, I think he like exhausted all of his power during this. Feels bad, man. In like actual lore, he's Ishtar's husband. I don't know if they kept that in FGO because my waifu and all that. People get really uppity about that kind of thing. Because, you know, maturity level very low here. Sheep mud, yeah. The thing is, we do have some servants with canonical spouses, but they have undone that for so many more. They don't... They pretty clearly dodge that as often as possible. It's very silly. God, this shit is so awesome. This is actually my least favorite form of ORT. I still like it, but I like that it's a part of him, right? Because it's not like his normal state. He doesn't want to be just hanging out in his UFO form. You know, he's unbattle prepared, I guess. But it's, you kind of get an idea of how ORT works, like with the tendrils, like controlling the body, and you know, him being some strange energy thing inside of a shell and all that. It's pretty awesome. I wish the other forms had gotten a proper NP like this one. I figured they didn't just because of time, especially Grand ORT. Funnily enough, and I think a lot of people that like know their shit have said this, but Grand ORT is actually weaker than regular ORT, like abso-fucking-lutely, because although he gave himself the absolute strongest class container possible, because he basically used the entire summoning system just for himself. Selfish, by the way. Anyway, you know, he gave himself the best class container he could, but that's still not as strong as he is as his normal self. Now, obviously, you've been worn down and all that, but yeah, Grand ORT is actually the weakest of the lot, even though he is really, really, really strong. I know, the level 1 thing, they definitely did that on purpose. Alright, back to Foreigner. This is always a problem. Probably alter ego time. Yeah, alright, here we go. Dude, it's weird because, like, ORT, it's so strange, but, like, there's a lot of villains throughout games, movies, books, and stuff that I really like and whatnot. And have, like, a lot of depth and, like, relatability sometimes, and, you know, you get some bad guys that are only, like, kind of bad guys, and all this stuff, right? All these different characters. You got Wadim out there and all that. But lots of good books, movies, and games, all that, right? Lots of great villains. And, I wouldn't say ORT's my favorite villain ever or anything, although he was executed incredibly well here, but I don't think I've ever been sadder to see a villain go than ORT. I don't even know why. I guess it's just something to do with how the character is, like, very much about, like, trying to survive at all costs, and I guess just all the build-up and how well the build-up was executed. But yeah, I've never been sadder to see a villain go than ORT, which is just, like, it's just weird because, you know, he doesn't speak to you, and he doesn't have, the same kind of, like, backstory some other characters would and whatnot. Because I love villains, like, I love villains in all kinds of things, but, yeah, ORT relatable. I mean, he is relatable in the desire to survive. There's at least that. But man, I was very satisfied with the... You know, they did a good job. I do wish the 3 million HP fight at the end was harder, though. It's not, like, the easiest thing ever, but I really do wish that 3 million HP fight before the Grand fight was harder. The Grand fight is actually pretty hard for, like, a normie account. You can counter it with strong stats really easy, but, like, it actually can fuck you up. Like, man, I actually had a hard time with that one with 1 to 3 stars. It wasn't the hardest thing ever, but, like, it was not a cakewalk. Like, not at all. Like, that was pretty tough. But, yeah, the 3 million fight at the end, that does need to be a bit harder, in my opinion, but it's still great. I don't know what my all-time favorite villain is. It's tough. I have to really think about that. Alright, anyway. Foreigner. Default is probably alright. Now, normally you could probably get his guts off multiple times, but at 111, that's not happening. They might do Super Recollection ORT someday. They'd probably do Grand ORT though. It's a lot easier to translate that into a typical boss fight. But they could do the final health bar if they wanted to. The only thing I don't... Okay, there's two things I don't really like about Lostbelt 7. Like, overall, I like it a lot. And, you know, I think... One thing I really like about it, because this is really important to me, I don't like stories that they just pull out of their ass, and then everything that matters is spawned in that story, and then disappears before the story's over. Right? That's like a fucking Seinfeld episode, right? Nothing actually matters. And some of the Lost Belts have been like that, and I don't like that. The Lostbelt 7, they really got into it. You know, they were like, okay, you know, we're explaining UFO god stuff and grand scheme stuff and what's actually going on here. They actually progressed the plot, and that I like that, right? Because I think it's the best stories to me are stories that have a good story and then good characters in that story. And for the characters to really shine, they need a good story to play off of. Now, the problem I have with Lostbelt 7 is I don't like a lot of the characters very much. I like Kuku fine, even Ogla's okay. I mean, it's not my cup of tea, but she's alright. And Kodamine's great, and, you know, Kadok's great, and some of actually the dinos in general are all pretty great. But, like, a lot of the villains are all the fucking gods and shit. They're just boring as fuck, dude. I don't care about them, like, at all. And some of their motivations are just dumb. Like, they're just fucking dumb, and it's like, okay, whatever. So that was kind of a drag, but I love the backdrop of Lostbelt 7. I love like the actual, you know, story moving forward. ORT's a great villain, you know, Kuku is great and all that. But like, if we could have had like the cast of Lostbelt 1, right? With the and use that with the I mean, Lostbelt 1's plot was actually pretty good because it was coming off of the prologue, and it was setting the premise, right? Lostbelt 1 was setting the story, right? So it did fine, but it also had a good cast while I was at it. So it'd be nice if Lostbelt 7 had a cast that I liked better. That's a big negative for me. The other big negative is it's written by Nasu, and Nasu loves forced filler that has nothing to do with anything, and people randomly acting like it's, you know, Day at the Beach in between, you know, crazy drama, and I hate that. I fucking hate that about Nasu's writing. It's just not my cup of tea in the slightest. It's super, does not ring true at all. That always takes me out of stories big time. So, and it's not, I don't think it's as bad in Lostbelt 7 as some of the other stories, but it's still absolutely there, and I don't like that. And so that's a big negative. But that's been in every Nasu story. It's in Babylonia, it's in Lostbelt 6, and it's in Lostbelt 7, it's in, you know, it's in Fate Stay Night, for God's sakes. It's just in everything that he writes. But it is a little bit better in Lostbelt 7. It's not quite as bad. But yeah, Lostbelt 7 is pretty high on my list, but it is being carried by ORT a good bit. He's a great villain backdrop. You know the whole time you're leading up to him. You know, and you just can't wait to see him, and it's you know, like really early on in Lostbelt 7, you know ORT's going to be the big bad. I mean, you just know that, and then it's really, that's a really cool thing to be hanging over the story the entire time, right? But yeah, a lot of the cast I just didn't, you know, it's not my cup of tea. And Nasu's story execution is always kind of yikes. But honestly, my favorite Lostbelt from pure story is Lostbelt 1. I always say that. From just pure story, just the characters, the storytelling, and all that, it's Lostbelt 1. Now, for gameplay, Lostbelt 1 is, you know, kind of, so for gameplay, it's Lostbelt 5-2. And I really like the story in 5-2. I actually like the story in 5-2 a lot. Its pacing's a little whack, but I still like it. But, yeah, 5-2 is my favorite complete package because I just like everything about it. Now, it's not perfect, right? Some of the aspects in it I don't like as much as in other things, but like I like everything in it well enough. There's no big negative in 5-2 for me. So 5-2 overall is my favorite. For pure story and character, it's 5-1. And then probably 7 right after that. Those are the 3 big ones for me, I would say. Fucking hate Lostbelt 3 and 6 though. Really did not like those. I don't know. 3, man, that was just... What the fuck? That was not good. Anyway, alright. We can NP turn 1. That's probably for the best. Also, the soundtrack is really good. Where's my mouse? Okay, there it is. Yeah, I don't know. It's Lostbelt 3, man. I will say, I do like the boss rush at the end of Lostbelt 3. It's a lot of fun, good, well-designed boss fights back to back, and that's nice. But that does not make up for everything else. But yeah, the gameplay is pretty decent. Yeah, Lostbelt 1 was really good. I was a big fan. Like, the prologue into Lostbelt 1 was pretty smooth, and it had good character motivations, and it sets the plot up and all that. Ivan was a good villain and stuff, and Tadok is a bitch, but it led into him not being a bitch later, which ultimately was really nice, so. And then 4, it's like, the ending's really good, like I love Karna, and like Arjuna kind of snapping out of it because of Karna, right? That's kind of great, right? I actually really like that, how his rage at Karna kind of overrides the god bullshit a little bit, and I always enjoy that. And that was, I mean, even if you don't like the story and stuff, you gotta admit, Karna and Arjuna finally having a big, mano-a-mano fight like that is kind of awesome, especially with it getting interrupted in America and all that, and that was really enjoyable. However, there is a lot of nothing in Lostbelt 4. Like, holy shit, it's like nothing is actually happening for most of the story. I don't give a fuck about almost any of the characters other than, like, Asclepius, right? Like, Asclepius was cool there, and he had some cool motives and whatnot. But, yeah, Pepe, Hot Wheels, and Asclepius are the only things that I actually care about, really. I mean, Karna's fine, but he's barely in it. But yeah, there's a lot of nothing in Lostbelt 4. Alright, I think I can wait. Oh, why did how did he get that many buffs? What happened? I know he buffs when you buff, but how did I give him that many attack buffs? That's not good. That's bad. Okay, well, maybe it's a bad time here. Okay, we'll do kind of a weird half measure there, trying to mix in damage and NP gain. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at his ascensions, but I didn't even do that. I mean, where do you even start with Lostbelt 3? I think everybody knows. Like, I rarely do I see any pushback on Lostbelt 3 being terrible. It's like, it tastes like garbage. Almost none of the cast matters. There's like a really weak villain presence for almost the entire thing. I mean, most of the characters don't have a role that is even remotely meaningful. I mean, it's just like, and then it like has to wrap up really fast. Like nothing's happening forever, and then at the end it's like, and it's over. It's like what? It's like they ran out of time, right? It's like they like, oh shit, we need to wrap this up. It's like, wait, you never flushed it out to begin with, and they just like end it really, really quick. Like it's fucking god, it sucks. Like it's the only one that gives Lostbelt 6 a run for its money, because I really don't like Lostbelt 6 on any level, because what really gets me about Lostbelt 6 is that like people act like it's a masterpiece, and I'm just like, you have got to be kidding me. Like it's just like, it's so like amateur hour, like it's like typical teen fan fiction nonsense, and I'm not big on it. Because like Lostbelt 6, where do you even start with this? It's like, first off, Natsu just made up a bunch of bullshit that has nothing to do with anything, that will never matter ever again. Just because, right? He basically wanted to make a story that had nothing to do with the story, right? But then like, why is it part of FGO, right? That's silly. Like, he wanted to make this whole fantasy setting that's completely different and has nothing to do with anything. Nothing happens that's important. And like, they just like corrupt so many good ideas with like stupid fan fiction nonsense. Like the whole story is doing that constantly, and for no real reason. And it's mainly because like and not even like, we found this out later. It's like they had these original ideas that had, that were meat on their bones for like a typical like story anyway. And then Nasu saw like the art for Morgan and was like, oh no, I want Morgan now to be like a tragic heroine. And then he saw the art for Oberon, like, oh no, I want Oberon to be more important now. And they just tack shit on, right? They just fused Oberon and Vortigern. Like, I'm not even kidding. This is not a theory. We found this out. Vortigern was going to be his own character, like typical, tyrant dragon, all that stuff. And Oberyn was just going to be Oberyn as his own character. And then later on, Nasu just wanted Oberyn to be more important. So he just fused them, just because. Right? It's like, it's so forced and it's so out of place. And like, this is the big one for me, right? This is the real thing that kills Lostbelt 6. It has so much filler. It is just beyond words, and people act like it's world building. It's not world building because it's shite, right? Like, people are behaving in ways in Lostbelt 6 that are unbelievable. Like, no one would behave that way under the context that they're in, right? And that's a staple of Natsu's writing. He just does this, right? He'll just smack all this crazy slice of life stuff in between major events, and I gotta be clear here. It's fine to have downtime. People, they're not fighting 24/7. They're not building a castle wall 24/7. Of course there's downtime, and it's okay to have characters interact and build on the characters and all that in those downtime moments. Totally fine. Actually a good idea. The problem is what Nasu does is during those downtime moments, it just turns into like a comedy for no reason all of a sudden. And people act like super lighthearted and just completely different for no fucking reason. And then they go right back to the drama. And then they go back to the slapstick. And then they go back to the it's just garbage! And it's so bad in Lostbelt 6. I think it's at its absolute worst in Lostbelt 6. Like, it's outrageous. And people always like act like, oh, it's just world building. That is not world building. It's just like shitty, yeah, it's like Marvel. Like, they're trying to be silly all the time when it makes no sense. It's so bad. It's so bad. And I just cannot take Lostbelt 6 seriously because of that. And then on top of that, I don't like the premise. I don't like the art style. I don't like the, how it just out of the blue it is as a story. Now it just all disappears at the end and it doesn't affect anything and none of it mattered. And it's just, I can't even think of a thing I like about Lostbelt 6 other than, Percival's cool, but I like him more in the servant form than in Lostbelt 6 and stuff. So I mean, it's just I don't really have a lot of good things. And the music's good. The music is really good. And there's so much contrived bullshit in Lostbelt 6. Like, oh, servants are weaker here because we need Tristan to die, and it's so bad. I know soccer was totally important to Lostbelt 7. Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. It's like, that shit is just fucking dumb, dude. It's like, it makes the stories worse, right? It makes it a lot harder to take it seriously. ORT's pretty ready over there, just saying. I think we're dead, because he's going to kill us, I think, with the drain, after Guts. I will say that the Morgan stuff was a good plot point where they set the groundwork for her being betrayed. It's actually really predictable that she's going to get betrayed, but you don't think it's going to work. I think most people thought anyone turning on Morgan would fail. But honestly, that was actually good plot armor. It actually makes sense that that happens to her, honestly, with like decisions she makes and whatnot. Yep, we're gonna die to the drain. Well, that's bad. That's what I get for being 111, I guess. Also, I really need an attack removal command code or something. But anyway, I actually like that plot point. It was actually surprising, but not just surprising to be surprising. It still makes sense, right? It's sensible and whatnot, but it was still kind of shocking, right? That's always good. So I will give them that. That Morgan plot twist was good. The music is good. There's a few key moments here and there that are alright, but yeah, overall, man, Lostbelt 6 is... I don't know if it's my least favorite, because man, Lostbelt 3 is bad, but yeah, those two are definitely the two that I'm not a fan of. And then Lostbelt 2 is just whatever. I mean, I don't mind it, I don't love it, I don't hate it. It didn't really move the plot forward very much. I don't like the cast too much. The most interesting thing about Lostbelt 2, they don't actually use very well. Like they don't actually use very well. So the stuff with Scatty that they do, like in her interlude, and like I think it's what's his name, not Columbus, Napoleon, excuse me, like Napoleon's interlude, which is basically Scatty's interlude, but welcome to FGO. Anyway, the stuff with her like remembering everything, right? She's the same character from Lostbelt 2. She remembers everything. She has very conflicted feelings about the whole shtick. Because she does get that, the Lostbelt is, kind of bad, and, was also very corrupt, and, she had to kill off almost everyone and everything. But she still really cared about the people that, she ruled over, and, she's, traumatized, which, I mean, understandably so. So the whole, like, conflicted nature with Scatty leading out of Lostbelt 2 is actually super interesting. But they do such a bad job with it. Like, first off, it'd be way better if Scatty was a reoccurring character throughout the other Lost Belts, and so that played out on the main stage instead of a sideshow, right? That could be really compelling, honestly. And then they don't treat it seriously very often. They only treat it seriously in like a few interludes and stuff here and there, and like her My Room lines and stuff. That most of the time when Scatty shows up again, it's in an event, and they just turn it into an ice cream joke, and that's it. And that's so out of place for like what they were actually doing with the character. And then because all of her character development's not happening in the main story, you know it's not going to amount to anything meaningful, outside of maybe like a throwaway moment at the very ending, like a cameo or something. But like it's not really going to go anywhere. And it's just lame, right? It's just lame. Like the serious stuff they did with Scatty is actually super compelling. And I didn't even like Scatty that much to begin with, but like that was really compelling. But they just waste it. It's just completely in the garbage, and it's just kind of sad to see such an interesting like plot point that they could be using, and they just completely wasted it. But yeah, it sucks because like man, she really is like an interesting character, like because she pretty early on kind of realizes that like her Lost Belt needs to go, and like there's like this part where she sees the birds from Odin, and she knows that like Odin's against her, and and you know, presumably she trusts Odin and all these things. So she knows she's, you know, her Lost Belt's got to go, but she doesn't want that at all, and she cares about, you know, the Valkyrie and everything. But then you can like tell her heart's not in it when she's fighting you and stuff. Right, and yeah, it's just really interesting. But yeah, they didn't actually do a lot of that in Lost Belt 2, right? Lost Belt 2 is a lot of nothing, and a lot of other like side characters that got a lot of screen time that I didn't care about too much. So yeah, I mean, the one thing I guess I'll give Lost Belt 2 is like Surtur's design actually makes sense. Like that's what Surtur should look like. Giant, fire giant. Like yeah, but anime, I guess it's good. Where a lot of times when they have something like Surtur, they just fuck it up and make it weird for no reason. So I at least like how Surtur had a classical design like that. But yeah, there is a lot of, yeah, Fenrir dying off screen, or yeah, that was all really lame. Okay. We failed to break that health bar. That's not great. Need to throw something kind of whatever at it. Well, sorry, Black Bart, but you're only level 60, so this is probably the way to go. Also, okay, I did do his buff quest at least. New monster, I'm sorry. I love Black Bart, dude. Again, though, they use him as a joke a lot instead of as a serious character, but what serious stuff is there is really interesting, and they did a good job of like representing, like making the anime version of the character, but still respecting what the character's about and all that. And they got a lot of references with this design. They did a really good job, like with the cross and all that. And yeah, he just looks like an anime pirate. I'm a big fan. So, but yeah, I wish they'd use it more seriously. But maybe someday. I think I evade right now. We could just die any fucking second here. I need NP gain. I almost want to do art quick art. Yeah, I think we do art quick art. You don't do those combos much anymore, but yeah, we need to get our NP right away. We are firing cannons at ORT. Obviously they're like mana cannons, but still. God, I never thought this would be on my screen. It's something. These do seem to be ORT's true colors right here, though. Like in his truest form, he's like, you know, copper, gold, green, and you see that even when he's got his shell and the Lost Belt tree stuff going on. He's like, you know, tendrils and stuff you can see are still green. So that's like his true color is green. Yeah, I'm pretty sure inside of that he's like a big green energy blob, and this is like his, you know, skin, if you will. And yeah, he's got his face up there, kind of. Alright, well, we're probably going to explode immediately here. Wow, I don't know if he's got this. I guess I might as well do this. Oh boy. Well, got guarantee. Okay, alright, let's do what we can here. Yeah, if he was a bronze, he'd get our bonus damage and we'd probably be alright. Oh no, no, no! Crit! Somehow crit with an extra attack! Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? What do I even throw at this? I think we throw a level 1 servant at it because we can do 2,000 damage. Oh, Black Bart. That was not a good showing. It was a lot better in my video. You were also level 70 there. Unfortunate. Throw Jekyll. Okay, Jekyll's really low on the tier list. He's not that low on the tier list. He's not lower than a level 1. Alright, it's not that bad. Actually, if Jekyll boosted his maximum HP in a way that would completely offset the debuff, it would actually be kind of nice, but it doesn't quite work that way. Like, you still have the debuff. What class is it? It's Rider, so... Like, I mean, I could do shooting, but I'd rather just never use her ever, so, Donzo it is! Augra time. No, Augra is still better than a level 1. What's really messed up is if we don't break it, but there's no way. Like, we can do the attack up from the Mystic Code and all that. She'll just die. Evade doesn't even matter because she'll die to the HP drain, so... Either break it or die. Oh, yeah, no problem. Pretty impressive for a level 1, actually. And death. Okay, that was very helpful. If I had to, like, use an actual leveled servant there, that'd have been super wasteful. So now it'd be really cool if we could get the final hit on ORT with Fuma, but that's pretty hard to accomplish. So, I'm not quite sure what happens, but I know they put the concept of death on ORT, and then Dino Shiki lets him have it, but then it doesn't actually kill ORT, and then he somehow, like, gets... but it, like, fucks him up, and somehow we get our servants back. But then ORT, you know, like, has another life or something, and I don't get it, but that's what people have said, is, like, ORT loses a life to Shiki like that, but then he's not, you know, he like resets or something, and he's not actually dead, and you get your servants back though. I'm not entirely, like, I don't know what happens that causes us to get our servants back and stuff. Yeah, all the dinos fight him, and they're able to actually break a bar. And it's actually, if you look, the bar that they break, I think it's this one, it's actually a 2 million HP bar, where the ones you're fighting are 1.2. Or it gets a tummy ache and vomits all your servants up. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the part where City fights for you. She does not break a bar. She doesn't even hurt him, but she does slow him down for a while. Well, the thing is, he would have never have made it to ORT if it wasn't for the other dinosaurs. That's the whole thing. And some people think that's like a meme, but like, the dinosaurs are not weak. They're way stronger than humans, and they're using weapons from Beach, which are, you know, really strong. So the dinosaurs are actually quite the fighting force there. Now, you know, ORT obviously is ORT, so, you know, they die, but they are not a meme at all. They'd actually probably beat the shit out of one of your servants really easily. But yeah, all the dinosaurs are trying, you know, to help him get there so he can, you know, slice. David's dead. He is in the underworld right now because he fed himself to ORT. But yeah, this place has a functioning afterlife because of Taz, whatever the fuck. So he's in the afterlife with him, and you die too, and you see him in the afterlife after this. He might come back. They kind of hint at he's gonna resurrect David as well or something, and so David may actually still be a thing. They don't directly say he's coming back, but they hint at it from what I can see. Very, it's pretty wink wink. Like, yeah, he's coming back. It'd be pretty surprising if he didn't. So. Because what Taz pretty much just says he's coming back. He doesn't like say like, oh, I resurrected him, but like it's pretty obvious. So he might be on our side though, because ultimately he just wants to stop what's his face. So and he thought this was a better way of doing it. I don't think his servant's gonna make it though. I think he's like tied to Lostbelt 7 or whatever, and that's that. I don't think we'll see him again. But I don't know, we'll see. Maybe I don't know, maybe like Anastasia will come back and stuff. That'd be pretty dramatic. Like, I don't know, because, you know, we're gonna be dealing with the actual, you know, Chaldea machine and all that. So, I mean, really, God knows what's going to happen with, like, the cryptors and everything for the finale. So, yeah, maybe we do... That'd actually be cool, though, if you see, like, more grown-up Kadok now with Anastasia again. That'd be interesting. And then, you know, Pepe again and stuff. I hope we get to the next story quickly, but if I mean, they might make us wait 6 months again, dude. I don't know. It depends if it's actually our Solomon or not. If it's our Solomon, I would expect it sooner, but if it's not, they're gonna make us wait a long time. Robot, go burr. I laugh so much because Cairo really doesn't like that character's concept about her being like a city and all that, and I agree, honestly. It's like that's never been a thing before. It just like, what the fuck? Like, why is a city a heroic spirit that's then pretending to be a god? It's just dumb. Like, it's so fucking random. And it's like we've there's been so many cities throughout the Nasuverse. Why is this one the one? Like, what? It's so dumb. Anyway, so yeah, Cairo is not a fan of what that character is about. And then when she just gets smacked by ORT here, he like screenshotted it like live on stream. It's so good, dude. That cracked me up. Yeah, he was not rooting for her here. I'll put it that way. Yeah, like right there, he just screenshotted it. In a way, ORT really doesn't do anything wrong, but he's also, it's kind of like, how do I put this, right? It's like humans are trying to do what we can to survive, right? And we fuck up the environment a lot and all these things. And then, like, if another, you know, species just does what it needs to do to survive, you can't really call them evil, right? Or they're not like being malicious necessarily, they're just trying to survive. But they're obviously at odds with you, right? Like, ORT's not evil. Well, it's not really clear though, because he doesn't, the other types definitely aren't evil, right? Like that's really obvious in notes. But I've always said this. I don't think ORT's actually aligned with the other types. Like, because everything's whack. He shows up when he's not supposed to. And that ain't just showing up 5 minutes early. The dude shows up like millions and millions of years early. And everyone, have you noticed, whenever they talk about ORT, they say he's waiting for the appointed time, everyone assumes they're talking about notes. I don't think they're talking about notes, because in notes, he doesn't do anything to help the other types at all. He doesn't do a damn thing. I think his appointed time is something to do with like the Crimson Moon and all this other bullshit, because he seems to be like in league with it or something, because he has vampiric abilities, and the moon normally gives things vampiric abilities. And he said that the Crimson Moon was going to be the second to last boss and stuff. So I think ORT's agenda is not in line with the other types. But anyway, maybe it is, maybe it's not. It's hard to say. But if he is aligned with the other types, then he's definitely not evil, because I mean, you know, you can definitely understand Earth's issue with humanity, right? And if the other planets are Earth's bro, of course they're going to try to avenge it, right? So it's completely reasonable. But ORT doesn't really seem to be in that camp. And they've kept them pretty mysterious, I think, on purpose. I don't think they're going to really intentionally just give it away, unless they do like a story that's like finishes up those plot points they had with notes and the Crimson Moon and all that. Unless they ever do something like that, you're probably not going to learn what's going on, because like maybe he crashed into Mercury, and that's why we never saw a type Mercury. And because there's that spider impact in real life on Mercury, right? And that's it. I actually think that's what it is, by the way. I really think that's what Nasu's doing, and always has. Is ORT has always been the ultimate one of the ORT cloud. That's why he's named fucking ORT. And there's the pun, obviously, with his name. But the pun I don't think is like that big of a deal. I really do think he's always been the ultimate one of the ORT cloud. And at some point he crashed into Mercury, and that made the spider impact. And maybe he killed Titan Mercury, maybe he ate it, whatever. And then he came to Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs. I mean, that actually is the lore, by the way. And he impacts on Earth and wipes out the dinosaurs. That does seem to be ORT's timeline, and I think it's always been his timeline. If you look at the stuff in notes, I don't think that contradicts at all. I think he did go to Mercury at some point, and that's why we don't see Type Mercury. I don't think he ever was supposed to be Type Mercury, because they always have put that question mark around him being Type Mercury. I think that's just... One of them has been missing this whole time on purpose, right? And there was obviously something going on with the moon and stuff. So I think that appointed day that they're talking about for ORT is not Earth's call for help. I think everyone assumes that, and I think they want you to assume that. I think back in the day, that's what Nasu wanted, was people to think ORT's appointed day was just Gaia's cry for help and stuff. But I do not think that's the case. So he may actually be evil, right? Like very much. The other types are clearly not evil. They're more like a force of nature, and at worst, and at best, they're kind of Earth's bros. And just the planet's bros, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I mean, like they're definitely not evil. They're just at odds with humanity. The ORT though is, I will say, a bit more shaky. He potentially has done some things wrong. There's a chance for that. I don't think I am crazy. Actually, a lot of stuff I've predicted with ORT has been correct. I mean, I've been saying forever that ORT wasn't Type Mercury and all these things. And hey, look, he's not Type Mercury, so... And I see some people acting like Nasu pulled that out of his ass, making it not Type Mercury. I don't think so. I mean, I think it was pretty obvious from the beginning. And then the absence of the real Type Mercury, I don't think is a mistake. I think that's always been a thing. And like, again, they got that spider impact on Mercury in real life. I think Nasu is totally using that as LOL, or it landed there at some point. Yeah, I don't know if he ate him. I don't know if I just killed him. Maybe Mercury's in on the plan. I don't know. But something's up. It's and I don't think this is reading between the lines. It's really obvious with what Nasu said about the Crimson Moon, that the Crimson Moon is not in league with the other types. It has its own thing going on, and I think it's very safe to assume that ORT seems to be aligned with the moon, at least in some way, because it's got vampiric abilities randomly. And then just all that weirdness, like with him not helping the other types for some fucking reason and showing up way early and all the it just makes sense that there's some bullshit going on there. Also, I like how we're completely ignoring her, like, you know, death here, but I just don't care. She's a sentient city for some fucking reason. I'm not even sure how much time she buys you there. Probably a decent bit. I don't think they'd want to kill off a character like that if she did nothing. I know some people like her, and that's fine. I mean, I don't hate anybody for liking what they like, you know. But I'm not gonna pretend I think she's awesome when I don't, right? So. I'm just like, get fucked, kid. I don't care. Black Panther got shot or something, so he dead. What did he not amount to much? Lost, what the fuck is that question? What is wrong with you? Slap or... Man, that whole, like, I don't know how to put it other than VTuber hair, right? But that is, like, everywhere now. Ever since, like, VTubers got bigger, you see that kind of design a lot. It's all the rage with the kids. So I don't know what kills. I think Benny dies because you know she's not King Hassan. Chad, I'm sorry, but she's not King Hassan. And even though he taught her the thing, she can like barely do it, and she has to like overload her like Saint Graph until she like dies from that. I think. I don't know what the fuck kills Protea. I don't know if she had to like go out of bounds and like go beyond the area that she was supposed to stay within. And like that kills her. I don't know. I don't know if ORT just smacks her. Maybe she's like throwing Benny or something. I don't know what happens, but somehow Protea dies here. She was holding on to ORT. I'm guessing ORT just like impales her or something then. They probably should have shown that, but they're probably didn't have time to draw that kind of thing. But that'd be cool. So I guess she like grabs onto ORT so he's not moving so much, so Benny can smack him. And then Benny basically kills herself doing that, and then Protea probably just gets the piss beat out of her by doing it. That makes sense. Oh, they did? Oh, I must have skipped it. But I mean, I watched Cairo's stream too, and I didn't see that. Okay, hold on, we'll pay attention here. Cairo skipped it by accident? Wait, really? Okay, we'll go slow here, because I had no idea. Alright. Is it before or after the slice? Like when you put the concept of death on him? Then I've been streaming for 6 hours. It's daring? Okay, we gotta go slow. God damn it. Honestly, chat, I think we should have just used King Hassan again. I feel like sometimes they switch cast members out just to be like, oh, we're gonna share the screen time. It doesn't make any sense. With all the underworld stuff and all that, it should have just been King Hassan again. Like, Jesus Christ. I don't think anyone would have had a problem with that. Other than Benny fans, but they only feel that way because Benny's already here, right? Like, that would have been so badass if King Hassan was here again. He's here for like 5 seconds, although I guess presumably he was here before that, because he like taught it to Benny. But I guess he can't like stay materialized for a long time or something, I don't know. Yeah, they do look for reasons though to put at least one or two Japanese characters in like every story, but... Oh yeah, King Hassan probably would have been altered, but you don't need to be altered, so... Apparently, a Reshigal, I was looking at some of the translations, a Reshigal actually did not, because I was saying it made no sense that she got altered there because she's a god. Remember that? And I had all this pushback in my chat. But actually, I was right, and Bad Guy can't alter Ereshkigal against her will. She literally decides to allow it to happen, so because she wants to get, like, she thinks she'll make her stronger, and she thinks that'll be, like, more helpful in the long run. But yeah, no, I was right. It doesn't make any fucking sense that a goddamn god can just be altered by a fucking command spell. Like, that's stupid. But yeah, no, they actually addressed that. Oh god, how many bars do we have to go? Because we're really running out of gas here. Oh, we've only broken one bar. Oh, great. Thankfully, that bar is not real, but this is starting to look. Oh my god, it's a foreigner again. Oh brother. All right. Might have to use Jufu or something. I don't know what to do here. This is gonna be bad. Yeah, not looking good. A lot of holes in the wall here. I think it's 4 more bars, and then you have to actually fight the final one, but you get your servants back for that one. Bring Eli? Which one? So many of those fuckers now. Yeah, maybe Ruler. I think Ruler is just total neutral against Foreigner. Sacrifice shooting to the bar. I don't want to do that. I think it's really against the spirit of the thing to like manipulate the class like that, so I'll save that as a final resort if we're truly out of resources. But yeah, Foreigner really is going to be hard for us to deal with. I can try Martha, but oh boy, we'll see. Wonder if Jufu could handle a bar. I don't think so. Yeah, or it's not divine. That's what I was saying. I don't think it's like that good. He does have a hard-hitting NP though. I can give her command codes, so surely I've unlocked those. So chat, I can't go back unless I go forward, but if you're like too far forward, you'll actually start the stage. Love FGO's UI, by the way. Shakespeare's a tough call because unless you turn 1 NP, he might just fuck up your deck too much. It's a very short-term fight, not long-term. But we'll see. I was thinking about bringing the support, but we'll see. I'll look at it more thoroughly in a minute here. Okay. Damage. Well, really, I've seen a lot of people that think ORT should have Divinity, and I'm like, no. I'm really glad he doesn't. It makes no sense if he had Divinity. Outside if he like ate like a god, which I guess he has at this point, but like it's not necessarily canonical. It's canonical that he's 8 servants, it's not canonical which ones. And 1 servant is probably not enough unless he wanted to have Divinity. I don't think it would do it. But anyway, you know, there's nothing about him that's divine related. Types are not gods. You know, they're really powerful and all this, but they're not gods. That's just not what they are, so. Do the attack removal here. If ORT A or Artoria, he'd gain the Saberface trait. They would do that in an event. They obviously wouldn't do that in the main story because that's just silly nonsense. But if it was like an event joke or whatever, they would do that, and they'd give him the hair thing. They put the hair thing on the UFO or whatever. If they ever used ORT in a joke event, that kind of shit you could totally see happening. Man, that Artoria mode, Excalibur, is really good, and chat seems to use it a lot, so I'm happy with that one. What else? You can just go with heal for Copium if you happen to live 1 turn longer. Crit down, because getting crit is insta-death. It wouldn't shock me though if they just never use ORT in a joke event. I could just see them always keeping him from serious business stuff. Man, I don't know what to go with here. Fuck it. Chat, can we get like Ruler Martha in like a business suit as a skin or something? That way she, like, it's really cool that she punches people, but it's kind of weird that, you know, she's a summer servant. Those are always a little silly, so if we could get a skin that was just anything normal, that would be nice. A Yakuza suit, yeah, there you go. But I mean, literally whatever, right? Just give me something more serious. But suits are always good. I mean, who the fuck doesn't like suits? I guess Starbomb. Is that too? Zane's got the trench coat now, though. She doesn't normally have that. One thing that would be good if I brought Shakespeare is I could get him Golden Carp, and if we get lucky and Martha gets a lot of cards, that could be really big. Oh my god, I really am running out of servants here. But we got some real powerhouses left. I think we got it. There's not that many bars left. I think we got an answer for any class that can come up. We are low, and Gil unfortunately is kind of shit here, but we'll try to make it work here. Yeah, I think we're fine. That's why I wish the ORT just had a few more than just like an extra 5 bars or something. Just push you a little bit more. Because like here's the thing. It becomes harder the longer it is because it gives you less room for error to play the characters poorly. Right? Because if you look in the video, I took my time for each character I used, and I really tried to use them in the absolute most optimal way I could. And if it's harder, you're gonna have to do that, and that's good, right? It's fun to have to, you know, apply yourself and try to use the. Where the fuck is my Golden Carp? There it is. I need to level that up. All right. Dude, I died on the end. Did anyone else see this? I don't know how many people. I can't imagine very many people watch the entire video, and I don't blame you. It's an hour long. But did anyone that did watch the video, did you see the bit with Caesar where he, you know, almost did 1.2 million, and he would have broken it, but he didn't crit with like a 70% or something like that, and he had crit up and attack up, and he absolutely would have broke the bar. But he didn't crit with the Buster card when he had a pretty high chance. My heart just sank, dude. I was like, oh my god. Because he did so good, because he was fighting the 1.2 million, not the 1 million, so that's harder. He wasn't grailed, right? Any of that stuff. And like, because Caesar really is a big boy low star. Like, he really is up there with the best of them. And yeah, I was just so sad that he didn't land that crit. I was like, fuck, dude. But, you know, he still did really, really good, but... Alright. I probably should have given her more starting in P. Oh, right, she's 30%. I wanted to bring Anniversary Blonde. Well, if we do terribly, I'll just reset and bring it. This, I don't think will do anything, but I will cast it anyways. Okay, we gotta slow-mo this. Guys, it's shell versus shell. Oh my god. She's not even hitting him. It's not. He's back there, Martha. What are you doing? She was punching a dragon for no reason. I guess the explosion got him. Did anybody fight? Please tell me somebody fought ORT with Helena. Because she summons a UFO, like a really classical UFO. Like, please tell me somebody did that. Oh, we got crit. Look, spewing exhaust there. What? Okay, we're just gonna. You know what? No, we're gonna keep it. We're gonna dig ourselves out. Yeah, no, we're gonna keep it. We're gonna dig ourselves out of that hole. That's a big hole right there, though. We just got one turned. That's really bad. Or it's crit day. Chat, I said that I might bring crit down as a command code just in case, because I said getting crit is insta death, and then I didn't bring the crit down, and yep, now we're dead. So that's crazy, dude. Now I could just click this button or this button, and we'd be fine. But now it's kind of fun to have to bail yourself out of something bad happening. So we'll keep it. She did okay damage though. Because she applies the defense down before damage. So she's not surprisingly hard hitting MP with that. Man, we died even with the little damage cut. Yeah, it's cut. Jesus. Yep, double crit. That'll do it. What an ass. I should have just evaded, honestly. There's no reason to risk that. I should have just evaded. But yeah, it's kind of fun actually getting wrecked like that because there's not too many health bars left, so it'll make us have to try. Shit though, we've still only broken the one health bar, so maybe I should not have let that slide. Because that was bad. That was bad. Oof. Alright, Babbage. You can clean this up, run it back. You know what, with that failure we just had, I should probably do command codes again. We really need to break this health bar in one go. Or I guess it'd be 2 goes, but in one more go. Besides, I can't let Babbage down. He's awesome. Let's see. I mean, crit's easy. Then what? More crit. Where's the Masashi one? There. I have the hiccups, god damn it. Yeah, it's lame that Babbage hasn't gotten an animation update yet. Also, the fact that they just stopped doing animation updates, man. I mean, I'm sure they'll get back to it eventually, but like, that is just so lame. It's awful, dude. Like, we've had a year of no animation updates, and it's not like we don't have any characters to give animation updates to. We still have loads of characters that need animation updates. Because they don't have enough staff. I mean, that's clearly the problem. You know, me and Cairo have actually already talked about Armored Core versus ORT, funnily enough, because we were talking about Gundam and then ORT at the same time, and then we were just like, well, what if, you know, you have like Gundam and Armored Core versus ORT? And okay, so obviously, well, I guess ORT's not a servant, so I guess he could theoretically be harmed by typical means if it was just strong enough. It'd have to be really strong, though. There are like a few things, like you got like Wing Zero and the Moonlight Butterfly, right? Like those things could probably, I don't think they're not gonna kill ORT, but well, Moonlight Butterfly maybe, but I know he's organic. I don't think Moonlight Butterfly works on organic things. Anyway, but yeah, there's like some really heavy hitting stuff in some mecha shows that would be pretty good. And like Armored Core, their mechs are way faster than Gundams, and are like crazy maneuverable, and you know, they'd be able to like keep up with his pace and actually dodge and shit. But I can't imagine them really having the firepower to do too much. But I don't know, you got arms forts like the Answer and all that. That's some crazy shit, but like that just gets into really weird stuff because like the whole thing with like a lot of the Armored Core stuff is they're using that fucked up chemical Kojima, right? And it's like, you know, space cancer. I don't know what that effect that would have on ORT. Like, you know, you could say, oh, it's just gonna kill him, right? Just crazy cancer that just kills him, but maybe not, right? So there's no way to like have one you know, made up chemical interact with another made up chemical. You know, what the fuck actually happens, right? So there's just not much to go off of there. But generally speaking, things in like Armored Core are not as OP. Well, I was about to say they're not as OP as the average thing in Fate, but that's not true at all. That's not even slightly true because, like, you know, again, Excalibur, one of the stronger NPs out there, you know, is like a strong enough blast to envelop a bridge. That's not actually that crazy, and there's a lot of stuff in Armored Core that's way more nasty than that, like arms forts and all that. So, I mean, I guess they could do something, but I don't see them winning anytime soon. Anyway, the fuck am I doing here? I think this is an art card, right? I don't have the Ushi thing. I guess I can do the threat to humanity bit. And then I guess Star Bomb. Black Glint would get its ass kicked though because everything in Armored Core 5 is like really downgraded. Like Black Glint is like a salvaged white glint, but they don't have the technology to actually like create it properly. It's like a really watered down next. So yeah, it's like way weaker than white glint ultimately, so it would do pretty poorly. Oh, see you, Shiro. Kind of late on that one, but... Alright, let's fight a UFO. I love these raids. I just wish they were... I wish the first ones were 1.2 million instead of 1 million, and I wish these ones were like 1.4 million. And then I wish there was a couple more of them. Also, I wish there was a few like variations, because they're all burst damage oriented, where it's like you can fuck him up pretty quick, but he will always fuck you up really quick. I wish a few, like maybe each class had some more variance to them. So it's like, okay, versus this class, you want to have anti-debuff, or whatnot, right? And or maybe even have like a Surfex Prefix thing that you could see in advance, so you would know, okay, this one's going to be more debuff based. Okay, no, this one's going to be more bursty. This one, that way, there's just a bit more like reward for certain style of units. Where right now, it kind of just rewards burst to the extreme. So yeah, it'd be nice to have a little bit more meat on the bones. But I'm just being picky. This was still a great experience, and I super enjoyed it. Alright, 785k. Wow, we really fucked up with that Martha. It's because she got one turn. That's awful. What a bad showing. Alright, I'm gonna do this immediately. Last 3 turns, so just do it. And, you know what? Star Absorb doesn't matter either. God, he's so cool, dude. You know, if I don't know if you can eat a mech though, just, you know, it's metal. I don't know how that works, but I'm sure you can analyze the mechs to then make one if he wanted to, because, you know, he analyzes the servant system and makes his own servant summoning system, so I'm sure he's capable of doing that. Oh yeah, and I remember, this was actually, they always talked about this, like in character material book, that like Vivi can just straight up understand humans and stuff and like learn how humans work and like really communicate with them. Orc can only kind of, he can more like emulate them, and like he knows what the words means and stuff, but like his values and everything are just so alien. He's more like emulating human speech if he wants to communicate with them, which I don't think he ever does, but it says he can if he wants to like understand human speech and emulate it, but he doesn't like really get it the way like Vivi does. But yeah, he's always had like that ability to like analyze things and copy them. But I really like how he'll like copy your buffs and stuff. I think that's a great touch. Do I want to Star Bomb here? Well, I'm definitely yeah, because our Buster cards only have 80-70. I don't trust that. Yeah, Vivi's like a parasite, so it's kind of fucked up. But yeah, she is capable of actually understanding people and like learning and changing and that kind of thing. Where ORT is not. He kind of can do that, but not in the same way. It's against way more like mimicry. Wow, we just did a lot of damage there. I'll take it. By the way, in my time in the Fate fandom, the amount of people that get confused between Vivi and the Nameless Angel is insane. And it's because Vivi looks like an angel, and so everybody thinks when you're talking about the angel from Notes, they think you're talking about Vivi. But no, there's just a character that is an angel, but they never give her a name, so she's just Angel. And she's actually a pretty major character in Notes, but anyway, everyone gets that confused, and it's crazy. Well, obviously they act really differently, but most people haven't read Notes, even though it's only like 3 pages or whatever. Like, I've said this many times, but the character material book about Notes is longer than Notes, right? There is more information about Notes in the character material book than the actual story, right? It's like 3 or 5 pages or something. I don't remember. It's not that long, right? It's a short story, for God's sakes. But anyway, it might be a little bit longer than that. I don't know, it's been a while, but most people just have not read it. So, and nobody really talks about the angels, let alone the like important one, or at least important to the story. The whole thing with Notes is it's like a, you know, the events going around, because it's very centered around, you know, Gun God, and you know, he's just a human, and you know, he kills one type just almost through just coincidence and the ability that he has. But you know, he ultimately doesn't do a lot, and is a tiny, insignificant thing in the grand scheme of things. And that's kind of the point of the story. Is it's so he doesn't even understand what the fuck is going on. He doesn't know what the types are about, and you know, he doesn't know a lot of these things. And that's kind of what the point of the story is. It's like this being very, very insane world. You know, you're out of your depth. You know, very much out of your depth. That's definitely the story. But yeah, anyway, most people just don't even know about some of the characters and stuff because they haven't read it. Yeah, it does kind of look like she has a mouth in her mouth, but that's like teeth. They just drawn weirdly. That was kind of strange. But yeah, that's definitely supposed to be her teeth. Why does she look so happy when she's about to die? Okay, so yeah, I can see she's like grabbing onto him here and getting like shocked or something. Oh yeah, yeah, she is right there. Boy, that's not a good sign though when she's not the biggest thing on the screen. How did she not hit Protea there? The UFO was like its shell, is kind of what it seems like. Kind of like a crab or an oyster type deal. By the way, her eating his food is just her being a parasite, by the way. Like, they did that on purpose. Like they very much did that on purpose. So yeah, did she, I mean, what's killing, she just can't, like, handle ORT shocking her or whatever? Like, not really sure what's actually killing her here. Also, why is ORT just letting them peacefully say goodbye? You think he, oh, I don't know, he might have just flown off. Honestly, I actually suspect that's what it is. He probably did not give a shit and just starts flying towards his heart again. Yeah, I don't got time for this shit. Or it's heavy, she broke her back, picking him up, feels bad. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just see that scene, because I don't know what kills her, really. Boy, you don't use the concept of death, though, until, like, one of these health bars in here, but, how have I only broken 2 health bars? Oh great, now it's Berserker. Oh joy, this is stupid, I don't understand. I should use Ku here, but I don't wanna. But Ku is the best, like, I unquestionably on my entire account, he's my best servant against Berserker because he has multiple survival skills and he has the anti-Berserker passive. But I'm getting pretty low here, chat. It's not looking good. I mean, there's Orion. And there's Proto Ku, but he's so much worse than Ku. I don't think I can. Let me see. Let me see if I can get her. She doesn't have any of her buffs, like none of them. She's day 1 Musashi, which although we get the cool NP because of that. Yeah. Do we have? Oh, nope. We no, we do. That's anti-Berserker. That's right. Okay, fuck it. Vlad. What does Vlad even have? Let me see. Vlad has like no survivability though. She would decimate this if I actually did her buff quest though. Like it'd be nuts. His passive is Anti-Avenger. That actually makes sense. Yeah, we're about the data lost. The data lost. I'm sure somebody's made this joke before. That is pretty funny, actually. Oh yeah, sorry Zashi, I know you're a Musashi fan. Yours would do better than mine though, I tell you what. Mine's about to get smacked. But hey, we'll get this, we're one of the very few accounts that will see Musashi's original NP animation instead of the updated one. Alright, do that right away. We might need to do our first skill immediately just to make sure we get the MP gain. It's gonna be close. Oh no. Ugh. Do I need a guts here? Yeah, he can do 12,000 like it's nothing. Like honestly, that's yeah. All right. Brings you back with 4,000 too, so I don't think the HP drain would kill me. The Berserker ones are so fucked up, dude. They just kill you like immediately. That's why Ku's so good though, is because you get a lot of hard survival and anti-Berserker. Yep, good thing I did that. And then drain. Oh, no drain. Okay. I think you're trying to steal my buffs. What? What do you mean? What, how would they possibly apply that to ORT? What the fuck? Dude, what's the way to check his hit count? I don't even. I had no idea, dude. What the fuck? I can't imagine the game is even coded to be able to give him more hit count, so I don't know how it could possibly do that. Alright, please crit with that 80%. Yeah, that's terrifying. ORT study the blade, yeah. Can you imagine the UFO like tendrils come out and like pull out a katana. Like, can you fucking imagine, dude? He's holding it up like that. It's so ridiculous. Well, good try, kid. Oh no, we removed it. We removed it. We yeet buffs with our NP. Also, yeah, we missed 80%. I it's fucking Hans. Anyway, yeah, that sucks. We killed his buff. We took his katana away. God, that'd be so funny though, with ORT holding a katana with the like, tentacles or whatever. Well, that was a failure. Dude, that's so funny because it's Musashi. Low-hanging fruit, but it's really funny regardless. Sorry, Chiron, it just kind of makes sense here. I think he can handle it, right? Got his like martial arts stance there to fight a UFO. Yeah, that'll do great. He's a pretty cool guy though. Oh boy, yeah, there you go. That's the second time we've used a low-level character though to get something done. We got 2 more to go. Well, we haven't seen his NP a single time. That actually makes me sad. His NP is so freaking cool. It's because you normally die before you can do it. You can really only see it when he's assassin, and you don't break his health bar really quickly. That's like the only time it happens. I made sure to put it in my video though, and I put it in slow-mo, and I put a timestamp for it and everything because I wanted to be able to remember that in future. Alright, saber time. All those sabers we have left. I don't think she is going to do anything. She is 4-4-4 and 1, so that and she's AoE anyway. I don't think that's gonna go very well. Okay, well we got Karna. He's probably 1-1-1 on this account. Yep. All right, alt account life. 666. Oh boy, if she was like 10-10-10 NP2 level 100, right? We're probably getting somewhere. Oh yeah, we have Dyrmid. I was gonna save him for a Berserker, but I think we got enough options for that. Yeah, Dyrmid's the way to go here. She is the OG, and I would use her as such if she was actually upgraded, but I mean, if we find another one, I'll probably have to use her if I like it or not. Oh, we got Bedivere. We got Bedivere, that's right. Alright, I love this song, but just for variety's sake, we'll mix it up a bit here. We'll turn it back on, though, and as we progress. Alright, I will... I guess I do this, because I need to save the first skill for the buff. Like, I need to art quick. It sucks, but... I mean, it's... No, Rainbow Chain is almost as good. It's... Yeah, we'll do that. Besides, I got our MP gain buff. Yeah, it's fine. Damn, his animations are awesome. He just stole my defense buff, so I just made him tankier. That's great. ORT, you little shit. Dude, we're just buffing the hell out of him right now. Oh, I wanted slow-mo. It's so much better in slow-mo. Maybe I've set it to be always in slow-mo. I hope so. Okay, I think I did. It's way better. This MP looks really weird in speed mode. Yeah, there we go. The good thing Orc doesn't have sure hit, because with all those attack ups, he would absolutely die. Okay, I might be able to live a little bit longer here. I don't think we're going to do enough damage, though. Get one more NP. It's gonna be close. That was a nice crit turn, but we're only level 80. I really should grail him to 90. I don't even know why I haven't. I grailed Lancer Deer mid, but they refused to give him an animation update. Yep, it's not gonna do it. Close though. Yeah, he does need an NT upgrade. He's a pretty good character. You know, he's no 5-star, but he's a solid 4-star. Like he does the job. A buff would be nice. Well, I mean, a solid performance. He did a little bit over 1 million, but wait, no, he did a little under 1 million. Excuse me. He's 83k off of 1 million. Well, we failed to break a bar a lot, but that was over half, because we've had some that only made it to like half, and that was pretty tough, but he almost broke. See you, Red. Archer. Can you use something oh. Yeah. It's only downhill from here, chat. He never has a better showing than this. You're not gonna do anything impressive with Goldie in the ORT fights. It's not a thing. He needs like ramp up time, and then ORT just kills you, right? It's like, oh man, I got a 1-hit evade. It's so good. I gotta just fire everything immediately. I don't even think I go for an NP. Yeah, no, I don't. You just do this. Yeah, we'll attack up next turn, I guess. Quick, and then go burn. Should make plenty of stars here with quick up and starging up. He's so cool, though. I mean, I love his design, dude. He's got the mask and all that. Great. Oh boy. I'll have to wrap up soon though. It's getting late and losing my voice. It's rare. I don't normally lose my voice. Although my voice is not in as good of shape as it normally is because of, you know, COVID and all that. But yeah, I've really strengthened my voice over the years with streaming. So it's rare that I start to lose it. Here's the coup killer. Let's go. Do I NP here? Yeah, it's still worth. I can do that. It's not bad. I'm almost better though. I mean, you know what's depressing, chat? This really is depressing. So you know, COVID didn't hit me very hard. I didn't get much of a viral load from Tusk, and apparently people with bad sinuses actually frequently don't get COVID very badly. It's very light case, very, very light case. But you know, it still gave me a headache and body aches and that kind of thing. But you know, a lot of the congestion and stuff that I have, I already had because of allergies, right? That had barely even changed. You know, I'm already coughing and stuff all the time. And so the fatigue from COVID actually made me sleep better. Like, absolutely. Like, I've slept really well because of COVID. So that's actually been nice. And now that COVID's going away, right? I barely have any body aches now, and I'm not really fatigued anymore. I'm gonna lose that like freebie sleep. But then like it's kind of coming back to me that the real symptoms that have been bothering me, like yeah, I've had a bit of a headache and stuff, but it's not that big of a deal, right? But like the the allergy stuff is always here, right? So as I'm recovering, that's staying exactly the same, right? It's like, no, allergy's still here, by the way. So yeah, I'm losing the sleep perk, but yeah, it's kind of, it's like, oh, I'm getting better, but I'm not getting that much better, right? So it kind of sucks. What I'm getting at is allergies are the worst, and I hate them, and if they could go away, that would be great. But yeah, it's as the other symptoms, you know, draw back, you're kind of reminded of, oh yeah, I've got year-round allergies that never fuck off. Okay, let's see here. Saber yet again. Well, we're almost at the end, so I think it's time for Orion. Either that or Robin, but we'll, you know what? I love Orion, I really do, but I like Robin more. So, sorry, Orion fans, we gotta bust out Robin Hood here. Let's do this. I don't have his blonde CE over here, unfortunately. Let's see. Gilgamesh? You know, I mean, he's awful for this, but you know what? We'll do it. We're about to get him back anyway. And we already did Robin for the video, so, alright. You know, good call, chat, good call. I respect it. Oh, let's give him command codes. We can't have the king go out there without the best stuff here. And that'd just be nonsense. I was kind of wanting to use Gil at the end, but you get your servants back at the end anyway, so we can kind of do whatever we want. Well, he's not a servant. This is always good. Pack removal's not bad because we don't have hard survival, and ORT's gonna copy our attack buff, so I actually think doing that right there is good. Hey, Radgast, what's up, man? Thank you for the 57, one of my longest subs. Have you played Lostbelt 7, Rad? And wow, I really am losing my voice here. I can feel it. We'll try to at least get through the raids here, though, because we're so close. Why can I never find this? There it is. I don't play JP. I think you've told me that before. Oh, so God, I always love, like, I've seen Rad use that emote before, it's so good. Chat, you know the best thing about ORT streams is they're just absolute jammers, man. So much good music with ORT. We'll do that. Kate of ORT. Shoots out a bunch of UFOs. Alright, here we go. I don't know why the game just popped up with something about ORT there, but... Wow, hold on. Wait a minute. If I level Gilgamesh's passive, can't he turn 1 NP? I don't know if I got the stealth for it, though. Also, I might not have the QP for it. I think my favorite ORT theme is the second one, but I don't know, man. They're all really, really good. It's either the second one or the grand servant form. It's one of those two, I think. But I love the UFO one and the first one. It's all good. I can buy that with Cure Prisons.
いらっしゃいマスター君。アイテム交換だね。いいよ、そういうのも嫌いじゃないし。
Okay, it's way down. I actually forgot how many I needed. I think I need 12. I'll buy a few extra just in case. I'll probably need them later anyway. Quite low on those. Yeah, it was 12. Okay, out of QP, but that's a really good upgrade for him. Alright, well, my Gilgamesh has really good stats, but his AoE doesn't get his anti-servant bonus, and he has no survivability whatsoever. Which is kind of silly, because lore-wise, he's actually crazy tanky, but gameplay-wise, it would be kind of dumb if he was tanky. I guess I just, I'm gonna do this. Dump it all in one turn. I think I can at least wait one turn to guts. What do you mean 50%? Oh, he didn't copy my my buffs. He's probably gonna try to steal, but I don't have anything really worth stealing. That sucks that we're at 50% when I have 40 stars. Not bad. For not having the bonus. Oh shit. Damn, alright. I'll take it. I think I'm gonna wait one more turn. It's getting a little risky, but Merlin versus a higher crit chance. Got MP gain. But if we happen to just barely fail, it's really gonna suck. Not really clear how well Aya would do, and I really stand by this, I've said this for years. I think if you wanted to use Aya at a level that could potentially take out ORT, you would fucking wreck the planet to the point where you do more damage to the planet than ORT was going to do, and that doesn't help at all. So practically, I don't see how Gil would be able to do anything, because it's not like Gil's goal is to blow up the planet or anything, so... Okay, we might as well guts here, because we're either gonna break here, or be so close that we get it next turn. Wow, Gil actually did pretty good. Not bad. Kinda nice to see. Now, what would be interesting is if, like, we also use full force Aya on ORT and have a Kuku there to try to keep the world from getting fucked up. That'd be kind of interesting. Alright, I do believe that is the health bar that the dinos take on. We might save the next fight with ORT for next time just because it's so late. The planet doesn't summon Aya, that's the thing. That's the whole reason Aya is so broken, is it's not connected to the Throne of Heroes. Aya is a real physical object that Gilgamesh gets access to because of his connection to Gate of Babylon. The treasury inside of Gate of Babylon is like outside of space-time in that kind of way. It's a magical bullshit volt thing, and it's a real, tangible item. It's not made by the, summoning system. The summoning system couldn't, there's no way the summoning system could actually create all the stuff Gil has. It's not capable of doing that. And that's why when Shiro sees Gil's Noble Phantasms, he says they're of such quality, they make the servants' Noble Phantasms look third-rate, and it's because Gil's are real. They're not like real as in the originals, they're real Noble Phantasms. They're not, you know, made up out of mana from the throne and the, you know, summoning system. But, yeah, the summoning makes the, his connection to the treasury, but in the treasury it's just the treasury, and it's the real thing. And they've even shown this, I theorized this for a while, but if you somehow had multiple Gilgamesh's summoned at the same time, they'd be connecting to the same vault and have to fight over the contents of it. So it's kind of fucked up. Where if you summon two Kus, they would have two different vaults. But, yeah, Gil's not like that. I don't know if Shiro ever comments about her Noble Phantasm. The only thing, I guess, that would maybe mess it up is just because it's so old and been passed down, and, you know, Gate stuff are like, you know, kept in an impeccable, you know, perfect condition, where, and I assume Gate has, like, you know, maintenance Noble Phantasms or some nonsense, but anyway, I don't know if that'd be the same for hers, but I don't know if Shiro ever comments on it, because, I mean, technically it's not Shiro, it's Angra being Shiro or whatever, but I don't remember if they ever comment on that or not. That'd be cool if they did, but, I mean, they must comment on it to some degree, because she does have a real Noble Phantasm and stuff, and that's kind of crazy. But it's kind of a weird Noble Phantasm anyway, so. Yeah, I don't know what happens in this part, because you, like, separate, you know, from him. But you have all this like time, so like I don't know if like your servants just slowed down ORT to give you this time. I'm guessing that's what it is. I wonder if the master's not there or something. I don't know, but like somehow they have enough time to do all this prep and stuff before ORT's there, and then like you're not with the dinosaurs. You know, they're like buying you a, you know, last chunk of time, but I don't know why. I don't know what they're actually doing. But yeah, Gil is one of the most abnormal servants that there is. It's a total whack with the way his gate works and stuff. But yeah, Beach giving the dinos guns, kind of great. Some of the dinosaurs do live, though. I don't know if all of them go in the attack or not or whatever, but at the end there are some dinosaurs still alive. But, you know, the sun explodes and, you know, we kill ORT, so the ORT is actually sustaining the Lostbelt, so when he dies, the Lostbelt dies too. But yeah, in the last moments there are some dinosaurs around, and some of them kind of watch the, you know, everything evaporate. I mean, it's not a fake bar. I mean, it's a bar like any other. It's just you don't kill it. It's not like you fighting the bar gives you, makes it real, right? This is not if a tree falls down and there's nowhere there to hear it, doesn't make a sound, right? It's now, we're not going there. Man, the dinos are great. So did like ORT take a break here Is that why you have time? I just know he has time here. The dinos buy you even more time. The dinos do fuck him up, but then he somehow comes back. And then he's got his body back again. And I guess he was rebuilding it that whole time or something, I don't know. Did he like attack him while he's asleep? See, I don't know why you don't fight with them, right? I don't really get why you're separating. I don't see what advantage we got out of that. Man, they would need such a good budget for an anime if they really wanted to live up to some of these fight scenes. They wanted to like actually show it. And they probably wouldn't get that budget, so they'd phone it in. Yeah, this song is so good for ORT. It's a shame we're not actually fighting him right now. Like, in phase 1, when he's charging at you, this would be perfect. This theme is absolutely godly. And chat, I know the name of the boss because I see it in the music title. I have never seen this boss. I have no idea what the deal with this music is. But I've never played Bloodborne. It's the only FromSoft game I have not played. One day, though. One day. But yeah, this is the most EDF thing ever. You know, all these dinosaurs with guns and or it's like shooting crazy shit at the ground and crap. Right? Like, this is like the most EDF thing I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, somehow we get Dino Shiki up there and he lands a smack and it fucks ORT up really bad. But I don't know, I really don't understand why, like, we don't fight with them, and then I don't understand, like, what they mean. 'Cause I've read a bit that was translated, and it's like they take one of ORT's lives. I don't know what the fuck they mean by that. I didn't think he had God Hand, and then, you know, then you get your servants back. But then ORT has his body again, right? So it's like, what the fuck is happening? Dude, I can't wait to play EDF 6. I love EDF so much, and I'm super excited for 6. I'm gonna play Fencer 1000%. Best class, not even close. Yeah, I don't know what the hell gives us our servants back. It makes sense after you know, beat ORT here, then you get them back, but you get them back before that, so I guess it has something to do with the Shiki nonsense, but I don't really get it. Man, Aerator fans are always so, like, Aerator is, like, brings out the most, like, how do I put it? Aerator fans really like Aerator, I'll put it that way. Yeah, like, it's like a cult, like none other, like no other class. I've seen that on the Reddit and stuff. There's like, such a thing with Aerators. Yeah, Fencer, man, that's my class, 100%, love it. I like all the classes in EDF though, they're all very, like, I was really surprised that they have all 4 of them have so much depth and so much to learn, and all 4 of them are super fun. Yeah, maybe Lost, I honestly don't know. You'd think you'd have to like smack ORT to get them back. Oh yeah, Hex likes Aerator too. hoping I can play EDF6 with Hex. It's gonna be a good time. Hopefully his computer doesn't explode. EDF4 doesn't have a very good PC port, unfortunately. It's way better with 5. And ultimately 5 is just better than 4. However, 4 is a bit more like arcadey. The missions are a bit shorter and snappier, and some of the weapons are like easier to use and like more straightforward and just good. Yeah, EDF4 is like a really arcade experience, and it's fun. I mean, I like EDF4, but 5 is for the most part better at like almost everything, and it's got a much better PC port. So and hopefully 6 will have an even better PC port. This is 02's theme from Kirby, although this is the Smash version of it. It was a very creepy yet awesome boss from Kirby. Oh yeah, this part is awesome. Like, yeah, these are like, you know, ORT's tendrils or whatever, and they can go like that far. They're like lasers slash arms. It's very unique. But that's awesome. So I like how this is like a super powerful Excalibur, right? Like this is, and it's, you know, anti-alien and all this stuff. And yeah, or just don't give a shit. I should have turned the in-game music on. We'd have sound for this. Yeah, honestly, because of that ability right there, it's almost impossible to kill ORT with, like a big nuke. You need something like a continuously, like, actually, A is really good because A is like this continuously firing, like, grind on the planet, essentially, that it can do. So you can just keep going and hopefully the shield couldn't last forever. But, you know, most attacks, you know, they don't stay present forever, and the shield will just, you know, warp it and you don't hit them. So you'd need, like, some kind of a continuously firing thing for a really long time. Yeah, A is not like just like a one blast, it kind of just persists if you want it to anyway. So that'd be really useful there. But I don't know, but maybe ORT can just keep the shield up for as long as he wants, it's not really clear. Yeah, Ogla, like, uses all of her power pretty much to keep ORT from doing that ability. But she dies doing it. Although she's probably going to come back, because they pretty much just say, like, Rasputin just says that they have the ability to, like, repair her Saint Graph and make her, like, a mindless puppet. But he's all like, oh, but I wouldn't do that. But I don't know if he's being serious, because it's Kodamine. But anyway, they're obviously going to do that, so we'll probably see her again. I mean, she is dead, but she's, you know, they straight up say she's resurrectable, but then she's going to be like a mindless puppet. But then they'll probably do some bullshit to have her snap out of it, at least somewhat. And it's kind of hinted at that the alien priestess is, like, maybe Ogla's, like, full soul or something, or her soul's been split up. And maybe there's probably going to be something with, like, the puppet Ogla and then the alien priestess. That's going to be a whole thing, right? I don't know what exactly, but that's going to be a stick. Okay, chat. This is a terrible time to stop because it's the big showdown. But I should probably stop here because it's 1 a.m. and I'm losing my voice. I don't think he says the Count in particular, I don't remember, but anyway. Also, everyone thinks the Count is Edmund, but I actually think the Count might be the Count of Monte Cristo instead of Edmund Dantes. You might say that's the same thing, but that's like a thing where there's like two versions of him or some nonsense, so I think they might actually whip out the Count of Monte Cristo, but I don't know, maybe they won't. Well, they might just stick with Edmund, we'll see. But I hope they do that well, because there's been literally zero foreshadowing to like Edmund not being on our side, so that'd be really stupid if all of a sudden he was against us, so we'll just have to see. Anyway, I will get back to this tomorrow, and hopefully we can finish it then, and then we can actually start playing some of the other games, because I know I've been really behind on like Epic 7 and Art Nights and all these things, and I do apologize. It's just, you know, COVID was really poorly timed and everything. But we'll get back to it soon. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow, and we'll raid Cairo. Hold on. Or let me see. Maybe someone's streaming. Cairo is surely offline, but oh, here we'll raid Mythic. There we go. We'll give him some love here. All right, there you go, boys. I will see you all later, and take care.